Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV coming to you with breaking news. There is multiple reports suggest that police are looking into a possible link between the shooting at Brown University and the murder of an MIT professor. And WPRI, which is a TV station in Rhode Island, they are reporting that evidence has been found which shows the two may be linked. Again, WPRI is reporting that evidence has been found showing that the Brown University shooting and the shooting and killing of an MIT professor may be linked. The Brown shooting was on Saturday. The MIT professor was killed in Brookline outside of Boston, about an hour drive away from Brown University, on Monday. Also, CBS News is reporting that the person of interest has been identified. Okay, so CBS News is reporting that authorities have identified that person in those photos and the videos that they have been looking for. So they have a name of the person. That has not been released publicly. But again, CBS News saying that the person of interest has been identified. And again, WPRI is reporting that police have found evidence that the Brown University shooting and the murder of an MIT professor in the entryway of his building, apparently, where he lived at his home on Monday, WPRI reports that police have uncovered evidence that the two may be linked. CNN is also reporting that police are looking into a possible connection between the Brown University shooting and the shooting and killing of an MIT professor at his home on Monday. So we are bringing you live coverage. I am aware of the plane crash in North Carolina. I posted about it on my X account. Sadly, reportedly, Greg Biffle and his family were killed in a small plane crash in North Carolina today. We're not going to be focusing on that right now because I can only do one thing at a time. But I do want to mention that again, reportedly, Greg Biffle and his family, former NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family, were killed in a small plane crash in North Carolina. So if I see big updates on that, I'll certainly let you know. But condolences to, again, reportedly, Motorsport, which is a major motorsports outlet, they've reported it. So reportedly, he has been killed. And by the way, all right, so I will keep an eye on that. I will keep an eye on that. If I get major updates, I'll let you know. Back to the topic of the stream. NBC News Now. NBC News Now reports, Tom Winter of NBC News, police are looking into whether the Brown University shooting and the shooting and killing of an MIT professor 2 days later could be linked. That is now being reported by NBC News as well. So, we talked about this a couple days ago. We talked about it, how there was this mystery about this MIT professor, 47-year-old MIT professor, and he was a 47-year-old professor at MIT, Nuno Loureiro, a professor of nuclear science and engineering, also a professor of physics. And he was shot and killed apparently at his home. Witness report says in the entryway, in the foyer, lived in an apartment building. Shot and killed. Neighbor reported hearing several shots. There have been no suspects. No idea why this person was killed. Well, now we're hearing all these outlets saying police are looking into a link, and WPRI reports police have found evidence that how did they put it at WPRI? Police have found evidence showing the two crimes may be linked. Now, another question here is, suppose the same person did both of these things. Suppose that's the case. Well, that would mean the person was in Providence, Rhode Island on Saturday, and then they traveled to the Boston area and did that on Monday. So you have to wonder, could the person be targeting anyone else? If the two are linked, I mean, you worry anyway, even if they're not linked, you would worry that whoever did it might be going after somebody else. But if they are linked, if we have a shooting at Brown University, and then we have the shooting of an MIT professor, I mean, you also, if it's the same person, obviously you're going to wonder, where are they going to show up next? So it's a very concerning, and waiting to hear more. But again, CBS News is reporting that the person of interest has been identified. Now, we haven't gotten a name. I'm assuming we might hear a little more from law enforcement today. But very concerning news. And another point about all this is, if it's the same person that did both things, well, if it's the same person that did both things, that person, as of Monday, was not in Providence anymore. Now, I guess they could have gone back to Providence, but obviously, if the same person did both things on Monday, well, it was Monday night, I think. Is that when it was with the MIT professor? Let me just look this up here. But I mean, obviously, if the same person did both, then they were in the Boston area when they killed the MIT professor. We don't know the same person did both. Monday night is when the MIT professor was shot and killed in this big mystery. He was shot and killed in the foyer of his apartment building. Yes, it's about an hour drive between the two. So this is very worrying, very, very concerning. I'm going to be taking comments from you guys. I would have to think we're going to hear something from law enforcement, because all these different outlets are reporting on this possible connection now. But very concerning. And again, if the same person has done both crimes, obviously you're going to be worried that they're going to do something else. All right, so let me take some comments and questions from you guys. I want to thank our moderators. Hang on a moment. I'm actually going to show you guys also on a map what the distance is between these two locations. If you just give me a second here. Hang on one moment here. Yeah, it just, I would be pretty stunned if we didn't hear something soon from law enforcement with all this breaking news. Okay, so just to show you guys, driving wise with traffic, I'm pulling this up right now. Driving wise, I'm hearing two of myself. I'm hearing two of myself. I don't want to be hearing two of myself. Let's go back. Okay, here is a map on Google Maps. If you just give me a second, let me just get this positioned correctly. So this shows you the drive from Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island, to 9 Gibbs Street. I don't know if it was 9 exactly Gibbs Street. I've seen photos suggesting it was 9 Gibbs Street, but the professor lived on Gibbs Street in Brookline, Mass. So you can see, even with traffic, it's about an hour and 15-minute drive. With traffic, an hour, about 50-mile drive between the two locations. About 50-mile drive. Okay, let me thank our moderators. I want to take some comments from you guys. Thanks to Janet B, who's moderating. Ruth is moderating. Leslie Ladyhawk is moderating. Thank you. Oh, let me just finish thanking our moderators before saying anything else. Linda Bell, Glary, and Misha moderating on X. I Got That Fire, J. Joanid, Matthew Kohai 3 over on Twitch, moderating over there, and also our Facebook moderators I want to thank. Hang on a moment here. Kay Lowry Body's moderating over there. Thanks, Kay. And all of our other moderators, thank you. So, look, I said on the stream either yesterday or the day before, I said I felt like this MIT professor's story was flying under the radar, regardless of whether it was connected or not. It was this very strange, disturbing story of a 47-year-old MIT professor. People who knew him, you read articles, said him and the family were great. Prominent MIT professor Nuno Loureiro. Just to show you, that's his page at MIT. Professor of Nuclear Science and Engineering, Professor of Physics, Director of Plasma Science and Fusion Center. And he was just at 8:30 at night shot and killed in the entryway of his apartment building. Also, Brookline, Mass., I live not that far from there. It is not known as a place where you have lots of murders. Known as a safe area, and just the whole thing was just crazy sounding and very disturbing, and also so just even on its own, it just was a very disturbing story. I mean, of course, people get murdered all the time in disturbing circumstances, but the fact that this person was an MIT professor, at least to me, made you wonder, like, is there something else going on here? I don't know, Again, now we have a bunch of news outlets saying that police are looking into a connection between the two, and WPRI is reporting that evidence has been discovered by police which suggests there may be a connection between the two. We are going to bring you updates here, and we don't know if they're connected. We don't know. And I do want to emphasize again that CBS News is saying that police have identified the person of interest, that they know the name of the person of interest who they've been looking for, and that the manhunt still continues. Okay, so let's get you updated here. Let me take some comments from you guys. Again, I have a feeling we're going to get some more developments on this. Let's hope they can get this person in custody. Just give me one moment here. I'm just checking a couple things. Oh, here's a picture of him, by the way. Another picture of Nuno Loureiro. Shooting of MIT professor Nuno Loureiro has police searching for a suspect. Let's see here. Our viewer Tina says, yeah, he's dangerous. She means the suspect, I believe. East Coast Canadian girl says, I've seen nothing that they found the person, only report that they have a name. TE88 thinks that if they have a name of the person of interest in the Brown shooting, they should release a name and photos right now. Look, it's a fair... I understand this point. The point is, if it's really the case that police has identified the person of interest, one could argue that it might benefit them to release the name and pictures to get the public's help, although you could imagine maybe the police have reasons to not want to do that. You can imagine different reasons. Maybe they think it'll compromise their search for him in some way. They might not want people to take things into they might say, well, this person's a person of interest, but we're worried that if we put the name out there, someone will go after this person, when that person has not been convicted of anything. So there's different reasons why they might not, but they might. So I would just, as I've said, with all of this attention and all this new information being reported, I have to think we'll hear something from law enforcement soon. Bluesy Girl says, Hitmen, Jewish Pickles says, might be Iran. I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about who might have done either of these things, except that we have those pictures of the person in the videos that the police have released in the Brown University shooting manhunt search. I have, one of our viewers says, I wonder if they'll release the name of the person. Let's see here. Normally also, they've been having the Brown University shooting press conferences roughly 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern time. Yesterday, I believe it was 4. They did say they were going to have one today. They already said they're going to have one today. So one's scheduled to happen today. I'm not aware that they have announced a specific time for it yet. But no. There's no specific time announced for the one today. A quick thank you to Vanessa. Vanessa thinks it has to be connected. Thank you, Vanessa, and Dodger Blue to you, who says, are we talking about some sort of serial killer situation? I think one thing people might think of is the marathon bombers, the Boston Marathon bombers years ago, where after the bombing, I think several days, they killed an MIT police officer, if I have that right. But that was not, if my memory serves right in that case, they didn't set out to target the MIT police officer. I'd have to go back and look, but my memory of that is that they weren't targeting that person. They were basically on the run at the time. Now, this seems like possibly too targeted. I have a hard time thinking that if the same person did this, they went 50 miles away and killed an MIT professor because they were on the run from the first crime. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, it's certainly it's very concerning if you think the same person did both, because you think, well, do they have this list of things that they're going to do or they want to do? And if the person traveled already between one and the other scene, well, where are they going to go next? Yeah, Scott said they just wanted the MIT police officer's gun. I don't want to get too off track on that, but that rings true to me. I would just, if I can quickly look it up. But again, I just wanted to mention that. Yeah, so I'm looking at the Wikipedia article about the Boston Marathon bombers, and they say that the Tsarnaev brothers ambushed and shot a MIT police officer, shot him 6 times, and they were attempting to steal his gun. Anyways, though, so I don't want to get too caught up on that. Let me keep checking for updates here, because I just feel like things are going to be developing with this, and it has that feeling of things developing right now. Oh, by the way, a quick thanks to Vanessa and Rexy Rabbit, Dodger Blue, Kim Covina, Wardy86, Shaft, thanks for the memberships, Kenneth Colton, and Kenneth's son Joel, PJC, Allison Fowler, thanks Rick Iser and THX1974 for the memberships, and Pear Tree. And also, hang on a moment here. One moment. Thanks to Hair Sharfy on Twitch and Cassie XO on Twitch. Right, give me a moment here. So again, the authorities in Providence yesterday said, we're doing another press conference tomorrow. I have not yet heard an announcement of when that press conference is going to be. Rexy Rabbit says, recall at the Brown press conference afterward, they said there is no threat to the public. I'd have to go back to see the exact wording. I don't want to misquote them, but I understand what you're saying, Rexy Rabbit. Now, and also a couple days ago, I believe maybe Tuesday, the day after the shooting and killing of the MIT professor happened, the press conference about the Brown shooting, it was asked about the MIT professor. And if I remember right, I believe FBI's Ted Dock said at the time something like, there's no evidence of a connection yet. But he didn't categorically say, no, we've ruled it out. He said something like, we don't have, there hasn't been evidence of that yet, but, he said something like, we'll look into it, or if I have anything, I'll let you know. My memory is that they did not say on Tuesday, no, it's totally not connected. The idea on Tuesday was, we're not aware of evidence yet of them being connected, which is certainly believable. I mean, that was that the shooting had happened Monday night, and I believe that press conference was Tuesday afternoon. So, hang on a moment here. Hold on. I just saw something. Oh, okay. WJAR reports, I believe they're in Rhode Island as well, WJAR. Aren't they in Providence? Yeah, Providence, Rhode Island surrounding area. They're reporting that investigators are leaving open the possibility that the Brown shooting and MIT professor shooting are linked. But again, WPRI is reporting that police have found evidence that shows the two crimes may be linked. That is from WPRI. Police have found evidence that shows the two crimes may be linked. Okay, Boston 25 News now is also reporting that investigators have identified the Brown University suspected shooter. So, multiple news outlets are now reporting that that police have identified the person in those photos and videos, that person of interest in the Brown University shooting. Okay? And, but again, is this the same person that shot and killed an MIT professor 2 days later in the Boston area? I do want to give you a quick update on something else we'll keep an eye on, because I know people will bring it up in the chat. Reminder. For months now, U.S. planes, military planes, have been flying near Venezuela. If you go to Flight Radar 24 right now, you will see this is a fighter jet right there, a U.S. Navy fighter jet, maybe about 50, 100 miles, I don't know, off the coast of Venezuela. There's a second fighter jet right there, and there is an electronic warfare aircraft, and there's a second electronic warfare aircraft. There were two up there yesterday. So, four aircraft, U.S. aircraft, north of Venezuela. Again, this has been a regular occurrence for months, for a couple months now. So, it's not really anything hugely different to see that. Personally, I find it hard to believe that if U.S. planes were attacking Venezuela, they would have their transponders on and you'd see them on Flight Radar 24. But at the same time, it's something I'll keep an eye on. So I am aware of it, but I just want to, again, emphasize to people that this has been a regular occurrence to have this kind of thing going on. So that's flightradar24.com. You can go there and check that out. Yes, I did say earlier on the broadcast, and I did post a while ago on my X account, Greg Biffle, former NASCAR driver Greg Biffle, sadly, it's reported that he and his family died in a small plane crash in North Carolina. Certainly condolences to his family. That's terrible news. If I get big updates on that, I'll let you know. So again, Fox 25 also now reporting Boston that the person of interest has been identified. Give me a moment here. One moment. Oh, Fox Boston reports that investigators learned the identity of the suspected shooter sometime late last night, and they have been looking for him ever since. Okay, so Fox 25 Boston. Authorities identified the name of the Brown University shooter late last night. And they have been looking for him ever since. The Brown University shooting, suspected shooter. So again, Fox 25 Boston, the local Fox outlet in Boston reports that late last night, late last night, late Wednesday night, police identified the name of the person of interest, the suspected shooter in the Brown University shooting, and they have been looking for him ever since. Is there going to be a press conference? There was supposed to be a press conference today. I haven't heard anything about one today. Yesterday they said there was going to be one. I would be stunned if there was, as I've been saying, with all of this reporting coming out, I'd be shocked if we didn't hear something soon from law enforcement. Brian Crandall, who was with NBC 10, Brian Crandall with NBC 10, which I think is in Rhode Island, he says that the time of the press briefing today on the Brown University shooting now seems up in the air. I think maybe if there had been no big updates, they would have just had it around the same time. Yesterday it was 4 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what's going to happen now. Now, the other thing, so, we've been focusing on Providence, right? But if police think that the same person might have gone to Boston and killed an MIT professor on Monday night in Brookline, Mass., just outside of Boston, well, I mean, where is the person? Then, I'm in the Boston area. So, there's been this focus on Providence, but if you think that possibly the same person went to Boston, well, it would seem like you should be just as worried about the person who might be in the Boston area or somebody else, somewhere else, but certainly could be in the Boston area, right? So, it's very, very, very worrisome. Give me a moment here. And let me just pull this up for you. I want to take some comments from you guys. But there is a lot going on at the moment, guys. A lot is going on at the moment. Here, look. There's the guy. So the reporting suggests that police now know who this person is, that they have a name of this person. That's what the reporting is suggesting right now. That police now, but multiple outlets say police know his name. Now, a whole other disturbing aspect of this is if the same person did both. We don't know that that's the case. If the same person did both. Remember, the Brown shooting was on Saturday, and the shooting of the MIT professor was Monday night. On Sunday, if I remember right, it was Sunday, was it not, that the authorities took a person of interest into custody. And then if I remember right, wasn't it Sunday night that they said, oh, we're releasing the person in a surprise announcement? If I remember right, that was Sunday, wasn't it? The Celt thinks he has probably left the country by now, or is being held in a safe house with Antifa lot. Well, I have no idea if the same person did both things. I don't know what their any kind of motivation. I can't speak to that. Now, one story writer says linked may also mean a team or an organization, not necessarily single shooter. So it's a fair point, thank you, one story writer, that a connection between the two doesn't need to be the same person. It could be different people. I think the simpler connection would be the same person. Because if you're talking about different people, then you're talking about this whole organized thing. Not to say that couldn't be the case, but the simpler explanation, if there's a connection, is that would be the same person. But yeah, certainly we have to see where this is all going. Thank you, one story writer, also Sean Samuels. Sean, person of interest too. Yeah, Sean, I have not heard anything more about. There was a person they were looking for yesterday, not a person of interest, but someone who was in proximity to the person of interest, because they wanted to talk to that person. Maybe because they thought they knew this person of interest or had talked to the person of interest. It was unclear. But we don't have an update on whether they ever found that person or identified that person. The person in proximity to the person of interest. I don't have an update for you. That's this person right here on the right there. That's a person who was in proximity of the person of interest. That's not the person of interest, but they were looking for that person. I have no idea if they identified that person, if they found that person or what. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Birdman. Thanks, Mary McHugh, Spin City News, Downey Lynn, Rexy Rabbit. Okay, let's see if we have more updates here. It just feels like a lot is developing here. Hang on a moment. And if the same person happened to do it, very concerning, obviously, that... very concerning that you could have another incident as well. Ted Nesi with WPRI says the 4 p.m. briefing has been postponed indefinitely amid fast-moving developments. So the 4 p.m. briefing that was supposed to happen today has been postponed indefinitely, according to Ted Nesi of WPRI, given all of the developments that have been going on. AP also reporting that police are investigating possible connection between the two. Look, right here. Here you go. Police are investigating link between Brown shooting and killing of MIT professor. They're all right, listen to this. Authorities are investigating a connection between the shooting at Brown University and the killing of an MIT professor, according to 3 people familiar with the matter who were not authorized to discuss an ongoing investigation and spoke on condition of anonymity. 2 of the people said today that investigators had identified a person of interest in the shootings. Which shootings? In both or just the Brown ones? That's a little unclear. So the reporting I've heard is that police have identified a person of interest in the Brown shootings. It would certainly be a huge news if they identified people of interest in both shootings. And to remind you, by the way, our viewer Mad Hatter says, I knew it, no way it wasn't connected. Remember, Boston 25 Fox says that police identified the Brown shooting suspect's name late last night. Brown and MIT are about, Brookline, Mass., which is where the MIT professor lives or lived, it's about a 1-hour drive, 50 miles. Right now there's traffic, an hour and 15 minutes. It's not 50 miles. 50 miles. Roughly 1 hour drive. Yes, the press conference has been delayed indefinitely, according to WPRI. Wow. All right, so this is breaking news. A lot developing on this. We are going to keep you updated here, and it just feels like a lot is developing, waiting to hear more from the authorities. Hang on a moment here. And we're talking about this connection, but it's a big story in itself. It's a big story in itself if police have identified who this man is. If multiple outlets say they know who he is. So if they know who he is, I would certainly think that would help searching him. I don't know if that they have records of a car or a cell phone, or maybe if they know who he is, they know where he lives and they could go search his place, or they could talk to relatives or people who know him. But that's obviously a big thing if they know who he is. ZZYGYY says he could already be in custody at this moment. Authorities cleaning his social media footprint. I mean, I would think if they had him in custody, they would announce it pretty fast, but I can't say for sure. Snack says, hope they find him. Breaking news from Fox. Brian Yanis with Fox News says Providence police have identified the Brown University shooter and have a warrant. And also they are investigating a possible link between Brown and MIT professor murder. So Fox News, via Brian Yanis, reports, Fox News, that police have identified the Brown University shooter. They have a warrant of some sort, and they are investigating a possible link between Brown shooting and MIT professor being murdered on Monday night. The authorities are going to have to say something at some point because, we have all these different news outlets reporting that the person of interest has been identified, that police are investigating a connection between the two crimes. Again, there was supposed to be a 4 p.m. update from authorities about the Brown shooting, which was regularly scheduled. That reportedly has been postponed indefinitely. That's an interesting report from Fox News, though, that Providence police have a warrant. They've identified the suspected shooter and they have a warrant. I don't know if the warrant's for his place or something. I don't even know if they think the same person did both things or might have done both things. I don't even know, where does the person live? Does the person live in the Providence area? Does the person live in the Boston area? Do they live just somewhere else? Thank you, Nina Drew, by the way. Now, the other thing is, another thought I have is the person apparently is still out there. If the same person did both things, even if they're not the case, but whether or not the same person did both things. If you have these reports out there now in the press, oh, they've identified the shooter. They've identified the Brown University shooting suspect. Well, if the person's running around and they hear these reports, then do they start getting desperate? Who knows what they do? You know what I'm saying? It's a very delicate situation right now. Then, another problem is we see all these different news outlets who are apparently getting this stuff leaked saying, yes, the police have identified a suspect, a person of interest. They're looking into a connection between the two crimes. WPRI says that police have found evidence that the two crimes may be connected. But, you go long enough, and I wouldn't be surprised to hear a news outlet mention a name, right? And then, so if you're the authorities, you might not want to have things out there, and you might not want to make announcements for understandable reasons. The problem is, if you don't, then the leaks can outrun you. I mean, we've seen this happen when we're covering crime stuff, that leaks just start happening and news outlets start reporting things, and if the official sources, if the officials don't say it, you start seeing it in the press. And so, like one of our viewers, LL, says name will probably leak soon. So, if you want to be in control of the information flow, you might need to release more stuff if you're the police, because, we're seeing stuff get leaked. By the way, Ted Nessie, I reposted this before and I forgot I reposted it. Ted Nessie with WPRI in Providence says, law enforcement sources sound increasingly confident in this connection between the Brown shooting and the MIT slaying, a change from 48 hours ago when the FBI said they had no evidence of a connection. So again, WPRI is reporting, Ted Nessie, law enforcement sources sound increasingly confident in a connection between the Brown University shooting and the shooting and killing Monday night of an MIT professor in the entryway of his apartment building around 8:30 p.m. In Brookline, Mass, near Boston. Oh, also, another good, something else I missed that Ted Nessie reported from WPRI. Ted Nessie from WPRI reported that all 6 students still being treated in the Brown shooting are in stable condition. One was critical but stable, but he's been updated to stable. It's a little confusing because stable isn't an absolute condition. It basically means not getting worse or better. Well, not getting worse, I think, is the important thing. So anyways, but all 6 are now being called stable. And three have been discharged. That's from Ted Nessie. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned helicopters. I don't know that helicopters in East Boston would be related to this. There's a TV helicopter, it looks like. But that's not over Brookline, interestingly. There might be something else going on in Boston. There's a TV helicopter circling in Boston, but that's not Brookline. Now maybe it's showing MIT. I don't know. It's closer to MIT, but MIT is over here. MIT is here, and Brookline is over here. So that's not. Presumably, if it was. Who knows, though? I haven't heard anything. That's just what. And then is there one or two? There's just one. That's on Flight Radar 24. Anyways, I live in Boston. I have not heard any kind of local reporting of any search activity or anything like that. I'll let you know if I do. I follow a lot of Boston outlets too. Okay. So again, Fox News is reporting, multiple outlets, CBS News, Fox News, I believe AP, they've all said that, they all say that police have identified this guy, the suspected shooter. All these outlets say they've identified him. Multiple outlets say they're exploring a connection between this and the shooting of an MIT professor 2 days later and killing of an MIT professor 2 days later. And WPRI says that they have evidence that shows there may be a link, and that law enforcement is increasingly confident of a link between the two crimes. The press briefing has been postponed indefinitely, reportedly. That was supposed to happen around 4 p.m. today, Eastern Time. And again, if the same person did both things, is there someone else? Is there some other target they might have? Let's hope not. But, you know, if they on Saturday went to Brown and shot up a classroom, and then Monday, if the same person assassinated an MIT professor, you know, you think Brown, MIT, these are both very highly ranked Northeastern colleges, right? So I hope if it's the same person, they're not planning on doing something else. All right, give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Very concerning. Prestigious schools, says Happy Jack. Yeah, so it's very concerning. Thanks, NorCal JB, who says, could a common denominator be political party or physics? I don't know. I mean, the classroom that was, the shooting happened at a review session for an introductory economics course in Brown. This professor who was killed was a professor of physics and nuclear science and engineering. I don't even know if the same person did it. I don't know that. Well, I mean, I don't know that they knew what classroom they were walking into. It would seem weird. The MIT professor was not killed on campus. They were killed at their home. So, I mean, it doesn't really make sense that that a person would not, if somebody wanted to target that person, I can't imagine that somebody wanted to target any MIT professor and just so happened to show up at the home of an MIT professor in Brookline. That seems like if somebody was targeting an MIT professor, they would have to be targeting that specific person to go to their home. Yeah, so I can't say, you know, we don't know if they're connected, if they are connected, what's the nature of the connection, just don't know. Thank you, Senator Funstein. Senator Funstein, I'm not going to mention a name. A couple days ago, there was a lot of speculation on the internet claiming that the university was removing web pages of someone because they were the shooting suspect. And the university came out and said, they released a statement criticizing this internet speculation. They said in the statement that that they could remove pages for a person's safety, So and they implied in their statement that the person the internet was speculating about had nothing to do with this. That was the implication of their statement. I'm not going to say a name. As I said back then, I don't want to start saying names of internet speculation because regularly when we cover crimes, the internet speculates and puts names out, and regularly they turn out to be false. It could turn out that they're true. It could turn out that way, but I'm not going to start putting a person's name out based on internet speculation when there's a decent chance it could end up being false. And then you've identified somebody as a shooting suspect when it turns out they're not. So, the Attorney General was critical of that speculation a couple days ago in a press conference. So that's all I can tell you about that. But I'm not going to discuss the name. But my guess is if you heard a name, maybe it was that one possibly. Thank you, Senator Funstein. I appreciate it. Also, thanks Captain Jerry Donnelly, Christine Simmer, Martin Gingrich. Did the victims share ethnicity? I don't know. Some people online have claimed that the MIT professor was Jewish. I have no idea if they were. I just don't know. So as to other things they might have shared, I don't know. Let's see here. Thanks, Uneldo, Janet B. Thank you, Janet B. And I want to thank our moderators who are here. We have Ruth is moderating, Janet B. is moderating, Chromite is moderating, and we have Kay Lowry Body is moderating on Facebook. Thank you very much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Margaret Riley is moderating on Facebook. Twitch. I got that fire. J. Joanne, Matthew Kohai 3. Thank you. Look, I mean, if there is a connection, one connection is that both of these crimes involve these prominent, distinguished Northeastern schools. Now, there could be some other connection too, but I mean, if the same person did both of these things, who knows what they were thinking? Sometimes when there's a prominent crime, you see a manifesto from someone and it kind of doesn't even make sense, right? So I can't say if they're both connected, what the motivation is. I mean, there's the obvious connection of the elite schools, but I mean, if the same person did do this, there's no guarantee that if you heard their reasoning, it would even make sense to you. I don't know. We just don't know right now. But I would not assume that my point is that there. Who knows what if the same person did it? Why they targeted these two specific targets? And as I said, it's possible that if the same person did it and they told police what they were thinking, it might not even make a lot of sense. Or maybe, maybe it would be comprehensible, maybe it wouldn't. I just don't know. That wouldn't be a justification. Obviously, it's unjustifiable to do this. But that's my point. So, we'll have to just see how this all plays out. CBS News is now saying authorities are investigating possible ties between the two incidents. To me, it was totally normal to think there possibly could be a connection. That's not crazy thinking. We talked about it 2 days ago when the news came out. Didn't have to be a connection, but when you hear when a 47-year-old MIT professor gets killed at 8:30 p.m. at his apartment building, and there's no suspect. I mean, it seems like a very, very odd thing in itself. Yeah, again, multiple outlets now are saying that the person, the brown suspected shooter has been identified. Okay, let's take some comments from you guys, bringing you updates. It just feels like more news is going to end up coming out on this. Oh, hold on a second here. What is this? Hold on. One of our viewers mentioned something. Just give me a moment here. One moment. I want to check this myself. Doesn't say it in their story. Live updates here. WPRI says there will be a briefing at some point in the evening. WPRI says there will be a briefing on the status of the Brown University shooting investigation at some point this evening. Okay, that's from WPRI. They just posted this. They said there will be a briefing on the status of our investigation at some point this evening. And that was an announcement just made in the briefing room. Just a few minutes ago, that came out from WPRI. So I want to mention that again. WPRI says that they just announced a few minutes ago in the briefing room that there will be a briefing on the status of the Brown University shooting investigation at some point this evening. Okay. I might need to have to get our ticker up on the screen. Okay. Multiple outlets report that police have identified the suspected Brown University shooter and that they are exploring a possible connection with the shooting and killing of an MIT professor Monday night in Brookline, Massachusetts, roughly an hour drive away from Brown. WPRI reports police have found evidence that, hold on, I want to phrase this correctly. Police have found evidence showing the two crimes may be linked, and also reports a press briefing will be held at some point this evening. Okay. Wow. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Looking at a lot of things here. Yes, the 4 p.m. after the scheduled 4 p.m. briefing has been delayed. Yes. Oh, CNN says a news conference will happen soon. Soon. So again, CNN is also reporting that the news conference was delayed. There was supposed to be one at 4 p.m. and it's not happening. Clearly major developments going on. Clearly major developments going on. Hold on, there's a typo in my headline here. Yeah, when you have the briefings get delayed, that means something's up. One of our viewers said NBC said 30 minutes? Hang on a moment. Ted Daniel, he's a reporter with 25 Boston. He says the press news conference at 4 p.m. has been delayed with no new time announced. Wow. There's a lot developing with this story right now. A lot is going on. We are bringing you the latest updates. I want to take some comments from you guys. I'm just checking for updates. Give me one moment here. Thanks for your patience. People are sending me things too, and I want to just check through those as well. All right, so again, just to summarize what's going on, let's just summarize this one more time. Then we'll take some comments from you guys. A lot of breaking news right now on this story. So, multiple outlets, many Fox News, AP, CBS News, others report that police have identified this guy, that they have a name of this guy, the suspect in the Brown University shooting. Fox 25 Boston said they got his name last night and they are looking for him. Fox News says they have his name in some sort of warrant. Okay, so that's big thing number one. Big thing number two is that multiple outlets say police are exploring a link, possible link, between the killing, the Brown University shooting, and the shooting and killing of this man, MIT professor Nuno Loureiro, who was shot and killed Monday night at his home at 8:30 p.m. in Brookline, Massachusetts, about an hour drive away. And WPRI reports that police have uncovered evidence that shows the two may be linked. And WPRI also reports that police are increasingly confident in a link. Also, the 4 p.m. press briefing has been delayed. There's supposed to be some other update tonight, some update at some point, but the 4 p.m. press briefing has been delayed. So what is his name? We don't know. Will police release the name of the suspect? I don't know. That's a good question. El Dorado says, do you think they will release the name prior to arrest? Yeah, some of our viewers are saying that a couple of helicopters are flying in East Boston. I mean, look, I live in Boston, and I haven't heard any kind of reporting about new developments. One of the helicopters I saw when I just checked was a TV helicopter. So now this helicopter, that's a news helicopter right there. That's a news helicopter. There was another news helicopter flying in this area. Now, the thing is, that's flying sort of near MIT. In theory, it could be a news helicopter getting a shot of MIT for the news. It's not flying over MIT. It's not flying over Brookline, Mass., which is where the guy was, the professor was killed in Brookline, Massachusetts, which is over here. So, yeah, there could be something going on there, but if there is, I can't tell you what it is. I've heard literally no reporting in Boston about something major going on in this area. I'll let you know if I do. Now, but it's not this is a news helicopter. That's not a police helicopter. So I would think if there's some huge thing that the news is covering there related to this, it'd be reported. But I haven't seen 7 News Boston reporting anything about this. I don't know why local news would be out there sitting on some big story. I would think if the local 7 station has some big update, they're going to report that, and I haven't heard it yet. If I hear anything, I'll let you know as soon as I do. But I don't know why they'd send a helicopter out there to cover some big development and not be reporting on it. Could be a traffic feed, Big Boy Bill says. Yeah, it could be. So, yeah. John Barkham says, I live 10 minutes away from Brookline. There are no helicopters in the air. I think if there's some big search activity in Boston, you'll hear about it. Hey, thanks, Kristen Gates, for your support. Hang on a moment here. Thank you, Who Shot JR. Thank you, Dog Bees, over on Twitch. There's a fast developing story here. And when are we going to hear from law enforcement? Give me a moment. Let me just check a couple things for you. Yeah, you will definitely be hearing more. It's just gotten to that point where law enforcement's going to have to say more about this. Brittany says maybe his kid got rejected from both schools' programs. Jane Jones thinks this person is on a killing spree of people at colleges and universities. Thank you, AZ Intel's dad, by the way, and Boss Maddock. American Girl says, I think the guy is long gone. If it's the same person who did the shooting, if it's the same person who did the shooting at Brown on Monday and did the shooting in Brookline, Massachusetts on, the shooting at Brown on Saturday afternoon and the shooting in Boston, well, outside of Boston in Brookline, on Monday night, if that's the same person, they've clearly shown that they have the ability and desire to change locations. Fortunately, we haven't heard about any other university shootings since then. Fox News reports that there will be a Brown shooting update soon. That's what Fox News says, soon. I've heard nothing about timing. I don't see it scheduled. But again, Fox News claims it's going to be soon. What are we going to hear about this next? Does the person who did the Brown shooting, are they aware of all of this reporting now, saying that police have identified him and that they're looking into a connection between the two incidents? Is that person following the coverage? One of the viewers said, how is there no Ring camera footage in the MIT professor shooting? Saw says, there could be. We don't know. We don't know what footage and evidence police have in the MIT shooting. If they are connected, maybe that has helped police figure out who the person is. But the police have not released evidence. I don't even believe there's been a press conference about the MIT professor shooting at this point. But there certain could be evidence that we're not aware of. Again, it has seemed to me, as I've said before, as I said a couple days ago, that the MIT professor story was kind of flying under the radar. It was pretty shocking. I do really wonder, like you guys, I'm really wondering if if police are going to release the name. WCVB TV Boston, ABC News local outlet, they also say, oh, breaking news. This is the report from WCVB. Wow. Local news outlet WCVB says, breaking news. WCVB Boston says police have identified a person they believe is connected to both incidents. Police have identified a person they believe is connected to the mass shooting at Brown University and and the killing of an MIT professor, sources tell 5 investigates. This is Channel 5 Boston, one of the local stations here. They are now reporting that police have identified a person they believe is connected to both the Brown University and the MIT professor shootings. Breaking news. Wow. There is an active search ongoing. So they are reporting that a person has been identified who police believe is connected to both incidents. Wow. That's a new report from WCVB Boston, guys. ABC News says the information about a possible connection between the 2 incidents was developed in the last 24 hours as detectives working on both cases compared notes. Sources told ABC News. Wow. Hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. So again, Channel 5 Boston reporting a person has been identified who police believe is involved in both of these shootings. All right, so again, look, I said it before. The longer, I don't know how long the officials are going to wait to speak, and I know they might want to keep stuff under wraps, but the longer they wait, it's just more stuff is going to leak. And as I said before, I would not be surprised if they wait long enough. I would not be surprised if a name starts leaking out. Because clearly, these various news outlets have sources inside law enforcement. Let me update this here. My ticker. So WCVB Boston reports police have identified a man they believe is connected to both shootings. Wow. All right, we're bringing you live updates. All right, hold on a second. Somebody just posted something. They said there's an update. One of our viewers said there's an update. Let me check this. Thanks for letting me know. Hang on a moment, guys. Give me a moment. The New York Times says the authorities believe the rented vehicle. Okay, the New York Times, thanks. The New York Times is reporting on this. The New York Times says investigators are searching for a car that the Brown shooter is believed to have rented, and the authorities believe the rented vehicle is the same make and model of the car identified in connection with the MIT professor shooting. Wow. 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 Thanks for mentioning that in our chat. So the New York Times says authorities believe same Brown shooter used rented vehicle that is same make and model of car used in car connected to shooting of MIT professor. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. Thanks for mentioning that. That is from the New York Times, guys. Again, federal investigators are searching for the individual and a car the person is believed to have rented. The authorities believe that vehicle is the same make and model of a car identified in connection with the shooting of an MIT professor. Wow. Wow. Okay. So, I just want to say this again. Thanks so much to our viewer who pointed this out. The New York Times is reporting that authorities are searching. Now, like lots of other outlets, they're saying that the police have identified this person, the suspected Brown University shooter. The Times is saying that police are also looking for a rental car that the Brown shooter is believed to have rented that is the same make and model of a car that's connected to the shooting and killing of the MIT professor. Wow. Wow. Well, if the person has a car, who knows? Who knows where they are? If the person drove from one to the other. I'm going to change the headline here. Reports. Police believe Brown shooting linked to murder of MIT professor. The New York Times reports the same vehicle a vehicle Okay. There's a lot going on right now. There is a lot going on right now. Let me see if I can get you more updates, but this is a fast developing story. Give me one moment here. I'm just checking for updates. Hang on one moment. Wow. Oh, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. It's not clear. That report is not clear. Okay. So let me check our. I'm checking out the chat as well. Thanks to our chat for letting me know what you're hearing. And I know people are sending me messages. I got to check those out as well. So again, police reportedly have identified this man, the suspected shooter in the Brown University shooting. Multiple reports say police believe that the person who did this multiple reports say they believe that the Brown University shooting is connected to the killing 2 days later, the shooting and killing of an MIT professor outside of Boston. Okay. Oh, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Yeah, there is a feed from the press room, but there's nothing going on in the press room. If a press conference is scheduled, I will certainly let you know. Hold on. I think I have it. No, I don't have it. Yeah, I can get it. Hold on. When is the briefing supposed to be? I might have to get it up on the screen here. Hold on one second. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. I'm going to pull this up on the screen for you. I'm going to get it from I'll buy it from AP because I don't have the free version right now. All right, here we go. I don't know when this is going to happen, but I am going to get that feed for you. So I'm going to put it on the screen right now. I'm going to get the feed of the press room right now for you. Trying to. Did that work? Let's see if it worked. Okay. Give me a moment. I'm going to put it on the screen. I am going to get it up on the screen for you right now. We're going to get it on the screen for you. Are you ready? Should be there in a second. I hope. Oh, here it is. I got it now. All right, guys. Here it is. Look what we have for you. Right here. There is the feed from the room. I'm going to turn down the volume there. So let me put this up there. Live, Providence, Rhode Island. Video by WCVB via AP. So we have the video from the room. There it is. Nothing's happening yet. In the meantime, let me get you updates. But we do have the live shot for you. All right, give me a moment here. Well, there's a lot going on, checking different sources. Where is that other report here? Oh, breaking news. So the New York Times, I told you the New York Times said that the New York Times says police are looking for a vehicle that the Brown shooter rented. That's the same make and model of a vehicle that is connected to the MIT professor shooting. The Times says an alert issued to police in the Boston area directed officers to look for the car and warned that anyone in it could be armed, dangerous, and wanted in connection with the MIT professor shooting. The alert did not mention the shooting at Brown. So again, Boston sent out an alert to look for this car, warning that anyone in it could be armed and dangerous and wanted and connected with the MIT professor murder. Wow. There's a lot going on right now. Oh, hold on a second. Give me a moment. I know people are sending me things. I want to just keep checking through what people are sending me, and people are saying things in the chat. Excuse me. Reverend Joe Soul says, I wonder who else is on this guy's list. I hope they catch him fast. Yeah, certainly, you have to be very concerned that this person, if it's the same person, might try to act against somebody else. Black Iris is wondering if there are ring cams or traffic cams of the MIT related to the MIT professor murder. We just don't know. We don't know what evidence police have about the MIT professor murder, but we're hearing reporting that they're looking in Boston for a certain car. Bruise and Hound says, if Providence police have a warrant, wouldn't that mean the person lives or has a residence in Providence? I don't know if the Providence police have a warrant. Fox News reported police had a warrant, but they didn't get specific on what the warrant was. So I haven't heard specifically about any specifics about that warrant. Oh, hold on. Facebook is, I guess I have to restart Facebook. I have to restart Facebook. Give me a second here. I don't know why. Facebook is it's just constant problems with Facebook, constant issues. I have to restart the Facebook stream. Give me one moment. I will restart Facebook. I will restart it. Never have those problems with the other platforms, but have it with Facebook. So I'm going to restart it on Facebook. Okay, give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'm checking different outlets. We're checking for updates. Oh, what? I didn't put up the, I didn't have the, sorry, I meant to have the ticker up. I have this whole ticker with updates and I didn't put it on the screen over here. Well, that's stupid. Hold on, guys. There's the ticker with all the updates right there. Again, WCVB reports that police have identified a person involved in both the Brown University shooting and the murder of the MIT professor 2 days later. Multiple outlets report that the suspected shooter in the Brown shooting has been identified. The New York Times reports that police are looking for the same make and model car, rental car, in connection with both crimes. There is supposed to be a press conference at some point. We don't know when. The 4 p.m. one got delayed. CBS News, news alert, news update. CBS News reports that an arrest warrant has been issued for a suspect in the Brown University shooting. Again, CBS News reports an arrest warrant has been issued for a suspect in the Brown University shooting. I don't have a name for you. Guys, I'm checking a bunch of different reports here. Yeah, I'm not going to turn on a scanner right now because I don't even know where the scanner would be. I mean, Providence, Boston. I don't, it's just like, so. And then it can get in the way of everything else. So if I'm aware that there's some kind of, if I hear that there's some kind of scanner that's actively talking about this, I'll turn it on. But otherwise, it's going to get in the way of everything, and we won't even know if we're listening to the right city for anything. So yeah, if you hear that they're talking about it, please let me know. That would be great, and I'll put it on if I can see it, if I have it. Also, some people are talking about helicopter activity in Massachusetts, but I mean, I think there's probably regularly helicopter activity in Massachusetts. I live in Massachusetts. I have not heard any news outlet report about any kind of search going on. If I do, I'll certainly let you know. But I mean, just because there's a helicopter flying over somewhere in Massachusetts doesn't mean that that's where there's search activity happening or something. I mean, they could be flying over for all kinds of things. There's a WBZ helicopter flying down here for whatever that's worth. And then there's another helicopter, TV helicopter here. But again, I can't imagine that if TV helicopters are going somewhere to cover a big story in Boston related to this, they're going to report on it. They're not going to sit on it and keep it secret from everybody. So as soon as I hear anything that suggests that there's something related to this going on, I'll let you know. Oh, sorry. I want to go back. I got to go back to this. Sorry. Back right here. Here we go. We want to stay on that. All right, let's see if we have any new updates here. Maybe they'll speak soon. Waiting for law enforcement to speak. Let me do something real quick here. Let me do something. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment here. Thanks for your patience. Give me a moment. Breaking news. Breaking news. Ted Daniel of Boston 25 News. Breaking news. Ted Daniel of Boston 25 News reports there is FBI activity in the Boston area related to the manhunt. Breaking news. Again, Fox 25 News reports Boston, there is FBI activity in the Boston area related to the manhunt for the Brown University shooter. Okay? That is from Ted Daniel of Boston 25 News. FBI activity in the Boston area. Now, there are some helicopters in southern Massachusetts in similar areas, but I don't really know what these are doing there. This is a Massachusetts State Police helicopter here. And then there's a news helicopter here. And then there's a news helicopter down here. That's a Massachusetts State Police helicopter south of Boston. I don't know if that has anything to do with this. Give me one moment here. Let me just do something real quick. Hang on. I got to do something real quick. Give me a moment. Again, there is yes, so Channel 25 Boston says that there is investigative activity now in Massachusetts related to this shooter. Now, I want to put let me get I don't want to cover up the screen showing the feed. So I got to get that feed up for you. What I'll do is I'll put this in the corner maybe. This is our live shot right here. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on the press room. And I don't know if the stuff on flight radar is related to the search. Now, a Boston police scanner is not going to get down here is not Boston. So I'll see if I can find a scanner, but again, those helicopters are well south of Boston. So that's not going to be on the Boston police scanner. Maybe Mass State Police or something. I'll have to look. I don't know. Just give me a moment here. But again, FBI, Fox 25 Boston reports FBI activity is going on in the Boston area. Okay, so I put that in the ticker. Okay. Now Let me check out one thing. I don't know if this scanner is going to help things at all, but there's one scanner I want to check out. This is
93 south at 95 for a 2-car with airbag deployment. Reading's en route, and I'll start you at 12.
This is Eastern Massachusetts State Police, but it might be more of a bother than it's a help. So we'll try it for a second. Eastern Massachusetts State Police. I don't know if that's going to. Yeah. This.
23 to A1.
Hang on.
Sir, I'll be coming up to that 16 in the left median prior to the Clover Leaf. I just made the flip that Commerce Way, sir. I'm going to be taking the left lane once I get on scene. I'll advise.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, I don't know that this scanner is going to be any help at all. But we'll listen to a couple minutes of it, and it might just get in the way, and we'll see.
to A6. A6. Oh God, this is on the floor.
TMZ.
All set, trooper.
TMZ says that a federal law enforcement source tells TMZ that authorities are now looking into whether the fields of physics and engineering are a factor in the murders linking the two cases. Now, remember, though, the classroom that the shooter went into in Brown was doing, it was an economics review section. It was an economics review section. Now, maybe the person didn't know what he was going into, but anyways, I don't know. But that was an economics review session, the classroom at Brown University. Oh, but yes, you're right. Of course, as our viewers are saying, the building, correct, housed the physics and engineering department. Fair enough. Right. So the building housed the physics and engineering departments, I believe. School of Physics, Department of Engineering. So that's true. That's that building where the shooting was in Brown. That's a good point. The professor who was killed at MIT was a professor. He was a professor of physics and also a professor of, hold on a second here. Hang on. He was a professor of nuclear science and engineering and also of physics. We got some helicopters up here. Here's the state police helicopter is circling right there. That's a state police helicopter. Right there, state police helicopter on flight radar 24. And that looks like maybe in Brockton. Brockton, Stoughton area. I need to take 1 minute here. Thanks, by the way, Val Cargo, Kerry Poteet, Sam Lynn, thank you, P.A. Jeeper, Soka Deb, Nina Drew, Naaman Grain, Og Tui, Paul A76, AZ Intel's Dad, thanks AZ Intel's Dad, Craig D44, Nina Drew, Rick Iser, Ali B from Tennessee, Valentine Laurie, Brian Mays, The Sick G-Man, Norman's Dad, Jolly Lollipop, Marty Hagwood, Norman's dad, Nina Drew, Elijah HYI, sorry, I'm behind, Boss Maddock, Bradley Moore, and D. Hayworth, Miss Linda, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Sorry, I'm almost caught up. Device X.
Hey, could you just tell Action to swing back around? I think he misunderstood.
All right, hold on. I gotta see, there might be local scanner feeds we can listen to that may help us here. If I don't know that the state police helicopter is related to this. It might be related to this. I don't know that it is.
Sir, that pickup and trailer have made their way over to the infield. They're making their own arrangements.
All right, hold on. Let me do a search here. So this is near Brockton and Stoughton, that helicopter. Oh, Mass State Police, Metro Boston area. Let's try that one. Let's try that one instead of the one we were listening to. Hang on, I'm going to try a different scanner now. I put a different scanner on, and then does Brockton have a scanner? Brockton does not have a scanner. I don't think. Well, let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. There's Brockton Fire. Well, that's not a police scanner, though. How about Stoughton? Stoughton does not have a fire scanner either. That's public. Well, I put on the Mass State Police Metro Boston area scanner, which we're currently
to all H2 cruisers on the officer safety bolo, that main plate and mass plate. You can disregard the bolo altogether. The vehicle's been located. Again, Station H2, all cruisers and stations, disregard the bolo for that Nissan Sentra with the main and mass plate altogether. The vehicle has been located.
Now, hold on.
Station H, clear 1647.
Hold on a second. We heard a vehicle's been located. That does not...
28 Alpha.
Guys,
A1,
that might not be the vehicle. No, this might not be the vehicle. This is a Mass State Police. I'm sure the Mass State Police looks for vehicles, okay? We do not know that that is the vehicle that is in question that's being looked for. I just want to be clear on this, okay? Yeah, they had to be on the lookout. That we might have just heard something about the vehicle they were looking for. I do not know, though. And again, this is the state police, so they very well might be looking for multiple vehicles. Let's just be clear about this. But maybe we just heard them talking about a vehicle. It could have been.
Yeah, it's 489. Can you go get the 6 of the DMV?
You go frontage north and take the ramp to go to the Pike East. You'll see it right there.
Race it.
Give me one moment here. Guys, give me one moment. Give me one moment.
A3 area patrols. One call from a crash notification center of the code 16 in the area of Lexington Road and Route 2. Possible airbag deployment. I have Lincoln heading out to the area to confirm.
5213 to A3.
A3.
So I'm out with a crash there. Route 2 West in Lincoln at mile marker 127.4.
This
we got
scanner
the
is...
second lane taken. I don't know what one vehicle...
This scanner is going to get difficult.
No injuries so far.
Hold on.
Airbag deployment.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Receive. That could be one and the same.
Okay, so...
1638 has a, well connected.
Police, according to Fox 25 Boston, FBI is conducting search activity in the Boston area related to the Brown University shooter. Also, multiple outlets report that the Brown University shooting suspect has been identified. WCVB reports that police believes it's the same person involved in the killing of an MIT professor. WCVB reports they believe that police believe the same person's involved in the Brown shooting and the killing of an MIT professor 2 days later in the Boston area.
Receive, do you need plates and make the model, vehicle info?
I do not know if the state police helicopter you see on the screen is related to this. That is south of Boston.
Receive vehicle 1, mass tag 5, Papa Charlie, X-ray 32, 5.
What you're hearing on the scanner is all kinds of stuff. It's state police. They did talk about a Bolo be on the lookout car they had found, but I have no idea if that is related to this search.
I'll be on the floor with that siren change. I'll look by 717. Steve.
5223A1, ready for vehicle 2.
Yeah, it's 4. I'll be on the floor with that.
Thank you. I have over.
Very good, thank you.
Now, there is no Boston scanner. Hold on.
8084.
What's on this?
Sir, do you have a male party in custody, first name Giovanni?
I don't have a Boston scanner available. A Boston police scanner. I don't have one available. This is a Mass State Police scanner. So I have. Oh, hold on. I'm seeing this. The camera shaking on the bottom right. Yeah. Again, we just don't have any confirmed. There's no confirmed reporting I've seen about the search activity going on in Boston. What the nature of that is, and where it is. We're just kind of guessing right now. What I want to do real quick, I need to take 1 minute. We're bringing you live coverage of all the latest developments. I need 1 minute here. Give me one. I just need 1 minute. Have the scanner on. Hold on. Steve will be back. Just give me 1 minute. As we continue to bring you live coverage. As soon as they do a press briefing, of course, we will have that for you. All right, hold on. I'm coming right back. Hold on 1 second. Okay, we're bringing you live coverage here. make sure I have the news ticker on. Hold on. Hang on a moment. Live, is something happening? The camera's moving around on the live shot of the press briefing room. Maybe there'll be a press briefing soon. We'll certainly bring you that if that happens. Give me a moment here. So we're bringing you live coverage. What's going on is a lot of things here. Multiple outlets say that the police have identified the suspected shooter in the Brown shooting. WCVB reports, Boston reports, that police believe the same person is involved in the Brown University shooting and the murder 2 days later of an MIT professor outside of Boston, at the MIT professor's home. The New York Times reports that a rental car was used by the Brown University shooter, and that a car of the same make and model is connected to the MIT professor shooting, and that police are looking for that. Fox 25 Boston reports there is FBI activity in the Boston area related to the search for the Brown University shooter. So now, and we're looking at a Massachusetts State Police helicopter, or we were looking at it. And there's some other helicopters in the area south of Boston, but I don't know. There's a TV helicopter there. I just don't. There's 2 TV helicopters there. I don't see the state police helicopter anymore. Where did that go? Down here? Oh, there's the state police helicopter. So I don't know if this helicopter activity is related to the search. There was supposed to be a 4 p.m. update today about the Brown University shooting search. That has been delayed. There's supposed to be an update by from the authorities at some point. We have the live shot right there of the room. As you can see, they're not giving an update right now. And we are bringing you the latest updates here. I have a scanner, Massachusetts State Police, Metro Boston area. At one point on the scanner, they talked about a vehicle they had issued a be on the lookout for that they had found, but I do not know if that was related to this search. Oh, update. I think I have an update for you. I have an update for you, guys.
H2-1461.
Okay. WPRI is reporting. WPRI is reporting that
southbound 5 to 31. Should be a 2-car code 60 on the VDL, no PI.
I got to turn this down. WPRI is reporting that the person that police were looking for yesterday, who they said was in proximity to the person of interest, they have found and interviewed that person. Again, WPRI says the person police talked about yesterday, the person with the hood that they said was in proximity to the person of interest, WPRI is reporting that police have now found and interviewed that person. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth keeping the scanner on at this point. The scanner could be very helpful or just completely unhelpful and annoying. And I don't know which it's going to be. Maybe I'll leave it on for a couple of minutes, but it's just tough because I don't even know if the scanner is going to be relevant at all. Some people said the car was not the shooter. I don't know. Maybe we'll turn off the scanner for now. I'm going to turn it off for now. Because we're hearing a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with this. And let me just see what I can find. And again, hopefully we get an official update soon. All right. So this is a Massachusetts State Police helicopter flying around. Did it move? Did I lose it? Right there. It's been flying a bunch of places. Maybe it's going back to where it took off from, the Massachusetts State Police helicopter. I am looking at some Yeah, multiple outlets are saying that there's an arrest warrant for the Brown shooter and that he has been identified. We don't have a public name yet. We'll see, but many outlets are saying he's been identified and there's an arrest warrant. Give me a quick moment here. Hang on. Hang on. Thanks for your patience here. Just hang on one moment. So again, widely being reported now that a new person of interest has been identified. That person in the photos, this is being reported everywhere practically. Again, I don't believe I have access to a Boston scanner. Let me see here. I don't see one on Broadcastify. I had the Mass State Police scanner on. Let me just check a couple things here. Give me a second here. It's possible I can find a link somewhere. Give me a moment. Let me check something. Okay, I might have a link here. Is this it? Let's see. Let's see if this works. Okay, I have a City of Boston scanner website here. Man, I don't even know which one to turn on. There's a bunch of them. I don't know if it's working, this site. I'm trying it right now. Yeah, I went to the other site I had for the Boston scanner, and I'm not hearing anything on it at the moment. So,
dispatcher, what's your extension?
Oh, that might be it. Although it's a delayed scanner, though. It's a delayed feed on the official site. That's a delayed feed. So I don't know how much that's the official Boston police scanner is a delayed feed. Oh, hey guys, this helicopter now looks like maybe it's going back to where it was. The state police helicopter looks like maybe it's going back to where it was before. Because it took off from here, now it's back here, so. Then there's a news helicopter up here. I don't know why that news helicopter is there. There's another helicopter here, a TV helicopter. There's another helicopter up there. Again, I don't know if any of these what Let me just put this full screen for now. Again, I don't know that any of this is relevant right now, what's going on the flight radar. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this full for now. Let's just do that for now.
Tango Echo 508 Oceanor, good evening.
Good evening.
And again, I don't even know if any of this scanner stuff is going to be particularly helpful at the moment.
Charlie 425 Oceanor, good evening.
Good evening.
I also don't know what the delay is of the Boston scanner.
584.
This isn't even broadcastify.com. It's just the city of Boston. Let me just keep checking and check for updates here.
Today's 1-3. We're all clear from the hospital. We're going to be L20. L20, sir.
Okay, Fox 25 reports police activity began in the Boston area around 2 p.m. today. Okay, that's a new report from Fox 25. Fox 25 says police activity.
352.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Can I get a 19 Tango, Chestnut Hill Ave at Dighton, please?
I'll do that, sir. Good evening.
Police activity related to the manhunt for the Brown University shooter began around 2 p.m. today and is ongoing.
Tango 324.
I have a sir. Good evening.
The FBI is involved in the search.
One adult female from 103 Garfield to 150 Washington Street, star mileage.
Oh, what's happening? I see people walking around.
18187.
I got to turn off the scanner for a second. It's driving me crazy, and I don't think we're hearing anything at the moment. I'm turning off the scanner for a moment. So police activity in the Boston area related to the manhunt for the Brown University shooter began around 2 p.m. today and is ongoing. The FBI is involved in the search. That is from Fox 25 Boston. So they say Fox 25 says around 3 hours ago, police activity began in the Boston area, including the FBI, for the Brown University shooter. Remember, WCVB says that police believe the same person is involved in both shootings. And the second shooting was in Brookline, which is just outside of Boston, on Monday night. Thank you, Martin Gingrich, who thinks releasing the name could help the public. Again, maybe they think it'll help. Maybe they think it could get in the way of their search. I don't know. We'll have to see if they release a name. Thank you, Martin Gingrich, Name Ingrained, CJ Lars, Gary Baines, Craig D44, Kira Kiwi, Eddie V, Val Cargo, Hoover Maneuver. Also, I want to thank our moderators while I have a second here. Sorry, there's a lot going on right now. Thanks, Will Okla on Twitch and DeviceX. Thanks for moderating Big Ball of Yarn to Bears. I got that fired. J. Joanne and Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah over there on Twitch. Thanks to also our Facebook moderators, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, Charlotte Webb. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And also Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth, very much for moderating over on YouTube. And all of our other moderators. Janet B. is there as well. Yeah, please let me know if there's a scanner you're actually hearing something on. The problem is if I just put on random scanners, it really ends up getting in the way of everything. And we don't even know if anything's going to happen on it. So please let me know if there's some scanner you're aware of that actually is talking about this. I can put it on. Hang on, I gotta time somebody out because somebody is misbehaving in the chat. I'm about to time somebody out. Thank you, Daniel Boberson, by the way. Any audio on this? Hold on. Let me fix the audio over there. Hold on. I'm gonna fix that audio for you. Who knows? Maybe we'll hear some audio from the room. Multiple outlets are saying that that there's a warrant issued for the person. Yeah, you know, a number of people are sending me these reports, and it's like random person on social media reports something. If a random person on social media who I'm not familiar with and doesn't seem to be connected with a news outlet says something, I have no idea if they're just making it up. And they don't say where they get this information. So unfortunately, I appreciate you sending me stuff, but that's not something I can responsibly even say on the air.
This way? Okay. You guys can lift it if you need. I'm just trying to help. Okay. Falling is like my worst. Okay. No. Okay. And then they're not gonna block you, right? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, otherwise you're fine.
Yeah, again, we heard something about a... Oh, hold on. What's that? It sounds like we're going to get an announcement soon here. We heard something about a bolo before. I can see if I can find that. Give me a second here. Give me one. Let me listen to this. There was something on the scanner before, but I just didn't know if it was talking about... We heard on something on the scanner, but I didn't know if it was talking about this or not. Excuse me. I'm sorry. So let me listen here and see. We had it on our own feed, but I just don't know. I don't want to start overly reading into things we heard on the scanner. Yeah. Yeah. Luke Brenner sent me the clip of on our channel. Previously in the broadcast, we heard the state police scanner talk about a Nissan being located that there was a bolo for, but I have no idea if that had anything to do with this case. One of our viewers said they canceled the bolo. Again, I just don't know. So. Bolo is a be on the lookout, where police are told to be on the lookout for a certain car. I'm just checking some of the other outlets here to see if anybody had some of the local outlets. As I mentioned, WPRI reports that police have found and interviewed the man who they were looking for, who was in the proximity of the person of interest. I have not heard anything about timing. Hold on. Hang on. Give me a moment. I'm checking something out on local TV here. I have a couple of the local Boston, Salem, New Hampshire? Hold on a second. I'm watching Channel 25 local outlet here. There's a vehicle. They are interested in a vehicle. It was seen spotted near the MIT killing. Channel 25 is saying. Now, what else are they saying about this? They've been trying to find this vehicle. And that's what they're trying to do, says Channel 25 Boston. They're trying to find this vehicle. Okay. Also, they developed information that ties. So Channel 25 is saying that police have information that ties together the Brown shooting and the MIT professor shooting. I didn't really see any specifics about where the search activity is going on. I'm just looking what Channel 25 is reporting right now in Boston. Give me one moment, guys. I'm going to do something else here. Just hang on a moment. Yeah, that reporter is just saying like a person of interest has been identified and there may be a connection between the two crimes. Hey guys, interesting update. WPRI's Alexandra Leslie reports that in this room, they took the tip line number off the podium. I don't know what that means. Again, Alexandra Leslie from WPRI says in this room a short while ago, they took the tip line number off the podium. Just a lot of rumors right now. Hopefully we get an update from the authorities at any moment. We'll see it when they do. Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of local media. Guys, again with this scanner, the problem with the scanner is I don't even know what scanner to put on, and we had scanners on before and they were really getting in the way of the coverage. If you hear anything on the scanner, please let me know. But if we put on a scanner and it's just constant stuff that's not about it, it gets very distracting and it interferes with the coverage. So I'm not aware right now that there's a scanner actively talking about this. If you do find out that there is, please let me know. But that's the problem. I had the Boston scanner on. I had the Eastern Massachusetts State Police scanner on, and it's just like kind of constant getting in the way. And a lot of people in the chat were saying, please turn it off. So if I knew for sure where to play it, I would play it. B. Wicker thinks they'd be on an encrypted channel chat. Well, they could. I mean, if there's some active police work going on, it certainly could be on encrypted channels. Sometimes you hear stuff on unencrypted scanners. But again, we tried it. So I will keep an eye out. I don't see a scanner feed that lots of people are listening to. Usually in a case like this, if there's a lot going on somewhere, there will be a lot of people listening to a scanner. And I just don't see that right now. So I'm checking a lot of different outlets. Okay, now one of our viewers mentioned there are some helicopters, a couple news helicopters in maybe New Hampshire? Southern New Hampshire? Near Salem, New Hampshire. Okay, so we have a couple news helicopters in Salem, New Hampshire, or near Salem, New Hampshire. So maybe I'll check that scanner if I have one. Hold on. Give me a moment. I need a moment. That is obviously not what I wanted to do. Need to get this on the screen, to get that positioned. Okay, now let's look at this here. We have news helicopters flying around in near Salem, New Hampshire. I don't know if There's a scanner feed there. I am looking, and there does not seem to be a Salem scanner on Broadcastify. There's Salem, Massachusetts. It's Rockingham County. Let's see. There's New Hampshire State Police. We could try listening to New Hampshire State Police and see if anything's on that scanner. Can try that. But there's a Boston station news helicopter flying a circle in Salem, near Salem, New Hampshire, for whatever that's worth. Actually, there's two of them. There's two of them. Where is the multi-select? There. Those are the two helicopters flying around. Two television helicopters flying around. Only Trophy says that's where they found the car. So two television helicopters flying around in southern New Hampshire near Massachusetts. Still waiting for an update from the authorities. Multiple outlets say that the Brown University shooting suspect has been identified by police, but we have not heard a name from authorities. Will we hear a name? When will we get an update from them? I don't know. There's some claims floating around claiming that the vehicle they were looking for was located in Salem, New Hampshire. I cannot confirm this. There are claims about that floating around. But there's definitely a couple of news helicopters in the Salem, New Hampshire area. Well, we're really hearing not much at all on the New Hampshire scanner. I've had the New Hampshire scanner on. We're hardly hearing anything.
Adam Roberts.
So I'm putting on the Boston scanner too, but
Bridge 1215.
Harry, 202.
Exchange 883, Blue 11.
Four and five. I'm out of water. There's nothing showing. You have a little. You want to go up to 7?
415.
415.
Yes, ma'am. I have robbers, nothing showing. Can you do an address check with that unit?
Tango Echo 6.
Our viewer, the Jesse Davin, sent me a new report from WJAR, which is similar to it's similar to a North.
Hancock.
Sorry, this is going to drive me crazy.
Yeah, go ahead.
The officer's looking for you, sir.
All right, I got to turn that down.
Yeah, I'm down towards where they dump all the trash on the other side of the salt building.
This is the Boston scanner. It's just going to drive me crazy.
Yeah, I'm off with public works here. There's a dispute about someone.
All right, I'm going to turn that off for now. The WJAR says that that investigators made the connection between the Brown University shooting and the MIT professor's killing through an overdue rental car. That is a similar report to the New York Times, which says that a car of the same make and model was connected to both the Brown shooting and the MIT professor murder, and that the Brown University shooter had rented this car. So multiple outlets reporting that a rental car, the same rental car, is involved in both incidents. One of our viewers says maybe he was on his way to Dartmouth University.
That's right.
Ten-3, 120.
Dartmouth Academy program.
10-5, 120.
Yes, the Wall Street Journal also says authorities are looking at a rental car as a potential link to both attacks. Investigators have the model, type, and renter of the car. That's from the Wall Street Journal. Again, they also say that authorities are looking for a particular rental car connected to both attacks. Multiple outlets are reporting the same rental car is linked to both the Brown shooting and the murder of the MIT professor. Yeah, I'm hardly hearing. I'm hearing pretty much nothing on the New Hampshire State Police scanner, for whatever that's worth. I'll put on Massachusetts State Police again, but that was getting in the way before.
The liquor store calls updated. Can you close it up?
10-5, 142.
Put the scanners on low volume. Yes, Oil Medic says helicopters are leaving the area. This helicopter right here seems to be leaving the area, yes. This helicopter, there's still two helicopters there. There's one, and there's two. There's two TV helicopters, I think it is. One of them's a TV helicopter in this part of New Hampshire.
A1 to 5221.
Thanks to Gasface and Will Okla on Twitch. Trying to bring you the latest updates here. Clearly a lot of developments, but waiting for something from the authorities.
A1 to 5221.
Thanks to our viewer.
2221, sir, 93.95. Would you be able to make
so loud.
possibly in the travel lane 125 south prior to Route 28? Just one call on that.
So loud. I turned it. Hey, thanks to Alexander Savulides. Alexander says, I'm listening to Mass State Police on my scanner. Nothing on that. There were bolos announced on local departments in Metro Boston for an SUV if located. Stop, hold, detain occupants. Stop and hold for Mass State Police car has expired tags. Yeah, so again, I have to assume there's all, in Massachusetts and New Hampshire, there's probably all kinds of times when they go and look for cars. So I can't figure out, you know, what's what and whether anything in particular was related to this.
Trip A122. Service Patrol advises of an abandoned vehicle. 95 north, mile marker 12.4. They are gray.
They're out right now. When I got
They were talking about an abandoned vehicle on 95 north. I don't know what that's about. Again, it could just be anything. Good Franklin said at some point they talked about a bolo issued in connection to the Brookline homicide. Maybe there was. I didn't hear that myself, so. Somebody mentioned a state police helicopter. That helicopter seems to be leaving the area in northern New Hampshire. NBC News also says, like other outlets, that authorities are looking into whether they say that authorities are looking into whether the same rental vehicle was seen near Brown University when the shooting happened and near the home of the MIT professor around the time of that shooting. So multiple outlets say that police have connected the rental car in the two incidents, a particular rental car in two incidents.
Sir, westbound's clear up to the 131.
Alright, he's trying to narrow down where he's at. The language there.
Okay, update. Breaking news. I have breaking news. WPRI reports. Hang on. WPRI reports authorities have located an abandoned vehicle in New Hampshire that is of interest to investigators probing the Brown shooting. That is from WPRI right now. WPRI says, oops, hold on. Authorities have located an abandoned vehicle in New Hampshire that is of interest to the investigators probing the Brown shooting. Okay, one of our viewers said they heard that on the scanner. Well, I didn't hear when it was announced. Some people said they heard it. But again, this is WPRI saying it's related. I'm going to put that in the ticker. WPRI reports an abandoned vehicle related to the Brown shooting has been found in New Hampshire. Okay. I'll put the New Hampshire State Police scanner back on. We weren't hearing much on there. Hold on a second here. Give me a moment. So we're waiting for some sort of update from law enforcement, but WPRI reports that police have found an abandoned vehicle in New Hampshire that is of interest to the investigators probing the Brown shooting. Still no word from authorities. Oh, somebody sent me an audio clip. Maybe I can pull it up if I can figure out where it's from. Hang on a moment here. Let me listen to this. If it's maybe I can pull up the clip from the scanner archives if I can find the clip. All right, give me a moment. I just have to mute myself while I listen to this. If I can find it here. All right, hold on. Okay, so a viewer, Hen Friend, mentioned the clip of the scanner that said that there was a couple of our viewers have mentioned this about a canceled BOLO for a vehicle related to, I think oh, sorry, I missed what he said. Hold on, I missed what the person said. Let's go back and let's hear what that person said. Hold on. Too much going on.
You check 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 mic check 1 2 3 4 5.
All right, they're doing a mic check.
Got it? Yep. Okay.
They just did a mic check, just so you know. That's what we missed. Yeah, I'd like to know if I knew what scanner that was from, I could pull it up, the clip, and play it myself. And I need the time code too. Was it on the Mass State Police scanner? Is that what it was? When they said, cancel the BOLO? 500 to 5 to 510, says Mikey. All right, hold on. Are you sure it's 5 to 510? Hold on. Mass State Police has BOLO 4:57 it was canceled. All right, hold on a moment. People are telling me to look it up. Hold on. Let me play it. It's so loud. Hold on. Sorry. Give me a moment. I know it's loud. I know it's loud. I know it's loud. I'll turn it down. It's too loud. Now, where is the time code?
69581. Can you check the downlink when you get a sec, sir?
Station G21 cruises and stations. Stand by for an update on a Bolo.
Here, right here, right here. This is. I bet this is it.
Station G21 cruises and stations. Please cancel the earlier Bolo for the gray Nissan Sentra. SV wanted in connection with a homicide in Brookline on 12/26/25. Vehicle has been located in Salem, New Hampshire.
There you go. That's what our viewers were trying to tell me about. Thank you to our viewers. So that was a be on the lookout for a vehicle related to the homicide in Brookline. Brookline is where the MIT professor was killed, and they said cancel the Bolo, and that was about 45 minutes ago.
Station G21 cruises and stations. Please cancel the earlier Bolo for the gray Nissan Sentra. SV wanted in connection with a homicide in Brookline on 12/26/25. Vehicle has been located in Salem, New Hampshire.
Okay, so that happened.
119.
Three 119.
Hang on.
Notes are updated. 79 to crash. And I'll be en route to 16.
So you just heard that. I'm going to play that again in a second. Okay, so if I can do that, scanner traffic from just before 5 p.m., Mass State Police scanner traffic from just before 5 p.m. And what did they say? I want the exact language.
Station G21 cruises and stations. Please cancel the earlier Bolo for the gray Nissan Sentra. SV wanted in connection with a homicide in Brookline on 12/26/25. Vehicle has been located in Salem, New Hampshire. Station G out 16:57 hours.
Vehicle has been located. Hold on.
Station D has it.
Hold on. In Salem, New Hampshire. And the I just want to get the wording correct.
Cruises and stations. Please cancel the earlier Bolo for the gray Nissan Sentra. SV wanted in connection with a homicide in Brookline on 12.
Nissan Sentra SV? Wanted in connection with the homicide
Please cancel the earlier Bolo for the gray Nissan Sentra. SV wanted in connection with a homicide in Brookline on 12/26/25.
Did they say SUV or SV?
Vehicle has been located in Salem, New Hampshire. G21 cruises and stations. Please cancel the earlier Bolo for the gray Nissan Sentra. SV wanted in connection with a homicide in Brookline on 12/26/25. Vehicle has been located in Salem, New Hampshire.
All right, well that's what it said. It sounds like it said SV. So that was the Mass State Police scanner traffic. Massachusetts State Police scanner traffic from just before 5 p.m. Please cancel the earlier Bolo for the gray Nissan Sentra SV wanted in connection with the homicide in Brookline on 12/26/25. Vehicle has been located in Salem, New Hampshire. That's what it was. So thanks to our viewers who helped me find that clip, because I had not heard that live. So thanks so much to our viewers. That was the Mass State Police scanner. So the Brookline 122625? That didn't make any sense. Hold on a second. 1226 doesn't... 12... I have to delete my thing. 122625 doesn't make any sense. It's not December 26th. That was just... I think that was 1216 he meant to say. He must have meant to say 1216.
All cruisers and stations, please cancel the earlier Volo for the gray Nissan Sentra. That's to be wanted in connection with a homicide in Brookline on 12/26/25. Vehicles has been located in Salem, New Hampshire.
Okay. Let me repost that. Okay. So yeah, he said 1226. He must have meant 1216. Today 1216 is Tuesday. That homicide happened Monday night or early Tuesday morning. So again, the 1226 just must have been just a slip up. Anyways, the Brookline homicide presumably would be the homicide of the MIT professor, which did happen in Brookline. And so we know the scanner said they found a vehicle that they were looking for in Salem, New Hampshire. We know WPRI said an abandoned vehicle was found in New Hampshire of interest to investigators probing the Brown shooting. Are they going to start a press conference soon or what? I have not heard about that. We've been dealing with so much, but we have the live shot from the press conference up. And then this helicopter this is a news helicopter which has been circling in the Salem, New Hampshire area, as you can see on Flight Radar 24. Yeah, they did a sound check. So as soon as this starts, we'll have it for you. Again, thanks so much to the viewers. I really appreciate you helping me grab the that scanner traffic. That's very helpful. Breaking news. NBC 10's Brian Crandall says, I'm told there is law enforcement activity in New Hampshire related to the Brown shooting. Perhaps that's law enforcement activity where they found this car.
Central 19.
Vehicles GOA 1079.
We should have the New Hampshire scanner on. I do have the New Hampshire scanner on. I'm not hearing much though. I have the New Hampshire scanner on, New Hampshire State Police. Okay, so. WCVB Boston reports that the search for the suspect in the Brown and MIT professor shootings now includes New Hampshire. That is from WCVB.
Troop A119.
They say the search includes New Hampshire.
119, do you need to keep that crash open for you just hit, or can I close it?
79.
Thank you so much to DH8723. Thank you, DH8723. Also, Allie B from Tennessee, Martin Gingrich, Dr. Jack's Oil Medic, Captain Jerry Donnelly, Heard on Doozer, Martin Ging, Daniel Boberson, thank you. Betsy's Tag, Naaman Grain, CJ Lars, thank you. All right, hang on. Somebody mentioned also ADSB Exchange. I need a second here. Give me a moment. As soon as we get the live press conference, we'll show it to you. I got to update our ticker here. Sorry, there's just too much going on. I mean, the ADSB Exchange has a similar view. There's ADSB Exchange right there. Another great, adsbexchange.com, another great flight tracker. A helicopter in the same area near Salem, I guess, near or in Salem. So reportedly, police, well, the scanner said that they found a car they were looking for in connection with the Brookline homicide, which presumably is the MIT professor homicide. And multiple outlets say that police have found an abandoned car in New Hampshire in relation to the search. Thank you, Martinez Vida, by the way. All right, let me just check for updates here. But we're hearing about, again, law enforcement activity in New Hampshire where this vehicle has been reportedly found. Maybe this is so remember, police reportedly are looking for a rental car that is associated with both the Brown shooting and the MIT professor shooting 2 days later. Scanner traffic said a car associated with the Brookline homicide presumably MIT professor shooting has been located in Salem, New Hampshire. Police activity is reported in both Boston and the Boston area and New Hampshire. All right. We're still waiting for some official update here. Are we going to get an official update soon? I put this. There's the sound from the room. When will we hear from law enforcement about this? Our viewer Libalula thinks they would delay the presser if they had a good chance to catch him. Hang on, I saw one claim from a viewer. I'm looking at some of the local channels here. Give me a second. Let me just check out some of the local channels here. Oopsie. Local TV is saying we don't know when the presser is going to start, but there have been, WCVB says in the last hour there have been markings put behind the podium where people are going to stand. So markings have been placed behind the podium, guys, at the podium. Let me see if I have any updates for you. There's a lot going on. For all we know, there could be a standoff somewhere. I have no idea. It does seem like a vehicle has been found in New Hampshire related to the search, possibly the rental car that is reportedly associated with both crimes. Jazzy Renee says, this escalated so fast. Thanks for mentioning this. One of our viewers mentioned to me that earlier today, I don't know if this is true, Jack Howarth said that Brooke Taylor from Fox News a couple hours ago said that the sources say the suspect is in his 40s. I don't know if that's true. One of our viewers says maybe they're waiting for Kash Patel. I'm checking lots of different outlets here to try to find you updates. There's actually 2 helicopters now in this area, guys. I think it's 2 TV helicopters. Is it 2 TV helicopters? This is, I believe, Salem, New Hampshire, or at least near, I can see it says Salem there. So those are 2 helicopters there. Looks like 2 TV helicopters above an area in the area of Salem, New Hampshire. Maybe that's right where they found the car. I don't know. I haven't seen any helicopter footage myself. What scanners is everybody listening to? Everybody's listening to New Hampshire scanner. Let's turn on the New Hampshire. Oh no, I have the New Hampshire scanner on. I have the New Hampshire scanner on. We're just not hearing anything on it. So I do have it on, the New Hampshire State Police scanner. Just haven't heard anything. We're just not hearing anything. Maddie says one of the choppers is an WMUR chopper. I'm not seeing any new reporting locally at the moment. I'm looking, believe me. Remember, there was a shooting. The Brown shooting happened on Saturday afternoon, and then Monday night, about an hour drive away in Brookline, Mass., an MIT professor was shot and killed in his apartment building, apparently in the entryway. Well, much reporting says, there's a bunch of reporting saying that police are looking for a connection between the two and think there might be, and WCVB Boston reports police believe the same person is involved in both incidents. And a bunch of reporting says the same rental car has been identified for both incidents. And a car connected to the Brookline murder, the scanner said, which presumably is the MIT murder, was located in Salem, New Hampshire, according to scanner traffic. WPRI said an abandoned car was found. So I don't know if maybe they found the car, but it was abandoned when they found it. I don't know. Still no name given out by the authorities, even though multiple outlets say they identified him hours ago. Well, I think Fox 25 said they identified him last night. Give me 1 second here. You're going to see me for a second. I just want to check a couple things. All right, I see nothing there. Hang on, let me just check a couple things here for you. Just checking a couple things. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your patience. All right, let's go back to the flight radar. Supposedly, by the way, Fox 25 reported that the search in Salem, New Hampshire is centered around a vehicle of a similar make and model that was allegedly seen in the area of the MIT professor's murder in Brookline. Fox says there is ongoing police activity connected to the search in Salem, New Hampshire. Salem, New Hampshire. Thanks, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Thanks to Minxie5813. Thanks, Martinez Vita. Hey, I want to shout out our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. Janet B., Ruth, Roberts, May Queen. We're bringing you the latest updates here. And also our Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, on Facebook. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thank you. And hold on a second here. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, J. Joanna, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Thanks also Toolman Tim, Jen Junkie, Frukartoffine, and The Gas Face on Twitch. Bring you the latest updates here. We have the live shot of the press conference room, but no official press conference yet. Waiting for some sort of update from the authorities. When will we hear from the authorities? I haven't seen many local updates in the last few minutes either. In case you missed it, we heard scanner traffic about an hour and 15 minutes ago saying that a car police had been looking for in connection with the Brookline murder, which is presumably the MIT professor murder, was found in Salem, New Hampshire. It's also interesting because you'd think if there was like a huge police operation going on, like normally if there's a huge police operation going on, it gets reported on. Like if there were like a bunch of armored cars, a bunch of armored police vehicles somewhere, you'd probably hear some local reporting about it. I can't imagine that there's some huge police presence somewhere and no one's reporting on it. I mean, it could be somewhere really remote or something. But normally that kind of stuff gets reported on. Okay, I have an update for you. Boston 25 is now reporting. Boston 25, Bob Ward, says the search for the suspect in the Brown University shootings and the MIT professor shooting is centered on Salem, New Hampshire. So multiple outlets now reporting, that the same person's being looked for, and there's law enforcement activity in Salem, New Hampshire. I'm hearing absolutely nothing on the scanner from, there's 8,000 people plus people listening to the New Hampshire State Police scanner. I've had it on here. I have not heard a single thing from the New Hampshire State Police scanner in a half an hour. Is anyone else hearing anything? I refreshed it. It says it's on. Frank thinks they switched to a digital channel. Yeah, they certainly could have gone encrypted or something. But yeah, there's just nothing on it. It's silent. Yeah, as our viewers are saying, I'm sure if there's an active operation going on, they would switch to a tactical channel. But or maybe rather than switch, they just encrypted the channel. I don't know, but there's just nothing. It's just silent. And we were hearing stuff on it before. So I do have it on, but let me just update this. Let me just update the ticker for a second. Hey, I just heard something on the scanner.
3109.
Calls and updated. It'll be clear. Close that one up.
109.
All right. Hang on 1 minute here. I'm just fixing the this ticker here.
Troop A 120.
Okay, so again, multiple reports say that police believe the same person is connected to both. Multiple reports say that police have identified the suspected Brown University shooter. That police believe that person is also connected. Sorry. That police. I gotta wait. So again, multiple reports say police have identified the suspected Brown University shooter, that Multiple reports say police believe the same person is connected to the killing of an MIT professor 2 days after the Brown shooting in the Boston area. And multiple reports say that the same rental car was used or was connected to both of those incidents. And we heard on the scanner that police found a car they were looking for in connection with the Brookline shooting, which is presumably the MIT professor shooting, because that was in Brookline. They found it in Salem, New Hampshire, and multiple reports said there's ongoing police search activity in Salem, New Hampshire. And you are looking at a couple of TV helicopters flying over area in or near Salem, New Hampshire, near the Massachusetts border. We are waiting for some sort of update from the authorities. Nothing so far. I have the New Hampshire State Police scanner on. We're hearing very, very little on the scanner. There is no time given for the press conference at the moment. Make this a little bigger, actually. Oopsie. No official start time for press conference. We're just waiting. Thank you, David C. and Kevin T. and Onwards and Upwards and Captain Jerry Donnelly. Now, I don't have any kind of helicopter feed I can show you. I haven't seen a helicopter feed myself. And Kevin, oops, I just heard two of myself for a second. WPRI says we're still expecting a briefing. We are expecting a briefing. Hang on a moment here. Somebody mentioned something to me I want to check out. I didn't see that.
$109-120. I just need something. I didn't see anything standing out. I'm going to check it's on the right-hand side, if anything. 109-119. You can 10-12. We'll be all set up here. Yep.
I mean, there could be a standoff going on right now. It's really interesting that there's been no update from authorities. Nothing. No update whatsoever. Not even like a 2-sentence press release. It's about an hour drive. Oh, how far is Salem from Massachusetts? I'd have to put it in the it's not that far. It's Salem's just across the Massachusetts border. But the drive time from Salem, New Hampshire to Brookline, Massachusetts is about Less than an hour. Less than an hour drive time between Salem, Massachusetts, Salem, New Hampshire, and Brookline, Massachusetts. Then it's about another hour from Brookline to Brown. DH says depends on traffic. It's about 37 miles. It's interesting because we've heard all this reporting that law enforcement activity is going on. But again, normally, if there was some kind of big, if for example, police had surrounded a building, you would normally know about that. That would be reported on. It's interesting to me that we're not hearing anything about that. I haven't heard any kind of thing about, oh, look, there's all these, no reports of large groups of police cars going somewhere or armored police vehicles or blocking off roads. Haven't heard a single one. Also, they said they found this vehicle. How long has the WPRI called it an abandoned vehicle? How long has the vehicle been there for?
The idiot involved. They're just passing by.
Bye.
Copy, yeah, nothing showing. There is no exit 5. We'll check up to 7 and I'll give him a call back.
Apparently the caller said just after the bridge.
Just so you can see where they're circling here.
There.
They're circling an area right on the Massachusetts-New Hampshire line, but I don't know what the helicopters are. They could be circling, but also videoing off to the side or something, so I'm not sure. Poor Tech thinks the person of interest could be long gone by now or even out of the country. Steve Cooper, who is a local reporter in Boston, says, still no news conference. He says, it seems they know who he is, but they can't find him, and he's obviously considered armed and dangerous. Oh, thanks for mentioning this. Brian Enton. Some of our viewers mentioned this. Brian Enton reported that the governor and the president of Brown are at the Providence Police headquarters in Rhode Island. But maybe
didn't pick up. You can close out. There's nothing showing.
The governor and the president of Brown are at the Providence Police headquarters in Rhode Island. Oh. This is interesting. Michael Ruiz, I haven't seen this video myself. Michael Ruiz, who is with Fox News Digital, says, looking at news chopper images from WBZ showing police activity in a commercial industrial parking lot in Salem, New Hampshire. Is this it here? There? He says about 24 law enforcement officers. Unclear if this is connected to the Brown manhunt. So maybe that, I mean, I haven't seen those videos myself. Michael Ruiz of Fox News Digital was looking at one of those. He said there are about 24 law enforcement officers, and I assume he means this parking lot. Oh, Fox News Live. Oh, Live Now from Fox is showing it? Sorry, I can't steal their feed. Give me a moment here. I didn't see it on any of the news channels here, but hold on. Let me just... I'd like to see it for myself, even though I can't, I'm not allowed to, hold on, play it for you. I'm looking at Live Now from Fox. They're not showing it at the moment. I've been watching the Boston channels, and I haven't seen it. I have channel 25 from Boston right up on my TV. But maybe they showed it a little bit. In case you missed it, let me just play for you guys what it sounded like. This is what it sounded like earlier. At about 5 p.m. local time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. This is what they said on the scanner.
Station due to all cruisers and stations. Please cancel the earlier Volo for the gray Nissan Sentra. That's to be wanted in connection with a homicide in Brookline on 12/26/25. Vehicle has been located in Salem, New Hampshire. Station G out 16.
Oh, hold on. Sound check, or is he fixing a microphone? Looks like he's testing a microphone. A guy is testing a microphone. But he might just be with one of the news organizations. Oh, were we about to be live, they're saying? Some people said about to be live. Hold on. I think we may be about to be live. Maybe.
Hey. Thank you for your patience. Right now, we currently do not have a time. I'm coming up here to let you know that I am going to give everyone at least a 20-minute notice before the press conference. We're having a press conference tonight, no matter what. I'm going to give you 20 minutes before. It's going to be in your email. I'm going to start calling and texting you in case you miss it. 20 minutes. We'll have a heads up. Right now, I do not have a time.
Approximate time?
I don't have an approximate time. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. He said they'll give a 20-minute heads up. No time for press conference. Let me see if I can. I want to fix this. I want to fix the audio video sync. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna replay that so I can fix the audio video sync issue. I can fix it. I just need a second.
Email. I'm coming up here to let you know that I am going.
Hold on. Hang on. I should be able to fix the audio video sync.
Right now, we currently do not have a time. I'm coming up here to let you know that I am going to give everyone at least a 20-minute notice before the press conference. We're having a press conference tonight, no matter what. I'm going to give you, it's going to be in your email. I'm going to start calling and texting you in case you miss it. 20 minutes. We'll have a heads up. Right now, I do not have a time.
Approximate time?
Sorry, I'm just trying to fix.
I don't have an approximate time. I'm sorry.
To fix the sync issue, I gotta just see him speaking. So bear with me while I fix this.
Hey, I have a time. I'm coming up notice before the press conference. We're having a press conference tonight, no matter what. I'm going to give you 20 minutes before. It's going to be in your email. I'm going to start calling and texting you in case you miss it. 20 minutes. We'll have a heads up. Right now, I do not have a time.
Approximate time?
I don't have an approximate time, I'm sorry.
Well, there you go. There you go, guys. No approximate time. You heard it. No approximate time. There will be a press briefing. Give me a second here. I need to turn this down for a second. I can't think. All right, hang on a moment. Let me just post that they just announced. Brown shooting press conference update. Person at podium just said a press conference a press briefing will happen tonight, but no estimated time. A 20-minute heads up will be given. Okay, so that's what we just heard. Your guess is as good as mine as to when we'll have a press conference. It's interesting. All these outlets say that hours ago they identified the suspect in the Brown shooting, but no name has been released. There's been nothing new, I don't think, today from the authorities. So maybe there's just something, really, maybe it's like really active. Maybe they're close to catching the person. I don't know. But it's interesting that they've chosen just to not even give an update. Thank you, Poffin Iceland, by the way. And I have the New Hampshire scanner on. Oh, again, here is the announcement from earlier. We heard on the scanner about the car they were looking for.
Station due to all cruisers and stations. Please cancel the earlier Volvo for the gray Nissan Sentra. That's to be wanted in connection with a homicide in Brookline on 12/26/25. Vehicles has been located in Salem, New Hampshire.
So that's when they said they found a gray Nissan Sentra they had been looking for in connection to, it sounded like the MIT professor murder. And they found it in Salem, New Hampshire. Reportedly, there is police activity in Salem, New Hampshire. We're seeing news helicopters fly in the area of Salem, New Hampshire. And what can I tell you? And I do have the New Hampshire scanner on, but we're not hearing much on it at the moment. There were like 10,000 people listening to it, and I think people started turning it off because we're not hearing anything. Now it's like 6,500 people listening to it. It's really, and I'm not hearing any kind of local reporting saying there's a lot of police here or there's a bunch of armored cars here. So what is going on? Dale Mama says maybe it will compromise efforts if they update. Could they be close? Aspen Earth Movers says, reminds me of the Boston Bombers case. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, yeah, live now from Fox. Okay, thanks. Live now from Fox, I was confused. There are actually 2 live now from Fox streams. If you go to live now from Fox on YouTube, they are showing a overhead helicopter shot of a parking lot with some law enforcement standing around. I can see that at live now from Fox on YouTube. Looks like a bunch of law enforcement kind of standing there in a parking lot. It may be the parking lot where the news channels are, where these news helicopters are. I don't know for sure, but doesn't look like they're not running around or anything. Yeah, so live now from Fox. Again, I can't steal their footage. I don't have access to that footage myself. But that is happening. Again, live now from Fox on YouTube. Are they in this parking lot right here? Right here? Is that the parking lot they're in? Or right there? I don't know. I think they are. I think they're right around here. This is the parking lot right here. Mutant says could be a forward staging point. Yeah, so it's right here. Because I can see this little area right here. Just north. I mean, part of that parking lot is in Massachusetts. Is on Massachusetts. Again, live now from Fox is showing maybe a couple dozen. I think it's all law enforcement just standing in the parking lot here. Now, in terms of what's in that area, I'll show you what's in the area. So, if we do this, get rid of this, go to Google Maps, we go up here, Salem. So they're right across the border. It's right around here. It's right in here, right? Here. It looks like there's a Salem NH flea market there. There's a, what else? Whatever this thing is. There's an Estes Express Lines, North Reading Transportation. It's like an industrial area. But I believe they're in this parking lot here. But, as one of our viewers said, they don't seem to be actively searching on the camera on live now from Fox in that parking lot. So they're just, maybe, as one of our viewers said, maybe it's a staging area. What happened to... Oh, I messed this up. We still have 2 new... Yeah, so one of those helicopters is shooting that shot you're seeing on Fox, I assume. On live now from Fox. The person who said that there would be a 20-minute heads up for any press conference, according to WPRI, that is the city's director of communications, who came in there in Providence and said there's going to be a press conference tonight. They would give a 20-minute update. One of our viewers thinks they may have found a body. I haven't heard that, but I guess it's possible. Hang on a moment here. Basically, I have in that red ticker there the kind of the general latest update. It's interesting that the last couple hours we really haven't heard much. But again, multiple outlets say that police believe that there's a connection between the same person is involved in the Brown shooting and the shooting 2 days later of an MIT professor in Brookline, Massachusetts. Multiple outlets say that there's a rental car that is linked to both crimes. We heard on the scanner, they say they were looking for a car in relation to the Brookline homicide, which presumably would be the MIT professor murder, and that car was found in Salem, New Hampshire. WPRI said a abandoned car related to the search is found in Salem, New Hampshire. So reportedly police activity going on in Salem, New Hampshire. Thank you, Angel Arakena, by the way. We don't know if they found anybody in that car. Yeah, Zepp says, gone dark, radio silence. The New Hampshire State Police scanner is basically silent right now. I have it on. I'm not hearing anything. Very few people are listening to Mass State Police scanner, so I assume there's nothing on there. 89 people are listening to it. It's weird. I mean, but it's just nothing. Not even a peep from authorities. No, we're making advances. We'll update you later. I mean, we've heard there's going to be a press conference tonight. That's all we've heard. But no name of the person. Oh, as I mentioned, as we've been saying, multiple outlets say that police have identified the Brown University shooting suspect, the man in all those photos and videos. But no name has been reported. Oh, interesting post from Ted Daniel. Thanks to our viewer who mentioned this. Ted Daniel of Fox 25 Boston. I don't own the rights to the photo, but he posted a photo. He said, our crew in Salem, New Hampshire says there is law enforcement with long guns and night vision goggles. Again, Ted Daniel, 2 minutes ago, of Fox Boston, said our crew in Salem, New Hampshire, says law enforcement has long guns and night vision goggles. Thank you, Steve Hook, by the way. Thank you, ADKJSH. No, I've seen nothing about that ADKJSH. Thanks, 1XCD. And Angel Aracena. I mean, just based on everything we're hearing, it does seem like there might be some kind of intense search manhunt going on in Salem. Nick Rose says, I have a feeling that something big is about to happen. Thanks, Nick. Lucy thinks the guy has to be on foot since they found the car. There's actually 3 helicopters there now. Yeah, these are all, I think these are all TV helicopters here. All of them. This is not very close to the Canadian border. This is southern New Hampshire. It's all the way in southern New Hampshire, basically right on the Massachusetts border. That's from right there is from Flight Radar 24. It just seems like my best guess would be that they're doing some kind of manhunt. It's interesting, though. I haven't seen any kind of... I'm not aware of any reporting that, like, the town of Salem, New Hampshire said anything about it or anything. I haven't heard about any town in New Hampshire saying, like, don't, we're searching, so be careful, or don't go here or something. I haven't heard any of that stuff. Breaking news. I have breaking news 10 minutes ago. Boston 25 News photojournalist saw FBI agents and members of state police surrounding a location in Salem, New Hampshire, shortly before 7 o'clock. Boston 25 News is choosing to not show images at this time to protect the investigation. That seems potentially quite important. I'm going to read that to you again. Okay? That is from Fox 25. Let me read you that again. A Boston 25 News photojournalist saw FBI agents and members of state police surrounding a location in Salem, New Hampshire, shortly before 7 o'clock. I mean, it's 6:56 right now. Boston 25 News is choosing to not show images at this time to protect the investigation. That certainly seems like potentially big news. So, Fox 25 says that in recent minutes, one of their photojournalists saw FBI and members of state police surrounding a location in Salem, and they are not publicizing where this location is. I'm going to maybe put that in the headline.
122, negative contact, closing.
Ten five 122.
No, this would not be. I don't believe this is. I don't think they're talking about. This would not be the. I don't believe this would be. I mean, it could be. I don't believe this is referring to the live shot. Because they say shortly before 7 p.m. Boston time, which is right around now. And in the live shot, you don't really see people surrounding a location. You see people standing in a parking lot. All right, hold on a moment here. Also, Ted Daniel from Fox said our crew says law enforcement has long guns and night vision goggles. Let me just see if I can find anything else in local outlets here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Thanks for your patience. All right, so again, I just want to mention this. Again, Fox 25 Boston reports that a Boston 25 News photojournalist saw FBI agents and members of state police surrounding a location in Salem, New Hampshire, shortly before 7 p.m. Boston 25 News is choosing not to show images at this time to protect the investigation. Okay, hold on. Live now from Fox is showing a news helicopter shot of this parking lot in the Salem, New Hampshire. They don't seem to be showing people surrounding a building or something. So thank you to IG603, who claims that the precise location of the Fox stream activity is the advanced exteriors and glazing of New England North parking lot. So I can see the Fox, if you're saying the stream itself. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm looking, guys, look, if you look at Live Now from Fox on YouTube, they are showing an overhead shot, and it's like of a bunch of cars around this corrugated metal building.
317.
There. Where is the, maybe I can find it on Google Maps.
10517.
Which building is it are they looking at? What is that shot we're looking at right now on Google Maps? It's in this area. There's a corrugated, there's a building, there's a metal building they're looking at right on, again, on Live Now from Fox. It's a extra space storage. Extra space storage? Is this the building right? This building right here? Oh, I think you're right. The green awning, is that it right here? Right here. That's it right there. I'm looking at it. And there's two, it's right here, I think. Oh, WCVB is showing a lot on Boston, showing an overhead shot too. I do not have an overhead shot myself. I don't have access to an overhead shot that I can show you, but I am looking at a couple of overhead shots. Yeah, I'm sorry I don't have access to an overhead shot. But Channel 5 Boston is showing a car. It's a white car, and what are they showing? It looks like just maybe some law enforcement standing there. But Live Now from Fox is showing an open door to, I think, this building. It's right here. That's where they are. They're right here where my pointer is. And there's police. There are police behind vehicles facing this building. It's extra space storage. I believe that's the right building, our viewers are saying. And I believe that the open door is right here, because I am seeing police behind cars, almost like they're sheltering behind the cars, facing this building, extra space storage. Give me a moment here. So police seem to be surrounding, again, this building. This storage building. There's a police presence. I've seen some police behind their cars as if they're sheltering themselves. Yes, right here. This door appears to be open here, and there's a car there. Right here, they're showing this right now. It's literally where my pointer is, right here. There's a white car backed up to there. There's the bay is open, and there's a number of law enforcement in the opening standing there. And additionally, there are other law enforcement surrounding the building. Live Now from Fox on YouTube. Live Now from Fox on YouTube. That is who is showing it. I believe it's right here. Yeah, that I can see. I can see on the helicopter the markings on the ground. It's right in here. All right, hang on. Sorry for the confusion. But again, live now from Fox. Live now from Fox is showing that that overhead shot of that building surrounded. Let me just see if I have any other updates here about this. And again, they're showing a couple cars right now where there are some law enforcement behind the cars, although other law enforcement are at the open door to the building. Okay, Brooke Taylor with Fox News says sources confirm that officers are in Salem where the suspected shooter's abandoned car was found near a storage facility. So Brooke Taylor from Fox News reports sources confirm officers are in Salem, New Hampshire, where the suspected shooter's abandoned car was found near a storage facility. It appears to be the Extra Space storage here. Next to Hampshire Road, right near the border. Oops, why did we lose the live there? What happened to the live shot? Hold on. Oh, there we go. We're back. So this is a storage facility. Police have surrounded this building. Some police appear to be in the building. And apparently the car was found near there. You can turn it on live now from Fox on YouTube. They are showing the overhead shot. If I had the rights to the overhead shot, I would show it to you, but I do not. So I am looking at it and telling you what I'm seeing. Okay, they're showing a bunch of people, a bunch of law enforcement is standing right at this open door. This bay is open. There's law enforcement on live now from Fox. They're looking in. Some of them have guns, it looks like, and they're pointing. So I don't know if some law enforcement is actually, is the guy in there? Or are they talking, or are they talking to people who are searching? But they're looking inside and gesturing towards the inside of this storage building. Extra space storage. But there's some activity, a lot of law enforcement activity at this building. And again, there's an open bay right here, and law enforcement is at the door. Seems like giving some instructions or something. The end of the building? No, I believe it's right here, isn't it? There's two doors. Oh, you think it's here? Is it this one? I don't know. It's one of these two. I thought it was this. What are they doing now? They're opening a car. They're opening their car. They're opening their car. If it is their car, I thought it was this one. Maybe it's this one. It's one of the two. But there's literally law enforcement at the open door looking inside. They're just looking inside, talking to people inside, it looks like. They're peering around inside. Are there law enforcement actually inside the building? I don't know. Yes. So I can, yes, you're right. Okay, the people inside, they're right here. I'm sorry, I was messed up. I can see right now that the people peering inside are right here. Because the building, this is the building though. This is the building. It's extra space storage. So I'm going to put here law enforcement surrounding storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire. Hang on a moment here. Hang on. Law enforcement has now surrounded a storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire. So to repeat, oh, is there a robot or no? I was wondering, I haven't been watching the overhead shot the whole time. One of the viewers said they saw a robot. I was wondering if maybe they had a robot searching the building. So apparently they found the guy's car they were looking for near this building, this storage facility. And looks like they're looking, I mean, I still see people at the door of the facility, law enforcement, looking inside. To repeat, live now from Fox on YouTube. Oh, is Fox News also on with this Fox News? There's so many different channels here. Hold on. I have like 4 different channels up. So give me a moment here. Let me just switch here. One of them. Let me pull the Fox News. I've been watching all these local channels too. Hang on. Where is the Fox? Okay. Yeah, Fox News is showing it too. Fox News is showing the overhead shot too. You can turn it on Fox News or live now from Fox on YouTube. They are showing this helicopter shot of police surrounding this building here. So let me check for other updates. Give me a moment. There's a lot going on. Intel Point Alert said there's a report from local Fox that an FBI negotiator was spotted on the scene. Did Boston 25 say that? Let me listen and see. Hang on. I have to listen to the clip. Yeah, so Boston 25, they said, I think they saw on the live shot somebody with a vest that said FBI negotiator. Again, Fox News has a live shot of a helicopter overhead this building. Same on live now from Fox. I don't have the rights to that. I am watching it, but this is the building they are surrounding. Also, the local ABC affiliate has it too. Hang on a moment here. I am looking at two different helicopter shots here, just circling around that building that law enforcement has surrounded. I don't know if now there's on Fox News they're showing a car being driven. I think that's a law enforcement car. They're driving a car. And they have law enforcement with the white car that's being driven. You guys, if you search Live Now from Fox on YouTube, you will find it. Live Now, one word, from Fox. Is the white car the rental? Well, I don't know about that. Maybe it is, but that doesn't look like a gray car. I was wondering about that. I don't know if that white car that they're driving right now, I mean, they're literally, they're pointing their long guns on Live Now from Fox. They're pointing their long guns at the building, and they're driving a white car. I'm sorry, a lot of times I don't have the helicopter shot. So if I had the rights to it, I would show it to you. But I do not have the rights to it at this point. But again, Live Now from Fox is showing it. And surrounding this building, storage facility, a lot of law enforcement, a bunch of vehicles. Some law enforcement is holding rifles. Thank you to Chugi Live, by the way, in Duck Vision, and Dudu Diaz, and Jonathan Brady and Tallulah A. Bell in Portec, and Divide Industries, Kira Kiwi, and Oxytropis, Toolman Tim, Jen Junkie, thank you. Let's see here, hold on a moment. Also, thank you to Michael Belanger. Again, Live Now from Fox is showing an overhead shot of the building. I have the New Hampshire State Police scanner on Broadcastify, and I'm not hearing anything. Now, the Fox... Hey, guys, I'm looking at the live now from Fox. Is the helicopter leaving? Did they run out of fuel? What's going on with the helicopter? Did the Fox helicopter have to leave?
Should be 122.
Or were they told to leave? The Fox helicopter shot just ended.
122, we have a report from DOT of a two-vehicle collision just after the toll booth, exit 2 leading to Route 101 West. Two vehicles tried to go through the same toll booth lane at the same time and collided with each other. They're currently in the parking area that's just to the right after the toll booth leading to 101 West.
Live now from Fox is still showing a camera on the ground. They're still showing a camera on the ground. CNN is showing WCVB helicopter on CNN. They're showing, and WCVB helicopter still seems to be live. I don't know if the Fox News helicopter. So if you have CNN, you can turn on the WCVB helicopter.
120.
You can turn on there, unless that looks to be a live shot. But
seems to be the same.
The Fox helicopter seems to have left. Live now from Fox now has a shot on the ground, but it's not right at the... I don't think it's right at the building. I'm not seeing the building in that shot. Again, I'm sorry I don't have a helicopter shot. Yeah, live now from Fox is just now showing the extra space storage sign. So again, big law enforcement presence around this building. There have been some overhead helicopter shots of it, and there's some cameras on the ground. I don't have any access to the cameras on the ground, so I'm watching and waiting for updates. The Gmod journalist says, I work across the street. This is insane. Now, live now from Fox, they're showing a shot on the ground now. You know, again, sometimes I have access to stuff, but I have the news agencies I pay for feeds. No one's had anything that I had access to. So I don't have anything yet I can show you. But it's this facility here. It's this storage facility. Major law enforcement presence there. Meanwhile, they're expecting at some point tonight there's going to be a news conference. Mercuro Chrome Blues said the channel. Oh yes, a couple of our viewers said that Fox said their helicopter is refueling.
119.
Yeah, 3119.
I just cleared my stop. I can take that 25.
10119.
It's unfortunate that they had to lose their helicopter to refuel at that time. Oh,
122,
Brooke Taylor posted, thanks to AZ Intel for mentioning this. Thanks to AZ Intel. Brooke Taylor with Fox News reports, high-level source on the ground, she says, tells me they have not made contact with the suspected shooter. Brooke Taylor posted that 5 minutes ago. She said, high-level source on the ground tells me they have not made contact with the suspected shooter. She is with Fox News. Thanks to AZ Intel for mentioning that. It was reported that the car was found near this building. Brooke Taylor reported that as well.
119. I'll help you out with it.
119.
We're bringing you live coverage. Hold on a moment. WPRI says there's a mobile command vehicle and several law enforcement personnel at this storage facility. Actually, interesting. 25 News Boston says there are members of the Providence Police Department and at least one FBI negotiator at this storage facility in New Hampshire. Now, Fox News is showing right now a helicopter shot again. I don't know if that's a different helicopter shot. I assume it's live. Not Fox News. Live Now from Fox is showing a helicopter shot. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to find you any updates I can find you.
Off the saddles.
10-5, 122.
Yeah, I'm seeing this. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Seeing some stuff floating around on the internet. More internet rumors floating around at the moment. Give me a moment. Let me listen to this. What is this thing? One moment. There is a video floating around. I don't know what the origin of it is, but it's a video of a woman claiming that, if I have this right, her brother works at the storage facility and the FBI thought he might be the suspect, and they I think pulled him out of his car, and then he was like, no, I work here or something. But I think she said something like that the suspect may have a unit at the storage facility. I don't know. It's kind of odd. Again, I don't, it sounded like maybe they were looking for somebody at this facility, and they maybe, if the video is legit, they confused somebody else they saw there. But again, I don't even know who even shot the video. So it's kind of floating around the internet right now. I don't want to start putting too much, I can't put too much credence into it right now because I just don't really know the origin of it, but I've seen it floating around. Anyways. Yeah, and there's a photo floating around, but maybe that's a photo of the person who worked there. So I would just be careful at the moment. I will say, as of right now, I don't see any. Well, actually, live now from Fox is showing a helicopter shot now. If you turn it on live now from Fox, they're showing what appears to be maybe a different helicopter shot of this building. Oh, hey guys, hold on. I think I may have access to a helicopter shot. Not yet. I don't yet. Yeah, I mean, it's possible I'll get access to a helicopter shot. Right this second, I don't, but that could change shortly. So, just hang on a moment. I'm hoping to get access to a helicopter shot that I actually have the rights to show you. So bear with me for a moment, if you can. What I need to do is give me also. Okay. We're waiting for an answer on the helicopter shot. We may get a helicopter shot that I can show you in a minute or so, or a minute or two, but maybe not. I just need 1 minute here. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. I'm going to leave everything up on the screen. But I'm hoping to get, hopefully we'll get access to a helicopter shot. Give me 1 minute. Okay, thanks for your patience. I am back. Now, waiting to see if we can get a helicopter shot. And again, law enforcement has surrounded this storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire. Reportedly, they found a car near this facility that reportedly is associated with both the Brown University shooting and the killing 2 days later of an MIT professor in the Boston area. And I'm hoping to possibly get access to a helicopter shot. But again, authorities have surrounded this building. Yeah, I can see helicopter shots where I am. I just can't steal them. So I'm aware of them, but I'm trying to get the rights to one. But multiple reports say that police have identified the Brown University shooting suspect, and multiple reports say that there are multiple reports that say they believe the same person is responsible for the shooting and killing 2 days after the Brown shooting of an MIT professor. Thank you, S. Register and Debin and Lynn Powell and Glitterbell and Anna and Allie Fishman. I want to thank our moderators. We have Beth Mythical and Leslie Ladyhawk and Ruth and Roberts Mayqueen moderating on YouTube. Thank you. We also have on Twitch, I Got That Fire, J. Joanne, Matthew Kohai 3, Mick Bridges, thank you. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Charlotte Webb, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thank you. Thanks, Oxytropis on Twitch for your support, and CC. All right, hold on a second here. I keep waiting to see if I can get this. Again, I don't have the rights to the helicopter shot right now. I'm hoping to get it, but I can't use it at the moment. Yes, live now from Fox on YouTube is showing a helicopter shot. Live now from Fox. Let me check and see if I have any other updates for you on this. Give me a moment. Nothing on the scanner, by the way. Bob Ward, Boston 25, says in Salem there is a huge law enforcement presence. FBI, state and local police, and Providence police are all there. Looking for new updates. Major law enforcement presence outside of this storage facility. I still don't have the rights to a helicopter shot.
You can assign me primary to this 25.
Hoping to get one at some point. I keep checking. Why would Providence police be in New Hampshire, says some kind of stooge. That's an interesting question. I don't know. I mean, well, you know, if they obviously the Brown shooting was in Providence, but I don't know how that works. But really, again, I mean, it's been, I think, over an hour now. Oh, somebody running? I saw somebody running on one of the live shots, which I don't have the rights to. Not the Fox shot, the another shot. There's a maybe the one that's on, that's a live shot I'm looking at, but I don't have the rights to. It's a helicopter shot, and there was somebody running near the building. So, thank you, Jeff Stowe and Veronica Joy and P.A. Jeeper in request to speak. We do have a live shot from that press conference room. No press conference yet. And, you know, if you've been watching these helicopter shots, you can tell that they're surrounding the building. Live now from Fox is showing police, showing law enforcement at an open door at the building, kind of peering in. And then somebody's already inside. Again, live now from Fox has a helicopter shot just showing an open door and some, looks like armored law enforcement with guns going into the building. Live now from Fox is showing a couple of the law enforcement inside the building. Looks like he's holding his gun there. Again, you can see it at Live Now from Fox. But it's this building here, this storage facility. Sorry, there's no scanner, but it is what it is. Oh, CNN reports that the suspect used more than one set of license plates. Yes, CNN reports, Intel Point Alert found this. Thanks, Intel Point Alert. CNN reports that they found an abandoned car with a license plate that matched one of the plates of the car they thought the suspect had used. And they say, law enforcement officials say the suspect used more than one set of license plates on the vehicle. Wow. So again, CNN is reporting that they found an abandoned car with a license plate that matched one of the plates of the car they believed the suspect was using, and a license plate reader flagged one of the license plates, and the suspect reportedly has used more than one set of license plates on the vehicle. There is a rented car reportedly that's tied to both the shooting at Brown and the shooting of and killing of an MIT professor 2 days later. Still waiting. Again, I'm sorry I don't have access yet to a helicopter shot. Trying to get one, but it's out of my hands right now. But hopefully it ends up coming through. Live now from Fox, still showing a shot with law enforcement surrounding this building here. Breaking news, update from Brooke Taylor from Fox News. Brooke Taylor from Fox News says, high-level source on the ground says they are about to enter the storage facility, and the reason you saw all the officers in the parking lot just standing there was because they were watching surveillance footage to see whether the suspect was in the storage facility still. ATF, FBI, and Providence Police all on the scene. So she says they are about to enter the storage facility. We've seen some on helicopter shots. We have seen a couple people from law enforcement go inside that storage facility. I am looking for updates here. Live now from Fox is just showing a helicopter shot of an open door at the storage facility. Right now on the live now from Fox Shot, which I'm sure some of you are watching, they're showing a open door with one law enforcement person inside the door. I don't know the specifics on who those law enforcement are. They are wearing like helmets and looks like some tactical gear, and some have long guns. Abhijit Singh says, I'm a detective in Maryland. It is common for the lead department to accompany local department in the arrest search warrant of their suspect. Thank you, Abhijit. And Sparky Jean and Cyan Ablaze and Norman's dad and Troy the man and Serendipitous Butterflies. Again, I'm checking for updates. I'm sorry that I have not been able to get access to a helicopter shot yet that I am allowed to show you. I'm hoping that changes, but it hasn't changed yet. To repeat, CNN reported that, multiple outlets reported that that a car was found nearby connected to the suspect. And CNN reports that the license plate of the car matched one of the plates of the car they were looking for. And CNN reported that the suspect has used more than one set of plates on this vehicle. Reportedly, a rental car was used in both the Brown shooting and the shooting of an MIT professor 2 days later.
Troop 109 status check.
No, I'll be all set.
10-519.
Just waiting here. The helicopter shot on Fox is basically just showing this open door, and now there's a law enforcement, one of them standing in the door, and somebody else is running. So another law enforcement officer just ran in. One law enforcement officer appeared in the doorway and basically called over the other law enforcement officer who ran in. No, they never had a presser. They're supposed to have a presser tonight. I'm watching live now from Fox Live. I'm watching it. Although maybe they're behind Fox News. I had Fox News on. No, I have Fox News on. I have live now from Fox on and Fox News on. And other stations.
119.
10-119.
Notes are updated. 1079.
119.
WPRI reports that multiple law enforcement officials carrying weapons and wearing tactical gear have entered the storage facility. We've seen some law enforcement entering that storage facility. I don't know what they're doing inside there, but there are some in there. It's not even certain that the suspect is in there. I hope certainly they find this person.
117.
10-117.
10-1.
10-117.
It's Johnny Dog thinks if he was in there, the guys outside would be more defensive. I've seen some of the law enforcement acting sort of just kind of casual, and others it's really intense. So maybe it just depends on where you are. Again, I have no idea what they've seen inside that facility. We have no idea. I haven't heard reporting about what they're seeing in that facility. We just don't know yet. We do not know. This AP shot is the press conference room, but there's no press conference right now. So there's going to be one at some point. Yeah, I'm seeing a helicopter. The helicopter feed I'm seeing just showing an open door at the facility here. I think it's right in here. Seeing a couple of law enforcement just walked out of the door of the facility. I think right in here. Couple of law enforcement just walked out the door. They're not in a big rush. Everybody's waiting to see what they have found in this facility. If you want to see an overhead shot, you can go to Live Now from Fox. Is showing one. Live Now from Fox on YouTube. Oh. You know, in theory, I have access to another shot now, but it's not very helpful. There's a ground shot I have access to that I have to pay for, but it's not. It's real. It's like showing you a police car, so it really doesn't help you at all. So we're still waiting to hear if I can get access to the helicopter shot. That's a no-go so far. But if I get anything that's going to help you guys, I will put it on the screen. Another law enforcement just kind of casually walking out of the storage facility right where I'm showing you there. I've seen couple people, different people the last few minutes walk out of there. They're not running out of there, they're just walking out of there. So, I mean, they're clearly concerned about this building, but, you know, give me a moment. Let me take a little better look at what this shot. Give me 1 second, guys. Hang on. Let me see what this shot is showing. Yeah, this other shot I have access to is not showing much. So I'm going to hold off on that. Actually, now what are they showing? No, it's not very helpful. Another law enforcement walking near the building right now. Everyone's waiting to find out what is going on in that building. What have police found at that building? I don't see anything anywhere. I keep checking different outlets. No one seems to know. No one seems to know what's happening with the building. Nice Jungle says police could take time checking for explosives and booby traps. There's an expert talking on Fox now, Fox News, who said given that they're acting kind of casual, he thinks either he's not in there or he's dead, the suspect. And the person on Fox News, if I read it right, thinks maybe he's not in there. It could turn out that he is not in there. It could turn out that they found the car and he'd already left the scene. I don't know. But yeah, I agree with the assessment. We've been talking about this, that pretty casual. We see, we've been seeing law enforcement near the building, kind of just standing in the doorway, walking in and out. I'm seeing on live now from Fox, they're showing a bunch of, some law enforcement walking in the parking lot outside the building. There's a bunch of law enforcement just walking. There's probably about a dozen law enforcement there on the side of the building, kind of just walking around. Again, pretty casual atmosphere in the sense of they're not running around with their guns drawn or anything. So, is he in the building or not? Did they search and not find him? I don't see any reporting anywhere about what they found in the building. Now police appear to be looking with flashlights at a car in the parking lot. Maybe his car that they found, the suspect's car. Thank you, Sir Pepe and Mont 1558 and KC Veteran and Hilda F6K, Okko Go Life Virus, Shackled Text JFM90, and Oxytropis. And Kevin Arthur. What have they found or not found in this building? We're still waiting to find out. Eli Sherman with WPRI says, people are calmly walking in and out of the building at this point. Yeah, this shot is not live. It does not say that this is live on. This thing where it says live here on the right, that refers to this shot down here, which is a live shot, which is going in and out in the corner from Providence. I have not claimed that this is a live shot. This is clearly a Google Maps shot of the extra space storage. Still waiting. When will we hear whether they found anything in this storage facility? Hang on, I'm looking at some things here. Just no idea. It is 8:15 p.m. local time. I still have not seen any updates the last few minutes. I'm looking all around. Your guess is as good as mine. I also haven't heard, they said they were going to give a 20-minute warning for a press conference, and I've not heard any 20-minute warning yet. Thanks to Chris Hoekstra. Thank you, Chris Hoekstra. Well, the helicopter shot that I was hoping to maybe get, I think that helicopter might be going to refuel. Because I'm looking at it and it's now far away. I think that helicopter left. Misi says, this reminds me of when police were looking for the Boston Marathon bombers. Everyone is waiting. Did they find anything in the building? Did they find anything in the building? I still have no idea. Robin Ridge, I have not seen any canines. Another law enforcement person just walked into the building carrying some sort of bag. Yeah, the storage facility is right near the Massachusetts border. Hang on a moment here. Extra space storage in Salem, New Hampshire. They have lots of different types of storage units here. I'm looking at their website. I mean, the thing is, if you think the guy might be in there, you might think, well, he might be in any one of the storage units. One of the viewers said a dog walked around the side of the building. Mr. Bigley Uncredible said if he rented storage here, maybe he's local to this area. Still nothing. No additional word. We don't know what they have found or not found in this building. No, we don't know the name of the person who has supposedly been identified as the suspect. Guys, again, I can't steal everything from the internet. If I had a live video I have the rights to, I would show it to you. I pay for my live videos. This whole time, like all day, I don't think we've heard anything from law enforcement official about this. Like no updates. No press briefing times yet. Nope. At some point, there will be something. At some point, we'll hear something. The New York Times reports that federal prosecutors in Massachusetts, where the MIT shooting happened, have drafted charges against the person they are seeking. charges which will be sealed until the suspect is found. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on right now. We're just waiting. We're just waiting to hear more. What can I tell you? Now they're showing, live now from Fox is showing some police cars. Where is that, guys? The live now from Fox shot is showing some police cars on the street. Is that outside of the storage facility? Anybody watching live now from Fox right now? What are they showing on the right on live now from Fox? They're showing it also on CNN as well. That's a street. But is that just next to the, maybe it's just next to the parking lot? It's outside the parking lot, basically, where they've all been. It's not like a completely different location, right? Oh, they're zooming out here. CNN has a guy CNN has a guy on the ground near the storage facility, and there's all these people just out there in the parking lot looking in the distance at the storage facility, watching the law enforcement response. Maybe local people, but they can't get too close. Brian Enton with News Nation says that area communities are telling people to be on the lookout for a suspicious person. He also says, like others, that a car was located near the storage facility. Oh, was there a post from Methuen, Mass, I guess, supposedly? Hang on. I didn't see the actual alert. There's reporting that Methuen, Mass, which I believe is nearby. Yeah, Methuen is a bit south of Salem, I believe. Reporting that they sent out some sort of advisory or something. One of our viewers, Rick, thinks communication on this is horrible. There's been nothing all day from... Oh, I found it. I found the notification. Hey, guys, I just found the notification from Methuen, Mass. Which is, if you look here, Methuen is near is near this. Is to the south of the. It's right near the storage facility. See, it says Methuen. It's just south of the storage facility here. I need these. All right, now hold on a second here. I want to show you this. Let me show you this. There, from Methuen Police Department. Dear Methuen residents, federal authorities, with the assistance of state and local law enforcement, including Methuen Police, are currently mobilizing resources at the border by Salem, New Hampshire, Methuen at Route 28. This activity is connected to an ongoing effort to locate a suspect in an active investigation into a recent death. At this time, there is no information indicating an imminent risk to the public or residents of Methuen. However, we encourage everyone to remain vigilant and exercise heightened caution. In particular, if you observe any individuals on foot who appear out of place, unfamiliar to the area, or behaving in a manner that seems unusual or suspicious, please report it immediately to the Methuen Police Department. So that is from Methuen. Again, just south of the storage facility is Methuen, Mass. That was 40 minutes ago. I'd love to be able to tell you more, but we don't know more right now. Police are surrounding the storage facility, and they've been surrounding it, for hours now? Going in and out. Reportedly, a car they were looking for connected to the suspect was found near the storage facility. We don't know what they have found or not found. We have no idea. I have not heard any kind of a time announcement for a press conference. Robin Ridge says our storage unit facility has live video cameras and security. Maybe they have footage from this facility. There's been like no communication basically. I know Providence. I haven't seen anything from authorities. People have been finding stuff out from the news. That Methuen thing is one of the first things, if not the first thing I've heard all day from any kind of law enforcement or any kind of authority. Basically, it's been on the news. Both Channel 5 and Channel 25 in Boston are showing a lot of law enforcement standing in a group. I see FBI there, a bunch of law enforcement standing in a group I think at this scene. Seemed like a pretty casual atmosphere, so. Boston 25 at 8 p.m. Guys, 8 p.m. I have an update for you. I just saw this myself. From 8 p.m., which was 35 minutes ago. Okay? "8 p.m., a law enforcement source at the scene outside the storage facility tells Boston 25 News that contact with the suspected shooter has not been made yet." Again, that was posted about a half an hour ago by Boston 25 News. They said 8 p.m., a law enforcement source at the scene outside the Salem, New Hampshire storage facility tells Boston 25 News that contact with the suspected shooter has not been made yet. That was 35 minutes ago. Now that was 35 minutes ago, but even 35 minutes ago, police had been at that location for a long time. Thanks, Brad Boda, and says, hopefully no news is good news and they have cornered him. Thanks also Kira Kiwi, who thinks dumping a car next to a storage facility is an excellent diversion. It's taken hours for them to clear this building. She thinks maybe it's given him a chance to flee. Thanks F.T. Thomas. F. Thomas 6. Who says a Salem, New Hampshire rail trail nearby would provide egress for miles? That's what F. Thomas said. Thanks, Mr. Ray Romantico and Robin Ridge. Tannel 3790, S2K Pirate, Jeremy Luby, Rick Ratz. Still waiting for some sort of official update, something, some kind of communication about what's going on and what's been found. Brooke Taylor says, okay. Brooke Taylor from Fox News just posted, sources on the ground tell me the suspected shooter has a storage unit under his name in this facility where the abandoned car was found. Agents have entered the facility, but not his unit. Video shows him going into the storage facility at some point, but police are still trying to determine if he ever left. Let me read that again. This is from Brooke Taylor with Fox News. She says, sources on the ground tell me the suspected shooter has a storage unit under his name in the facility where the abandoned car was found in New Hampshire. Agents have entered the facility, but not his unit. Video shows him going into the storage facility at some point, but police are still trying to determine if he ever left. Oh, a lot of police just went in. I'm seeing a bunch of police on a live shot on CNN and Fox. I guess it was on Fox Live now. A bunch of law enforcement just walked in. They didn't run in. They walked in. I just saw it. So that's interesting. I just saw about maybe a dozen law enforcement, a number holding long guns, just went in the building. Walking. And they weren't going in with, not going in as if they expected to be shot at or something, just walking in. So that is interesting. We just saw that. One of our viewers said, how long does it take to check? Yeah, if they haven't checked his unit, I don't know how long it would take to check his unit. But I wonder if that's true. That's an interesting report from Brooke Taylor claiming they have video of him going in, but maybe not coming out. Some of our viewers think maybe they needed a warrant for the unit. It's an interesting theory. And Michael Ruiz, who's also with Fox News, he says the same thing. He says, suspect has a unit under his real name at the storage facility. He was seen entering on video. It's unclear if he ever exited the building. But police haven't entered his unit yet. Again, police are inside that facility now. A bunch of them went in a few minutes ago. Maybe we'll hear some updates soon. Abby Amazon thinks they're probably worried about booby traps or an ambush. Thanks, Abby Amazon and Kira Kiwi and Fleshernet. Thanks to our moderators. Ruth, thank you. Roberts May Queen, thanks so much for moderating over there on YouTube. Thanks to our moderators on Twitch, J. Joannid, Matthew Kohai 3, Nick Britches, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and our Facebook moderators, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Charlotte Webb. Thank you to all of our moderators, Christina Neal as well. CNN reports that
Survey 122.
Okay.
It was reported, it's happening about 5 minutes ago. 101 West was at mile marker 87.2, a beige or light blue sedan Hampshire plate with a vanity plate. Sherpa-B, SHRPA-B at Bravo. Swerving in and out of the lane, riding the line, split up against the guardrail. Caller's no longer with the vehicle.
Copy that. Plate come back.
Breaking news. CNN reports, listen to this. The suspect has employed a series of countermeasures to avoid being tracked beyond.
The plate comes back to a 2001 Toyota Camry, beige in color.
I don't think that's on the scanners about this. The suspect has employed a series of countermeasures to avoid being tracked beyond swapping license plates in different cities, as he has seemingly planned ahead to avoid surveillance cameras and facial recognition technology by making himself unidentifiable. So again, CNN says that this suspect has not only used swapped different license plates in different cities, but also has seemingly planned ahead to avoid surveillance cameras and facial recognition technology by making himself unidentifiable. And another thing CNN reported is that the same kind of car was used in the Brown shooting and the same kind of car was used in the Brown shooting and the MIT professor shooting, but it had different license plates. So police believe that he switched out the license plates. So they're saying that CNN reports that basically the same car was used by the suspect in both cases, but the license plate had been switched. How about that? So the person apparently switched the license plates. Fox News has as their headline right now, source, video shows the suspect entered this facility. It is unclear, Fox News says, if the suspect left this facility. I got to update my ticker here.
One two six 122. I'm all set here. Copy.
Okay. All right, hold on a second. Sorry, I've been trying to get you update here. Have they maybe found something in the storage facility? Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. That is not a very helpful shot. So I'm not going to worry about that one. Salem Police Department posted something. Here, this is from the Salem, New Hampshire Police Department. The Salem Police Department would like to advise the public of police activity in the area of Route 28 and the Methuen City line. The Salem police are assisting several federal agencies with an active and ongoing investigation. At this time, there is no information indicating an imminent risk to the public or residents of Salem. However, we encourage everyone to remain vigilant and exercise heightened caution. In particular, if you observe any individuals on foot who appear out of place, unfamiliar to the area, or behaving in a manner that seems unusual or suspicious, please report it immediately to the Salem Police Department. We are advising residents and onlookers to please avoid the area of Route 28 and the Methuen City line out of respect for the ongoing investigation. Federal prosecutors have obtained a warrant, guys, to search the storage unit. This was just posted by the New York Times. Thanks to AZ Intel for catching this. So the New York Times reports that federal prosecutors have obtained a warrant.
I don't know if you can close it.
Oh, and also an FBI evidence unit has arrived at the storage facility, according to Boston 25 News. So they have obtained a warrant, according to the New York Times, to search a storage unit believed to be connected to the person of interest in the MIT and Brown killings. Investigators have not ruled out the possibility that the person is either hiding in the unit or has killed himself there. So apparently, police are inside now, maybe even at the moment, entering his storage unit. Okay, so there. Leanna Falk with WJAR reports that more than a dozen FBI vehicles have just arrived at the scene. More than a dozen FBI vehicles have just arrived at the scene, according to Leanna Falk. That's her name. So again, it sounds like law enforcement is in the process of searching the actual storage unit belonging to the suspect. And we're waiting to see what they found. I'm going to have to eat something in a second. I've literally not eaten since we've been on the air, and I was trying to wait to eat something, but it's getting to the point where I might have to get a bowl of cereal or something, just something quick. I'm going to have something. In a minute, I might run and take 2 minutes and eat something. But again, Boston 25 News says FBI evidence unit arrives at storage facility. They have gotten the warrant, though. Reportedly, New York Times, and we saw about 20 minutes ago, I think, a bunch of law enforcement go into that building. So maybe they're searching it right now. Thanks, Cameron Rules, Good Scene, Betin Noir, Alex Soto, IDK Anything, Barry Beard, DJ Karam, Robin Ridge. Robin Ridge says he could have explosives or bombs in there with him if he's in there. Donna Pale, Nina Drew, Captain Jerry Donnelly, thank you. CNN says authorities believe the suspect may be inside a specific unit. That's from CNN. CNN says authorities believe the shooting suspect may be inside a specific unit. Which matches other reporting we've been hearing. Oops. So again, multiple reports say that they're focusing on a specific unit. The New York Times, I believe, said it was his unit. Yeah, a storage unit believed to be connected with a person of interest in the MIT and Brown University killings. The press conference, I'm seeing some activity at the press conference. I got to get that live back. For some reason, AP hasn't posted. I have the camera in there on the right there. It just hasn't gone back to the live shot. But there is activity in the press conference room. The lower right should be the press conference shot. But I'm waiting for AP to go back live on it. It hasn't started yet. Give me a moment here. But AP has a camera there, and we saw it before. All right, just give me a moment here. Just give me 2 seconds here. Let me just do something real quick. Let me just do something real quick. I haven't seen it announced, though. I have not seen them announce. There's people setting up microphones in the press conference room. Well, as soon as I have the live from that room, I'll show it to you. Breaking news, Fox is reporting. Our chat just saw it. Fox is reporting the suspect has been found dead. Fox News, I just saw the headline on Fox News. Fox News is reporting the suspect has been found dead. I just saw the headline on Fox News. Fox is reporting right now, breaking news, Fox News, the headline says, source, Brown shooting suspect found dead from self-inflicted gunshot wound. That is from Fox News. It's their headline right now. Brown shooting suspect found dead from self-inflicted gunshot wound. And I have the press conference live footage right here. There is the camera from the press conference. So, again, Fox News is reporting that the suspect... Hold on, I got to get the volume up here.
We are giving you your 20-minute notice.
20-minute notice.
In about 20 minutes, I'm going to have everyone come down here. We're going to have the same structure that we've been doing the past few days. We're going to start on the left. We're going to work our way to the right. Everyone gets one question, and then one follow-up question. 20 minutes, starting now, likely longer, maybe 25 minutes. Thanks.
Okay. Fox News reports that the suspect of the Brown shooting was found dead in the storage unit of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. All right, hold on a second here. Hang on. Okay, so again, Fox News is reporting this, that the suspect has been found dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound in storage unit. Brooke Taylor had reported it from Fox News. It's on their headline, Fox News. Press conference expected in about 15 minutes. Thanks, people in the chat, for alerting me that Fox was reporting that. Give me a moment here. Press conference expected around 9:25 p.m. Eastern Time. We're certainly going to cover this for you. Wow, big news, guys. Big news. Reminds me, you know what it reminds me of a bit? Of when the shooter... There was a shooting a couple of years ago. The main shooting, the main mass shooting a year or two ago, where the shooter was found... There was a big manhunt, and the shooter was found dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound, I believe like on a truck. Wow. Fox News, the first one to report this. Have not seen anybody else report it yet. But they did say, oh, 9:15. Now, Well, actually, WPRI says 9:15. So I'm going to say shortly. I thought they said more like 9:25, but you never know. We'll have live coverage for you. Hey guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this up on the screen for you. Let me grab a bowl of cereal and just eat it. And if they start before I'm done, I'll put down my cereal. So I'm going to put the volume on. I'll be right back. Okay? But we got the live shot for you. So give me a moment.
Please stand by.
Thank you.
Check about this one. Troop A-126 status check. Country 117.
No. All good, thank you. Just as many questions as they were before. This press conference was supposed to start at 4 o'clock this afternoon, but as you've seen, a lot of new developments in this case as this investigation continues, ongoing active investigation. We just got word a few minutes ago that this press conference should get underway in 20 minutes, so we did get that warning. So that means in about 10 minutes from now, about 9:25, this press conference should get underway, and we have a lot of questions that need to be answered. The mayor's communications director came out here a few minutes ago and gave us that 20-minute mark, that 20-minute heads up, and also said that each reporter will get to ask one question and one follow-up question. So things are pretty fluid. I don't know if that will stand when the press conference gets underway, but that's what we've been told. One question and one follow-up question. We are here waiting for this press conference to get underway. That's the latest right here in Providence, and we are in place, and we'll bring you the press live as soon as it happens. Send it back to you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks for your patience. We're waiting for this to start.
Don't forget when this starts to turn your. Oh, it is on.
The New York The New York Times also reports that the suspect was found dead in a storage unit. Okay. The New York Times is reporting that as well, that the suspect was found dead inside a storage unit. Fox News has reported it. Associated Press also reports it. Man suspected in shooting at Brown University has been found dead. So AP is also reporting it. And AP says investigators believe the man is responsible for both the shooting at Brown and the killing of the MIT professor 2 days later. Okay? So AP reports that now. New report from Associated Press. Yes, WMUR also says suspect in both the MIT professor and Brown University shooting found dead. Investigators believe the man was responsible for both the shooting at Brown and the killing of an MIT professor who was fatally shot in his Brookline home Monday. That is from Associated Press. So again, it is multiple outlets report the same person is believed to have carried out both the Brown shooting and 2 days later the shooting of an MIT professor that was in Brookline, Massachusetts. And soon we will hear what the police have to say about all of this.
I'll have 117 for reference.
I'm going to turn off the scanner. Ted Daniel reports suspect was a legal permanent resident. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Ted Daniel of Fox Boston's Ted Daniel reports that the suspect was not a U.S. citizen but a legal permanent resident. Breaking news. Fox 25 Boston's Ted Daniel reports that the suspect was not a citizen but a legal permanent resident. Interesting. So that, I guess, had a green card, as one of our viewers said. Legal permanent resident. Some more breaking news. Guys, this is unrelated. This is unrelated, but just so you know, unrelated, U.S. Southern Command just announced that they blew up 2 more alleged drug boats. Okay? This just got announced 5 minutes ago. The U.S. military just announced that it carried out lethal kinetic strikes on 2 vessels operated by designated terrorist organizations in international waters. Intelligence confirmed the vessels were transiting along known narco-trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific and were engaged in narco-trafficking operations. A total of 5 male narco-terrorists were killed during these actions, 3 in the first vessel and 2 in the second vessel. Okay, so that just got announced 5 minutes ago. I just wanted to let you know that. What happened to their audio? What happened to the video? Hello? AP? All right, hold on. I'll get ready with the backup. It's not live yet, guys. The press conference is not live yet. AP seemed to have a little issue with their video. They're getting this from WCVB. Hopefully they can fix it. I should have a backup option too, but this should work. Yeah, this is AP is using a Boston. I'm getting it through AP, and AP is getting it through WCVB, which is the Boston ABC affiliate. They have not started yet. Oh, hold on. Are they going to really? All right, hold on. I'm getting you a backup. I'm getting you a backup while we're waiting for this to come back. I'm getting you a backup while we're waiting for this. Hold on. Hang on. All right, hang on. Just hang on 1 second. They haven't started yet. Just give me a second. They are fixing it. But in the meantime, I'm going to show you the backup shot, which I have right here. Supposedly. If that is working. Here is the backup shot. Oh, hold on. We got the other one back. We got the other one back. The other one came back. Okay, there we go. It's back. It's back. It's back. It's back. There we go. Is it not back? Oh, the video's back. It's not playing, though. All right, well, we got to go back to the other one yet. I don't know what's going on. Still hasn't started yet. Here you go. Oh, hold on. The other one's back. The other one is back now. We got the other one back. We got the AP one back. Oh, they're having issues with their signal, so we're going to have to stay on this one for now. We'll stay on this one for now. The other feed is not working, so for right now, we're going to go with this one. For right now, we're going with this feed. We'll go with this feed until the other one works.
Good evening, everybody. Tonight, our Providence neighbors can finally breathe a little easier. In a minute, Colonel Perez will share the latest details on the investigation. But I want to thank the people of Providence for stepping up and coming together during an extraordinarily difficult time. I know this has been hard on all of us. Over the past 5 days, minutes have felt like hours. But the people of Providence have done what we're best at. We've leaned on one another, come together, and supported one another, and showed the nation what a tight-knit community looks like. It was because of the information provided to us by neighbors and the tireless work of our Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police, the FBI, the ATF, and many other federal partners. The incredible prosecutorial advice and guidance that we received from the Attorney General's office, we all worked well together to be able to identify this suspect. I know we will have a lot of questions still, and we will continue to work to get those answers. But it is a great honor for me to turn this over to our Chief of Police, Colonel Oscar Perez, and I will say on behalf of the people of Providence, we owe him and every member of the Providence Police Department the deepest debt of gratitude. Colonel?
Thank you very much, Mayor. So first and foremost, I want to offer my deepest condolences to the families, the victims, and responding that this work was put together to ensure that they get the justice that they deserve, and to ensure that this person is held accountable. Second thing I'll tell you that I'm extremely proud of this department. Thank you very much, the detectives, the Crime Center, the response teams, the intelligence division, and our colleagues in Lisbon. That this work was put together to make sure that they get the justice that they deserve, and to ensure that this person.
So sorry about the.
At Brown University, 184 Our office is whatever within minutes. That same day, Providence police detectives immediately went to work. Looking for video footage to see who this individual was and who was responsible. A person of interest. The person of interest was observed on Hope Street, turning onto Waterman Street, and that was one of the first videos that we released. At the same time, every federal agency you can think of was reaching out to the Providence Police Department and responding to the capital city. Images were shared with media within hours. Persons of interest it was the same individual that has been the focus of this investigation since the beginning. Images were shared with media within hours. Persons of interest it was the same individual that has been the focus of this investigation since the beginning. All the new images that we received of this person of interest were shared with the media. All the new images that we received the past of this person of interest were shared with the media. This critical evidence was collected with the use of public assistance, as the mayor stated. I'm proud to be the chief of police of this city. I'm proud to be a product of this city for the reasons that the mayor stated. Community stepped up. It was all about groundwork, public assistance, interviews of individuals, and good old-fashioned policing. That is the type of police work that every police officer in this nation reminds themselves of, and that many do not understand. And that is critical, and that many do not understand. And that is critically important, and often succeeds where technology alone cannot. We looked at financial records, we looked at video footages, and in the specific incident, it was actually a video that provided us with a description of a vehicle. That was corroborated through a tip that was received to the tip center. That room was packed with detectives, agents, receiving calls on a daily basis. We started early and left late. Then Flock and the LPR was able to provide us with this description of this vehicle. That vehicle was picked up by Flock, which led us to a car rental place in Massachusetts. Through that, the agents and their work as well were able to get us footage of this individual, as well as a copy of the agreement, which provided his real name. The video of that subject matched the description of that person of interest that this police department was desperate to put handcuffs on. That individual was identified as Claudio Neves Valenti, date of birth, and he was a 48-year-old man. He was a Brown student, he was a Portuguese national, and his last known address was in Miami, Florida. And I will tell you that he took his own life tonight. We have members of the Providence Police Department up in Salem, New Hampshire. And we also have the BCI unit. Obviously, the FBI and their evidence recovery unit is up there. So the process is being conducted as we speak. And it goes without saying that I would like to personally thank the efforts again of the Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police,
the Rhode Island Attorney General, the FBI, the ATF, HSI, the U.S. Marshals, IRS, DEA, Secret Service, and NCIS. There is no way that we could have done this by ourselves. In this nation, when horrific incidents like this happen, law enforcement steps up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. General Arona?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. You know, I would describe the emotions on the investigative team, including our prosecutors and the agents, detectives from both state police, Providence, as mixed. You know, there is a sense of completeness in terms of the investigation, an investigation that's, if not the hardest, among the handful of hardest investigations that I've ever been involved with. And the sense that we owed those 2 dead Brown students and the 9 injured Brown students and the students who were in that auditorium that weren't injured, and the Brown community and the Providence community results. The teams worked really hard. I think I mentioned that to you almost every night that we met with you. I wish they were all up here with us. That we wouldn't fit here, but it was remarkable to see the cooperation between the FBI agents, the ATF agents, the HSI agents, the Providence police detectives, the state police detectives, our prosecutors. And I will say that everybody brought a certain expertise to the table, but it is nevertheless a sad moment when you think about those young people who were hurt, injured, or worse, 2 of them are now deceased. You know, to me, this was always going to be an investigation where something was going to break it open. We were going to pull threads. We were going to gather evidence that would lead us in a particular direction. And I will say that if we were with you less than, well, I guess now more than 24 hours ago, we had that picture of that second individual. And I would say within an hour, no more than 2, I think it was under an hour, that person came forward to 2 Providence police officers over on the east side and said he had information, that he was that person and he had information that could help this case. And I remember last night watching his interview, and he blew this case right open. He blew it open. And that's how these cases sometimes go. You can feel like you're not making a lot of progress. You can feel like you're chasing leads and they don't work out. But the team keeps going because, you know, those of us with experience know that you're going to pull a lot of threads, and it's not always the first one that's going to get you where you need to go. But when you do crack it, you crack it. And that person led us to the car, which led us to the name, which led us to the photographs of that individual renting the car, which matched the clothing of our shooter here in Providence, that matched the satchel that we see here in Providence. He was found dead with a satchel, with 2 firearms, and evidence in the car that that matches exactly what we see at the scene here in Providence. And so I know that you and the public have questions about how we got from a place yesterday where all we could share with you was a photograph of someone we wanted to talk to where we got to tonight. And so we got a state arrest warrant for murder today that was signed by a district court judge for this individual. There won't be a prosecution now, of course, but that affidavit is on our website, and you will be able to see more and read more about how this investigation unfolded. I won't get you all the way there because there are some things that happened afterwards which led us to this suspect's body in New Hampshire. But it will, I think, tell you, give you a sense of the work that went into this by the line prosecutors and the line agents and detectives from the agencies that work so well together. So, as I said, it's with mixed emotions. It is unimaginable, the pain that the parents and families of the deceased are feeling tonight and will feel undoubtedly for quite a while. But I hope that by bringing this person to justice, that we can at least give them the beginnings of some measure of closure. And I want to thank you all for your patience with me when I got a little testy with some of you. Those of you who know me from Rhode Island, you know that's my nature. So I really want to thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, General. As has been said several times, the partnership with the FBI was invaluable. And so it's a pleasure to introduce Special Agent in Charge of FBI, Ted Dox.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening. My name is Ted Dox, Special Agent in Charge of FBI Boston. We got him. Shortly before 9 o'clock tonight, the FBI SWAT team executed court-authorized search warrants at a storage unit facility in Hampshire Road in Salem, New Hampshire. This is where we located Claudio Neves Valente, the individual who we believe was responsible for the Brown shooting. The latest developments in an intense 5-day manhunt, and is a result of an incredible amount of work dedicated by the law enforcement team standing here before you tonight. Every single agency brought their unique skills and expertise to this investigation, and we're motivated by the victims and survivors of this horrific incident. Even though the suspect was found dead tonight, our work is not done. There are many questions that need to be answered. There's a lot of evidence that needs to be processed, and most importantly, the victims and their families deserve special care and consideration. The FBI and our partners across Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire will continue to search for answers for the victims, survivors, and their families to see what motivated this individual to carry out such a senseless act of violence. From the onset of this critical incident, it's been all hands on deck. The FBI deployed approximately 500 special agents, analysts, task force officers, and support personnel to assist our partners in this investigation. In addition to this extra manpower, all our specialty teams were activated, including Evidence Response Team, SWAT, Divert, and Victim Services Response Team, just to name a few. A special thanks to you, the media, as well as to the community. My sincere thanks to Colonel Perez, Colonel Weaver, AG Nerona, Brown University PD, and all of our partners. This was truly a team effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Another critical partner at every step along the way was the ATF. I'd like to introduce Special Agent in Charge of the ATF, Tom Greco.
Good evening. My name is Tom Greco, the Special Agent in Charge of ATF Boston. From the moment 911 reports of the shooting at Brown University came through, there's been an around-the-clock effort to identify the perpetrator and to protect the community. The men and women of ATF, including our special agents, our intelligence research specialists, and our support personnel, have been proud to support and be part of that effort, leveraging our unique experience, dedicated investigators, canine handlers, and crime gun intelligence technology, such as NIBIN, the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, to compare ballistic evidence, and our other available tools to support the investigation, and to help identify Claudio Neves Valente as the individual that we believe was responsible. ATF's mission, first and foremost, is to protect communities from violent crime. Each individual in this country deserves to live in peace and security in their homes, in their schools, in their places of worship, and in the streets. The actions of Claudio Neves Valente stole that right and terrorized the community. I'd like to emphasize to the public, this was a highly dangerous individual capable of extreme violence. And we're happy to have been part of this investigation and proud to have worked with our partners to identify him and see this through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From the very outset on Saturday, from our first press conference in the fire station to today, Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee has been by Providence's side every step of the way. The City of Providence is incredibly grateful for the governor's support, the state police, not just their assistance with the investigation, but in supporting the broader community. It's a pleasure to introduce Governor Dan McKee.
Thanks, Mayor, and clearly your staff, I feel the same way with the team that you have, that we were happily able to assist. And as a former mayor, many of here in the audience know that I've been a mayor, some don't, but I empathize and sympathize with the position that you were in and the fact that you needed people to follow the lead of the Providence police and to partner in with some extraordinary people, whether it's with the FBI or the ATF, and of course our state police as well. From the very beginning, my thoughts as a dad was with the families who suffered from the shooting. The unthinkable happened in our state. The unthinkable happened in Providence. The unthinkable happened at Brown University. And we're going to be forever changed. But our commitment from the state level is to continue to support Providence, Brown, and the people of the state of Rhode Island in the recovery. That's going to take a great deal of time. But I do say this. The professionalism that I saw in the law enforcement should make everyone that lives in our state and beyond our borders feel very safe. These things happen, but it requires some professional help in law enforcement to bring it to the conclusion that we've been able to bring it to. So, Colonel, thank you, everybody involved. And again, we will stand with Providence and Brown University and the people of the state of Rhode Island to provide the help that will be needed in the recovery in a trauma like this.
Thank you, Governor. Throughout the year, the Rhode Island State Police is an incredible partner to Providence, but during this investigation, their support was invaluable. I introduce Colonel of the State Police, Colonel Weaver.
My name is Colonel Darnell Weaver, the Superintendent of the Rhode Island State Police. I want to begin by recognizing the excellent and exceptional efforts of the Providence Police Department and Colonel Oscar Perez. From the very first moments of this investigation, the Providence Police Department has worked collaboratively and relentlessly day and night on this investigation while protecting our capital city. Their detectives followed facts, developed evidence, and pursued every credible lead. Colonel Perez's leadership has been steady and decisive, focused on identifying the person responsible for this tragedy. As always, our troopers stepped up, working shoulder to shoulder with the Providence Police and our local, state, and federal partners. I want to give particular recognition to our detectives, whose diligence and dedication contributed to this investigation. Our detectives and division leadership operated as a unified team, sharing intelligence, resources, and expertise. This has truly been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, as virtually every trooper has taken extra shifts to help support the efforts in Providence, and I have never been prouder to be a member of the Rhode Island State Police. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the Rhode Island State Police, and this case stands out among one of the most challenging in our state's history. The sheer volume of digital evidence, the complexity of the investigation, and the intense public interest played an extraordinary demands on everyone involved. Despite that pressure, investigators remain disciplined, methodical, and focused on facts. We are grateful for the assistance of the public, particularly those who shared our information, provided tips, and gave us doorbell camera footage and access to their property. We are also thankful for the ongoing support of Rhode Islanders. We know that you have been with us through this entire investigation. I also want to be very clear about something else. Criminal investigations are grounded in evidence, not speculation or online commentary. The endless barrage of misinformation, disinformation, rumors, leaks, and clickbait were not helpful in this investigation. Distractions and unfounded criticisms do not support this work. They complicate it and threaten to undermine the justice we seek for the victims and the grieving families. Despite these challenges, good police work prevailed, and we have lessons that we can bring forward from these long days ahead. To the Brown University community and the people of Rhode Island, be assured that this case reflects the law enforcement community and what we are capable of, and that we are committed to this state. We will continue to support the victims and the broader community as the healing continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Providence is so proud to be home to Brown University, and we are committed to working together with them in the future as they help heal their community as we do our broader Providence community. We continue to give condolences to the deceased and our prayers to those who are recovering. The leader of Brown has been a great partner through this whole process. I'd like to introduce President Christina Paxson from Brown University.
Thank you. You know, nothing can really fully bring closure to the lives that have been shattered over the past week, but this may allow our community to move forward and begin a path of repair and recovery and healing. I want to thank the dedicated law enforcement agencies that have worked so tirelessly on this case, really around the clock, as well as our neighbors and others who participated in giving tips and helping with the investigation. We hope that this outcome tonight brings an increased sense of safety for our community at Brown and in the surrounding area. This has been a period of great fear and anxiety for many people, and now perhaps some form of relief. Truly, this week has been devastating for our community in a number of ways, including the experiences that members of our community have had with being targeted by online rumors and accusations. And I hope that this development also means an end to this truly troubling activity. So we remain focused on the safety and security of our community and in support for the victims of this senseless violence. Now, we know the public and our own Brown community members will want to know more about the individual now identified by law enforcement as the suspect in last weekend's shooting. And we can confirm the following to the best of our knowledge, based on our review in the very short time since law enforcement authorities made us aware of this development. And we provided this information to law enforcement as they build their case and wrap up the investigation. So Claudia Manuel Neves Valente was enrolled at Brown from the fall of 2000 to the spring of 2001. He was admitted to Brown's graduate school to study in the Master's of Science PhD program in physics, beginning on September 1st, 2000. And he took a leave of absence effective April 2001 before formally withdrawing effective July 31st, 2003. During his time at Brown, Nueves Valente was enrolled only in physics classes. The majority of physics classes at Brown have always been held within the Barris and Hawley classrooms and labs. Now, detailed records indicating where specific courses were held don't extend back to 2001. But we can say that physics classes typically require access to specialized equipment, including demonstration carts that are a fixed asset in some of Barris and Hawley classrooms. So I think it's safe to assume that this man, when he was a student, spent a great deal of time in that building for classes and other activities as a PhD student in physics. He has no current active affiliation with the university or campus presence. So again, we thank law enforcement and so many others for their extensive work on this case, day and night, and we look forward to a sense of restored safety for Brown, Providence, and the Rhode Island communities. Thank you.
Thank you, President Paxson. The last speaker, and then we will take your questions, is the Chief of the Brown Police Department, Chief Chapman. Remember, his officers were the first to respond on Saturday, and we are so grateful for both their immediate and heroic response and their partnership over the last 5 days. Chief?
I want to express my ongoing prayers and care and concern for our entire community. I certainly also want to acknowledge and thank the men and women of the Brown University Police and Public Safety for their efforts. As you see, this was a Herculean task and required a lot of collaboration and work. And our officers and our public safety personnel were shoulder to shoulder with these assets. I do want to also thank all of you who have helped citizens and law enforcement. That partnership and collaboration means the world to us, and we couldn't have gotten there without you. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We'll now open up to questions. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What led authorities to link the incidents between Brown University and MIT?
Yep, I can read from here.
And then I can follow up to that.
Yeah, I'll start. I'll just tell you that a lot of the information and evidence that we ended up gathering linked us to a connection up in Massachusetts, but obviously at the MIT. But I feel a respect to the authorities in Mass as well as the FBI that's for them to come in. But I'll tell you that the groundwork that started in the city of Providence by our detectives, the detective division under the command of Major LePayan, as well as the federal partners that we had in our room upstairs, and ATF, the FBI, led us to that connection. And so that was great work.
Does FBI want to weigh in on that? And then I have a follow-up.
I think through that particular link that you're talking about, that case is being worked out of Massachusetts with the leadership of U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. I believe that they're having a press conference today as well, where they'll reveal more to the general public at that time. I'd be remiss to start and kind of talk on this, to let them kind of had first dibs to kind of be the ones to tell the public about those particular links.
And your follow-up.
But your follow-up, sir.
As for the second person who came forward, what did that person tell you, and did that person know the shooter?
So yeah, obviously I had mentioned at the last press conference that it was a person that we wanted to speak with. The work of the video collections that we had led us to identify that there was a person that actually encountered this individual. So it corroborated everything that we saw. We saw our person of interest. We saw that there was a vehicle involved. When this person came in, broke the case in the sense that explained to us exactly what we thought we had seen and put that individual at the crime scene. Obviously, that was the break, because we knew that we were in the right direction to ensure that we were going after this individual, but obviously took his life.
Colonel.
Go ahead. Steve.
Thank you. Did Mr. Valenti act alone, and is there an anti-Semitism component behind it, do you expect?
As far as we know, Steve, he acted alone.
And is there an anti-Semitism component to this?
No, that we know of, no.
John.
Colonel, what was the events that led to the storage facility? So was he pursued there? Did he know authorities were going after him? When was he last alive? Like, how did that play out?
So it plays out in the sense that we obviously, I just stated, we collected all the evidence. We were able to learn that there was a rental vehicle. We learned about that vehicle. There was financial records that were verified by the FBI, obviously, and other agencies. I'm sorry, actually, so another agency, so multiple agencies that verified financial records that brought us to that site to know that he had actually rented a site at the storage unit, and then we ended up in Salem.
In a follow-up,
Yeah.
when he did that, did he know authorities were coming, or did he just go and, like, how long had he been in that storage unit?
That we're not aware of, John, in the sense that all we knew is that we were on a manhunt, and that's what he led us to. So.
Amanda.
Oh, thanks. Chief, I have some questions for you about Claudio. So he graduated, he did graduate. He was at Brown more than 20 years ago. His last known address was in Miami, but now he's here at Brown University, potentially also at MIT. What do you know about what brought him up here?
There's going to be unknown answers that we have no answer as far as that. Obviously, came up here and committed this horrific incident and this tragedy, and that's all we knew. Our mission was to ensure that we could find him and bring him to justice, but yeah, no. At this point, correct.
And my follow-up is of the evidence that you've collected. Have you collected the handgun that you believe was used in the shooting? Have you collected any type of manifesto or evidence that he planned more shootings?
So as far as I know, that's the FBI evidence recovery team is up in Salem, New Hampshire, and they're collecting whatever evidence is up there. This happened just now as before we came up here.
Bill.
Any criminal history, political affiliations, any social media posts, anything of that sort that you can report to us about Mr. Valenti?
Nothing that I know of, Steve.
Behind him. Go ahead, white shirt.
Is there any indication that Mr. Valenti was planning any future attacks?
Nothing that we know of, no.
In the way back.
Special Agent Docs, can you also tell us if the connection, I know you said you can't talk too much about the MIT, but the fact that it was a physics professor at MIT and then the physics building and he was studying physics, have you tied all that up, and does that lead, why target one person in Massachusetts and then a whole class here in Providence?
Yes, it is true that Mr. Valenti was a physics student. Also, we know that the MIT, the victim there, was in that discipline as well. I will tell you that there's multiple phases to an investigation, and so now in a sense that we know the subject is deceased, now that investigation continues to find out all of those answers to your question, sir.
Did he go to school with a professor? Did he go to school with a professor who was killed? Can Brown answer that?
It is believed that in Lisbon that those two individuals attended the same university in Portugal.
You have a follow-up in the back.
Muy poquito.
Go for it.
Sorry, empiezo desde el principio.
Lo que nos pueda resumir acerca del caso, ¿qué fue lo que conllevó a que ustedes pudieran dar con el paradero del sospechoso y las conexiones que tuvieron? ¿Cómo llegaron a rastrearlo y más que nada a qué atribuye todo esto?
So the question was if I can briefly explain how we got to this individual and what occurred. So, verdaderamente lo que pasó, obviamente el incidente del sábado 13 nos llevó a tomar evidencias, colectar evidencias de videos, de informaciones, y expliqué que es muy importante el trabajo de los policías y los detectives en el piso, haciendo el trabajo duro, recolectando videos, recolectando testimonios. En este tipo de casos recibimos información, obviamente, de los videos que colectamos. Nos dimos cuenta que había un vehículo de interés y una persona de interés desde el principio. Eso nos llevó a después informarnos de la placa del carro, la descripción del carro, y eso nos llevó a darnos cuenta de que esa persona había rentado el vehículo en una compañía en Massachusetts. Después de que fuimos a Massachusetts, cogimos videos de la persona. Esa persona era en la misma descripciones de la persona de interés de nosotros acá en la ciudad de Providence. De ahí pasamos con los agentes federales a investigar un poco más y llegamos a los récords financieros que nos llevó a Salem, New Hampshire, hoy en esta noche. Allá hubo una entrada táctica del equipo del FBI y encontramos que esta persona se había quitado la vida ellos mismos. Ahora estamos investigando más si hay algo que necesitamos saber más de él.
Alex.
Colonel or AG, is there a note or manifesto of some kind, and is that providing any information about a motive or anything that they might have done in the
Again, the FBI recovery team in forensics are up in Salem, New Hampshire. At this point, we don't have any of that.
Any indication of why now? What's the significance behind why this happened on Saturday?
That we don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we know the answer to that question. I think there's a lot of unknowns with respect to motive. I mean, I think that the real issue here is the key was to identify this person, as we talked about yesterday. I think there are other answers that are coming, but once we were able to identify him, thanks to that individual who came forward, who led us to a plate, which led us to a rental car, which led us to that he rented that car in his own name. That really broke the case open. But in terms of why Brown, I think that is a mystery. I think there may be something going on in Massachusetts that I'm not fully familiar with because we're working this angle, but I think the Massachusetts authorities may be able to share that. Yeah, I don't think we have any idea why now or why Brown, why these students, why this classroom. That is really unknown to us, and it may become clear. I hope that it does, but it hasn't as of right now.
Fox,
go
ahead.
This is for the Colonel or the Attorney General. At 2:16, there was a surveillance video that showed the second person that apparently blew this case wide open, and also Mr. Valente. You see them disappear behind bushes. Was this second person following the shooter? Did he recognize him and confront him? What was that interaction like? And I have a follow-up.
That's a great question, and I'll be all explained in the affidavit that the general stated they will be released. But I'll give you a brief sort of explanation about that. The person that we wanted to speak with had an interaction with this individual earlier in the day, then observed him later at that time, what you just stated, and decided that he was going to encounter him and asked him why he was inside Brown. At that point, the subject of interest, Mr. Neves, actually ran. He was caught up by our person that we wanted to speak with. There was sort of a conversation between the two of them, and Neves asked him, "Why are you harassing me?" And at that point, the person that broke the case walked away. And that information was critical to us because he was able to corroborate what our detectives were seeing on video, and he was able to provide a great explanation.
And my follow-up question
Yes.
is, why did it take a citizen to notice a suspicious person right next to Brown University and not the police? And also, how long was the vehicle parked where it was? And was it days, hours, minutes? What are we talking
It appeared to be days as far as the evidence. Why would a civilian observe that to be suspicious? It's a great point. And I like the fact that you're mentioning that and bringing that up. That's what we should all be doing, right? And it's just personality. Some people are more interested in finding out what others are doing. In this particular case, this person decided that he wanted to, and I'm glad he did.
Shouldn't the police be interested in that, not citizens? That's what I was
In the back.
Now that the suspect, Attorney General, now that the suspect won't be prosecuted, can you explain what he yelled in the classroom to America tonight so people can feel a little more comfortable?
Sure.
Was it something, terrorist related? Was it something specific to the kids in that class?
Yeah.
What did he say? Now tell us.
Yeah, well, back to that question just for a minute, just to clarify that. They had a interaction in the bathroom in Barris and Holly. So, I don't know, the Providence Police is obviously not going to patrol Barris and Holly. That's a question, frankly, for Brown and their police department. So they had an interaction there, and then our citizen, followed him out because to him, as he explained it to us, this guy did not belong there. And so that's why he followed him out. In terms of what was said, I don't know any more today than what I told you yesterday, or the day before. There are some witnesses who said he said nothing. There are some that say he made a barking noise. Don't ask me. I don't know why. And that's it. There is no other spoken word beyond that we are aware of as we stand before you tonight. And we have spoken to everybody that we have been able to locate who's been inside that building.
And just to the special agent in charge, my follow-up question is, can you just be clear to the people of Massachusetts, and I know you said the people in Norfolk County and investigators in Mass, but you did say a few days ago that you talked to the colonel of the state police and said there's no connection between Brookline and what happened here in Rhode Island. But now you're saying there was a connection. So are you saying that he shot up Brown University, then 2 years later he was at this house in Brookline to shoot this MIT professor, and then he just drove up to Salem, New Hampshire for no reason? How did he get into a storage facility?
No, I think that's a great question. My actual statement was that we didn't see a connection at that time. But absolutely, I spoke to the colonel. Right now, that case is being resided over by U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. They're having a press conference at 10 o'clock tonight, I believe. I think at that time, they will speak to that particular case. I would be getting a little bit ahead of my skis if I spoke to that case without consultation with Leah Foley and her team, as we've been in the trenches working this up to the minute today, sir.
That press conference is at 10:30. 10:30, the next press conference.
Yes, and that's how cases often go. I would say at that time, when that question was asked of me, there was no indication of a link at that time. As we've talked throughout this week, these breadcrumbs develop, and we'll see what she has to say today at 10 p.m.
Yeah, if I could I just want to jump in here on that, please. I just want to jump in here on that because it's a good question. It's an important one. So, just to put everyone's mind at ease who's listening now, he just drive to some random storage area. We found records with the help of the FBI and others that was his storage area. So he rented a car in Boston. He drove it. We were able to find that car in New Hampshire. We were able to find evidence in the car from looking at it from the outside that connected this individual to our crime scene here in Rhode Island. We were able to find visual evidence of him inside that storage facility, which, in my judgment, matches him to the Massachusetts scene. So you'll hear more, as the special agent said, but there is no question that was his storage unit, that he had a particular car, that we found that car because of this citizen coming forward and giving us a description of the car, and then our individual who came forward, we knew he was telling the truth because we could see it on the videotape. And so that was a series of things that broke this case, and that led us to Salem, where the suspect was found dead.
Steph.
Believed to be living in Miami. Did he fly here at some point? How long was he in Providence for, and when did he obtain the guns?
Go ahead.
Yeah, he did, like I said, he'll be in the affidavit, but he did fly into Providence, I believe, early October, I believe. That's the right date. And what was the other question? I'm sorry, Steph.
Did he buy the guns here, or did he get the guns?
So I'm sorry, I can't answer. Yeah.
We don't know the answer to that, Steph, as we stand here right now.
Okay, you can't fly with them, so assuming he got them sometime after he arrived?
Well, that's possible. What we do know is that he was moving around New England in that October, November, and December area. You remember, we just we know that there's a body in New Hampshire. We know that there are guns at the scene. It still remains to be examined, comparing those guns to the ballistics evidence we have in Rhode Island, and I imagine they'll do that in Massachusetts, but again, that's somebody else's investigation. And then, of course, we want to make sure that we match the DNA. But we are 100% confident that this is our target, and that this case is closed from a perspective of pursuing people involved.
And Steph, just to add, I think Special Agent Doc stated, obviously we didn't know who he was. And so it's very difficult to know what a person did prior without any knowledge of who that person is.
Dan.
Can I just ask Special Agent this question? It sounds like from everything everybody's saying that the person who came forward to speak to you is kind of a hero in this story in a lot of ways.
Absolutely.
We know that there's a $50,000 reward.
Mm-hmm.
Did he get the reward?
You know, I will say that in this particular situation, that individual will likely get absolutely some aspect out of that award. We've had a lot of other tips, I will tell you as well, that have come in from the public. And so I don't deal typically with the distribution of those rewards. But I mean, it would be logical to think that absolutely that individual would be entitled to some of that reward. Yes, sir.
Second row, red shirt. Go ahead. Yeah, you.
Thank you. Fox News Digital. Do we know when or how the suspects left Providence?
Well, we know he left Providence and committed a homicide in another state. On that, but we don't know. I'm sorry. How did he leave?
No, do we know when he left Providence?
Yeah, when he left. That's what as far as we know, that he left, but we didn't. I believe his last activity was obviously when we found out he was in another state committing another crime.
Pat.
Pat Ford, Coalition Radio. I'll throw this out to all of you, with particular regards to the Brown University president. A recurring theme for the last few days has been an outreach, ultimately successful, to the people of Rhode Island and the people of New England, to track this individual down, while at the same time, we've got this sort of passive-aggressive criticism of individuals who are being actively asked to engage via social media, who are wildly spreading rumors, some of which couldn't have possibly emanated anywhere than law enforcement. And I do have a follow-up. So would anyone like to respond to that? I mean, it's kind of condescending to a lot of people. I know, Governor Keith, if you're confused, that's not uncommon. But
All right, that's uncalled for.
All right,
We're moving on. Current. No,
The person
current.
who came forward with the case-breaking tip, was that information originally posted online? Or was that person encouraged to come forward based on what people online?
Correct. There was a tip that was placed online, and obviously we were doing our due diligence to find out who that tipster was. And then we were able to identify this person who we wanted to speak with, and then we learned that that person was actually the same person that put the tip on that up that you're speaking about.
Brian.
The
sorry?
images. That person live in the area.
It was the same person that we brought into the police station to speak with.
The images
Brian.
that you showed at the beginning, where you can see Mr. Valente's face, where were those images taken from?
They were taken from the car rental business place that we learned
So
about.
none of them were. Is described that you had the suspected gunman and this other person had an encounter in the engineering building hours before the shooting. I had been told by an employee that there had been concerns raised at Brown previously about people getting in the building. Have you heard those, and was anything done to address those concerns about people getting into the building?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I think we're going to have to look back and say, you know, we don't know how this person got in. We don't know when they came in. We do know that the building was unlocked that day for exams, and that's something we're going to have to look
Had you heard
into.
concerns from staff members in the past
I
about
have
security at the
not
building?
personally heard concerns, but, yeah.
Dan.
President Paxton, Dan Janney from NBC 10. I want to go back to the question I asked you Saturday night when I first arrived on the scene. There were no cameras in this building. And law enforcement, some that are standing up behind you, have said if Brown had cameras in that part of the building, we would have gotten this guy. And it may have stopped this swirling action. Can you answer that question for me?
Well, I don't think we have said the locations of cameras at Brown.
But there's no cameras in that building because why would they take it from a rental car agency?
We have 1,200 cameras at Brown.
But not in that building.
We have some in that building. It's a large complex. And I think what you would see is the video evidence in this case, from my perspective, I'm not a law enforcement agent, has been incredibly helpful. The moving of the person around the neighborhood, those video images, they help crack this case. So I think video was important. And as the Attorney General explained at a recent press conference, this individual was not spending his time on the Brown campus. He came into a building on the edge of the campus. He left. He was in the neighborhoods. The investigation focused on the neighborhoods. The video was there. And that was really, really instrumental in cracking the case.
And
But
my
you
second
can ask them.
and this is my follow-up, Madam President, if you'd stay at the podium. Yes, video played a big role in this case. The neighbor's video, the rental car video, but not the video from the building that he walked in freely both before when he got in the confrontation and when he came back in and decided to kill people. You didn't have cameras in that building. Just say it so we can get this over it. And my next question is, will you put cameras? Will you put the cameras in the building? Will there be more cameras in that building?
Yeah, you know, I think we need to look back. We'll look at everything that is done, but I do not think a lack of cameras in that building it had anything to do with what happened there. And we will go forward. Thank you.
Tom.
Tom from the WPRI. Colonel Perez, I'm hearing from sources that the person that identified the shooter happened to be a homeless person that either lived around or inside that Barris and Holly building. Can you confirm more about this person for us? And then I have a follow-up for President Paxton.
I'll tell you there was a person that was pretty attentive about his surroundings. I'll tell you there was a person that was very cooperative and helpful to this investigation. And I'll tell you that he was a great individual that actually assisted us in getting us to this point where we're at. I'll tell you that. He was, yes.
I have to say, he was incredibly articulate and his testimony, had we needed it, would not only have been credible, it would have been persuasive. He was as outstanding a witness as I've seen, and he deserves a lot of credit. You know, recognizing there's a gunman on the loose, that the gunman knows he had this interaction with him, and he didn't. Once he knew that we were looking for his help, I mean, he came forward within an hour, and that person deserves a tremendous amount of credit. I don't know whether he's going to get the reward or not, but if I had a vote, he would.
All right, Tom, you got to follow. Are you done? Go ahead.
My question was for Chair Chapman, if you wouldn't mind. In October, the Brown Daily Herald reported that you had a vote of no confidence in your leadership, and students were concerned for their safety and the fact that you had prioritised desk jobs over having over field jobs and having more people patrolling the campus. Now, in light of this, do you accept any kind of responsibility for this? And now that we've given these prior warnings, are you going to reevaluate how the Brown police operate in the future now, so this doesn't happen again and these students can feel more safe on campus when they return?
Great. So as I stated earlier, I'm profoundly proud of the men and women of public safety and profoundly proud of our police department. We will continue with the heroic work that they've done and continue to work side by side with our partners. And everything else that comes with that is a continual effort to do what is best for the safety and security of our campus.
But will you reassess how the people are allocated within your department?
Every single day, we work and endeavor to keep our campus safe, whatever that entails and all that entails.
In the back.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering, maybe this is a question for the Colonel. Can you talk about, you said that 2 weapons were found in Valente's car. Was that one of those weapons, the gun that was used to shoot here in Brown? Has that weapon been found? Can you speak to that?
That's all part of this continuing investigation. This just before we came downstairs, actually, as you all were watching, that was developing up in Salem, New Hampshire.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, those firearms were found at the deceased body, not in a car. So he killed himself inside the storage unit, and the firearms were found at his in the area of his thigh and in the area of his feet. It was not in a car. There was evidence that was observed from outside the car that matched our crime scenes, meaning mask, clothing, satchel, which you can see on that video. And there was a main plate over a Florida plate. This guy was changing plates. One of the reasons it was so hard to find was he knew what he was doing. He was changing plates. And so, that's why the collective work of following and finding this car was made more difficult, because this guy was changing plates. So we got a main plate and we got a Florida plate on the same car in New Hampshire.
Patrick.
As he was a...
Oh, I'm sorry. Especially,
I was just going to add.
Please.
Tom Greco again from ATF. It's okay. As far as the ballistics evidence, I know that the last question concerned matching the guns found to the crime scene. As several people up here have said, this investigation is ongoing, and in many ways, in some ways, just beginning. Those weapons that were found at the scene, we will be using our tools such as NIBIN to compare the ballistic evidence to see if we have any matches. So we use those tools to rule things in and to rule them out as well. So we'll be following up on that throughout the remainder of the investigation.
Patrick.
Neves Valente was a Portuguese national. Under what status was he in the country, and how did he get into the country? Do we know at this point? I have a follow-up after that.
You have that, Oscar?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I do. So as far as we know, he had a student visa. He had came in here with a student visa, and we also had learned that he had applied to get a green card.
Do we know? Sorry, I have a question. And for President Paxson, does Brown have
And Patrick, if I could just be clear on that, he got that lawful permanent resident status in September of 2017.
Thank you. I was going to ask, but then, and for President Paxson, has Brown had any communication from Neves Valente in the period after he left until now?
As far as I know, no. He has really gone off our radar. We will continue to cooperate with the police as they continue with the investigation to find anything we can find about him. But his last class that he took at Brown was in 2001.
Straight back.
This question's for the Colonel or the Attorney General. If you hadn't focused on the wrong person of interest on day one, do you think the professor in Massachusetts could be alive?
Well, from the beginning, I've told you that this investigation is extremely complex and intense. And so we used every resource as soon as we responded to the call. I stated that earlier. I'm proud of the men and women of this department. Yes, we did find somebody that we thought obviously was the person, but we continued on. We continued on investigating. We continued on canvassing the areas. We continued on with video. And that's why we ended up where we're at now.
Yeah, if I could just jump in here, I just want to continue to answer that question. It's an important one, and the answer to that is this. And I tried to convey it a couple of days ago. We broke ourselves out into teams. So while the Providence team and the state police team and the ATF team were working here in Providence to follow up leads, develop whatever video evidence we can, which eventually led to all the steps that you've seen and are laid out in the affidavit, which is on our website, and it is multiple pages. You'll see the progression. So while the FBI were working Coventry, we were working here. Now, you may ask, well, what was it about Coventry that made us, for those of us who've been in law enforcement for a long time, why did we have to run that lead to ground? Here's why. When the FBI confronted him, initially, he was not cooperative. When they entered the room to secure it, there were guns in the room. One of them had a laser sight. The witnesses had told us there was a laser sight used in the course of the attack. Okay, we had to run that to ground. We couldn't just, not run that to ground. That was a very promising lead. But that's why you don't get over your skis about, and word choice is important. So while we had to test those ballistics and test the DNA off those guns, and that DNA ruled this guy out, okay? But we had to run that lead to ground. But while we're running that lead to ground over the course of Sunday, for the most part, if my memory's correct, we were working other leads, which eventually led us through a recreation by the great work of the team, including the marshals, by the way, that are up here. Movements, image of our cooperating witness comes in, and you've heard the rest. So, this is the way these investigations work. You don't chase one and stop. We have chased more than one lead over the course of the last 4 to 5 days. There was one lead that we followed, didn't work out. There was another lead that we followed, didn't work out. There was another lead that we followed, didn't work out. So that's, at least in my mind, 5 different leads that one worked out, 4 didn't. But you're running them all down at the same time. So I can't offer any comfort in that regard, but I don't believe that we would have found this person any sooner, given the evidence that was available to us.
The way back.
Can you say why it took so long to get the tipster's tip? It looks like he posted on Reddit on Monday and then said on Reddit that he told the FBI. Was it lost in the FBI's tip?
We received the tip about that post and immediately acted on it. And so that's exactly what occurred. As soon as the tip came in, we had a tip center upstairs that was staffed, as I mentioned earlier, by detectives and agents. They were going through hundreds of tips that were coming in, hundreds. We were vetting them through, ruling them out, just like the general stated. We were making sure that whatever came in, we checked it to its entire to ensure that we weren't missing anything. And so when we got to that tip, obviously, it led us to that person I wanted to speak with, and I told you the rest earlier. So.
Yeah, and I just want to complete that too, because this is important. This person had to come forward. That's why we put the picture out. Once we put the picture out, he came forward, right? But we didn't know who that person was. We knew about what was on Reddit, but we didn't know who that person was. That's why when we identified another person, we didn't know when that person came forward that he was the Reddit poster. He then told us he was. Okay, so all of these things kind of happened in that sequence.
Go ahead, Chris.
This Valente figure, this is a question for President Paxson. Do we know why he left school early in 2001? Did he have a history of mental illness that was expressed during that time or reported in that time?
No, we learned his name very, very recently, and we haven't had a chance to really dig into the records. But we will if it helps with the investigation.
This is another question about
We had a
student-
follow-up
This is
question.
another question about a student visa. You know, you said he's here on a student visa now. What school is he affiliated with? If he's here since he's not here?
General,
Yeah, so he's not here on a student visa now. He was initially. And then he applied for and received lawful permanent resident status in September of 2017. Okay?
Thank you. Go right here.
What was Mr. Valente's profession and how did you search his residence?
Again, as I stated earlier, we just identified who obviously that person, and this developed pretty quickly. So that's all part of the investigation that's coming.
And can you talk about, was there any interaction between him and law enforcement before he died?
No, not that we know.
I have a follow-up to her.
There you
And
go.
that is, do you know any associates of his, family members, friends, roommates? And if there are any in the United States, did any of them come forward through the process of this investigation?
No, not at this time. This evolved extremely quickly. We've been at this for 6 days. And so here we are, and we now identify who the person is. We're about to make an apprehension. As I stated earlier, he took his own life. But that's all part of the investigation that will continue about him. Go ahead.
Okay, so for President Paxson, Chief Barrow said he had no known criminal history that you know of. You were asked about possible mental illness while he was here. When he was at Brown, did he have any grievances, disputes with anyone, any problems, any disciplinary issues, any problems at all that were documented?
Not that we know of at this point. I mean, again, these are very, very old records, you have to understand. We learned about this very recently. And I think going forward, as we want to learn more, we will cooperate with the investigation to give them the information they need.
Go ahead, in the white shirt.
Hi, Brittany, WCBB. This question is for Colonel Perez. You mentioned that Claudio was the primary suspect, primary focus from the beginning. If that's the case, can you elaborate more on why there was someone else detained initially, and the lead that led you to that person to being detained initially, if Claudio was the primary focus from the beginning?
Yeah, so.
And I have a follow-up.
Sure, Brittany. Great question. So we have received a tip about that first person. We have received a tip about him wanting to get a permit to carry a firearm. And that led us to also learn that he was a person who potentially could be, it was just where he was denied, and then he went to another department, and the descriptions led us there. So we had it vetted through. Obviously, the FBI responded, followed through that whole tip, ended up finding the person, taking him to custody, finding him with 2 firearms, with a laser. And so it took a while for us to be able to rule him out. But it was a tip that came in. And as I stated earlier, as soon as the call came in, it was all hands on deck. And there was nothing that we were just going to say that is not anything that had to do with it, with this case. Obviously, we wanted to make an apprehension.
Brookline,
and we went
Massachusetts.
after that. So.
Yeah, I just want to, if I could just jump in here, Mayor, I'm sorry to do that, but I think I heard you say that Mr. Valenti was the suspect from the start. No, he became
Hey guys,
the primary focus yesterday.
I think the Massachusetts press conference is about to start. So I think I'm going to go over to the Massachusetts press conference. Give me a second. Let me get it on the screen. I know it's a little confusing right now, but let me throw that up because I think it's about to start about the MIT killing. So just bear with me here. I know it's confusing what's going on. Let me just get rid of this. Let's get rid of, hold on, this, and hang on a moment here. Sorry. I know it's there in the corner, but that's a different broadcast. That's like paused. Sorry, let me get that off the screen. Got to get everything off the screen. And let me get it on for you right here. There. I think it's just about to start. All right, hold on. I'll go back to the other one. But this is the Boston, Massachusetts one. All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on this. Sorry, I know it's confusing. Let me go to the other one. Let me go back to the other one. As soon as the Boston one starts, I'll put it on, okay? Sorry for the confusion, but there's the Rhode Island one. Okay.
The focus of the investigation in that person of interest. Yes. Please.
I believe it said the last address for Valenti was in Miami.
Correct.
Have law enforcement in Miami been notified? Are they searching this last address for any potential evidence?
No, Brittany, absolutely. Yes, that address, I believe, was one that predicated in 2001. And so absolutely the law enforcement agencies, both federal and local, were notified of that. They also went to that residence as well, also talked to the individuals that was at that particular residence to see if they had any type of connections or associations with Valenti.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
On the way back.
Question for Coronel Perez, I'm sorry. For Univision in Spanish and Kansas, what's next? Do you have any leads on the motives? Como acaba de preguntar la colega, ya registraron la vivienda en la Florida. ¿Qué es lo que viene ahora? Si es que saben cuál es su motivo para matar a esa persona.
Sí, vamos a seguir. So the question was, what's next, right? What are we going to do next? And so la respuesta es que vamos a seguir obviamente trabajando con las organizaciones federales y también entre nosotros buscando esa inteligencia de quién es esa persona, qué motivo lo trajo aquí a la ciudad de Providence a cometer esta tragedia, este incidente. Pero eso va a tomar tiempo verdaderamente y vamos a tener que averiguar más para ver qué fue el motivo que llegó a esta ciudad.
¿Tienen alguna pista de qué podría haber sido? ¿Qué es lo que van a estar buscando ahora?
No, hasta el momento no. Esto obviamente, como les acabo de explicar ahorita, lo identificamos hace poco.
Colonel.
Go ahead. Right there.
What brought investigators specifically to New Hampshire? Does this person have a connection to New Hampshire? I know you said that the storage unit was in Pennsylvania.
So it was the financial records that the federal agency followed through the investigation that led us to learn that this person had rented there, a storage unit. And so we responded immediately, and we found that the vehicle that we were looking for of interest was parked there.
Just one follow-up here.
Kate, go ahead.
Chief, can you speak a little bit more to that, again, identification of the vehicle of interest and the person who did that? And as you said, there was video captured. Walk us through that aspect of this. Was this the witness who provided to you the vehicle? Can you walk us through how that vehicle of interest entered the investigation? And then I have a follow-up.
Correct, yeah, it was part of the tip that was posted actually, and then also the tipster had called and had stated that this individual had a fob and was trying to enter a vehicle that was parked on Benevolent. And so because of that, we obviously knew there was a vehicle and there was a description of a vehicle. When we brought him in, he collaborated further on that vehicle. We put it out through Flock, the description of it, and we learned that within that time period, there was only a certain amount of vehicles that came up with those description fitting it. So our detectives obviously stayed on that and ended up finding this vehicle with Florida plates, and that's how we ended up with that specific vehicle. Then we had learned that the vehicle also potentially could have changed their plates, and as I stated earlier, we were able to find the vehicle on Flock, actually get the actual plate, learn that it was a car rental, which brought us up to learn that that we needed to learn more at the rental place about the individual, which we did, and then further later. We find out, again, doing all the work that they did upstairs, I think it was tremendous if you had a chance and an opportunity to see how much work was put in, because it was bits and pieces of information. It's almost like putting a puzzle together. You only have just a few pieces, and you're building it. And that, later on, led us with the financial records to learn that he rented a storage unit in New Hampshire, and that's why we ended up like
Kate, your follow-up. To that one for the Chief or the Attorney General. You mentioned, again, weighing that public interest versus the information that was available to law enforcement at the time, as this person, again, considered armed and potentially dangerous, was out there. The Chief just spoke to license plates changing on a variety of moments, if you will. But was it too fast-moving? Talk to us about weighing again that providing information to the public with an armed and dangerous individual and vehicle use that involved multiple license plates and your decision not to sort of real-time inform the public of it.
Yeah, so we knew last night, who this guy was and that he had rented a car in Boston. So the question becomes, is he going to return the car to Boston? We got information he might return it to Connecticut. He didn't return it at all. But when we thought he might be returning it to the information, to the locations, we wanted to try to take him without him knowing we were coming. As soon as his name gets out there, he is going to be even more in the wind. And so the question becomes, if you think you might know where he is, right? Eventually you find the storage unit, right? So you're following that up. But initially you think he might return the car to Boston on Atlantic Avenue, I believe, or in Connecticut, perhaps to board a flight somewhere. You're weighing, can I take this guy because we know where he's going to be, and not alert him that we're coming. And so I would say this afternoon, we were going back and forth on that. But as the FBI and the ATF and our other partners, Providence Police, State Police, developed evidence as to where he was, ultimately in New Hampshire, we decided to pursue to that location. And there we found the car with those multiple plates that we were looking for, a Florida plate and a Maine plate on top of it.
General, right there, go ahead.
General, that DNA evidence, where was that tested? And also the firearms examinations. We've had some trouble with the state lab here. Where were those?
I just wanted to touch real quick, and I know ATF is going to be able to answer you that, but that's a great question, Mark. And the reason for that is because when the incident first happened, it was our BCI unit that responded and collected that DNA and protected the integrity of that DNA and sent it out.
Thank you. The evidence collected, the DNA and the firearms were sent to the Connecticut.
Let's go to the other press conference. Other press conference. Other press conference. Hold on. Other press conference is starting. Boston press conference.
Information that led us to today's search of the storage locker in New Hampshire. This is what we learned during this multi-jurisdictional investigation. Neves Valente studied at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island on an F1 visa around 2000 to 2021. He eventually obtained legal permanent resident status. Previously, he attended the same academic program as the MIT professor Nuno Loureiro in Portugal between 1995 and 2000. Although Neves Valente appeared to reside in Florida, between November 26th and November 30th of this year, he rented a hotel room in Boston. On December 1st, he rented a gray Nissan Sentra with Florida plates from a car rental agency in Boston. That same day, he drove to the vicinity of Brown University, where his car was observed intermittently between December 1st and December 12th. On December 13th, Neves Valente entered an auditorium on Brown University's campus during a study session and began shooting at students, killing Ella Cook and Mohammed Aziz Umarzokov, and injuring 9 others. Between December 13th and December 14th, Neves Valente returned to Massachusetts. On December 15th, he murdered MIT professor Nuno Loureiro at Loureiro's home in Brookline, Massachusetts. At some point while he was in Massachusetts, he switched the plates on the Nissan Sentra to an unregistered plate out of Maine. Immediately following Professor Loureiro's murder, Neves Valente drove to a storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire, where he had rented a storage unit in November of this year. Since the December 13th shootings at Brown, the December 15th shooting in Brookline, state, local, and federal law enforcement officials have been working hand in hand around the clock to identify the shooter and prevent him from inflicting further harm. I have said this before and will continue to believe when law enforcement agencies work together, crimes are solved and the public is protected. The information we provided to you tonight would not be possible without the dedicated men and women of law enforcement in multiple districts throughout New England, including the FBI, ATF, HSI, the U.S. Marshal Service, Massachusetts State Police, Rhode Island State Police, Providence Police, Brookline Police, and the Brown University Police. In addition, prosecutors from the Rhode Island Attorney General's Office and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and federal prosecutors from Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts all contributed to this result. I also want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi for her support in coordinating the federal response.
Questions? Can you tell us anything about his motive and the 2 sets of victims and how they might be related and how he might be related to them?
That is not information that we can share right now, but as soon as that information becomes available, we will share that with the public.
Are you able to say anything of what led you to link the two crimes, perhaps initially?
Can you repeat the question so we can hear you?
Yes, the question was how were we able to link him to the two crimes? So investigators identified the vehicle that he had rented in Boston and then drove to Rhode Island. And he was seen, the vehicle was seen outside of Brown, and there was security footage that showed a person who resembled him. There was financial investigations that were going on in the background that linked him not only to that car, but also to the hotels that he had rented and the car that he had used to not only drive to Rhode Island, but then back to Boston. And then there was the security footage that captured him within a half mile of the professor's residence in Brookline. And there is a video footage of him entering an apartment building in the location of the professor's apartment. And then later that evening, he is seen about an hour later entering the storage unit wearing the same clothes that he had been seen wearing right after the murder.
So you have an extensive video canvas as part of this investigation that leaves you no doubt.
This is the evidence we have right now. We are coming to you tonight because the federal complaint was unsealed, and we wanted to provide you with the information and to assure the public that law enforcement collectively believe that we have the person, that we identified the person, and that person is dead, and that he was the person responsible not only for the Brown shootings, but for the Brookline shooting.
Can you speak to, before the self-inflicted gunshot, was there any interaction between law enforcement and was it like any words exchanged or anything like that?
No, when investigators went into the storage facility tonight to execute the federal search warrant, he was dead.
Do you think he entered there this evening?
No.
He entered an hour after what happened in Brookline?
Yes.
And do you know how long that storage, did he rent that? Like how long?
Our understanding from the financial investigation is that he had rented a storage facility at the location in Salem, New Hampshire in November.
Can you confirm whether or not he used the same weapon in the Brown shooting as he did in the MIT shooting?
Ballistics investigation was ongoing and has not been completed at this time, so we're not going to comment on that.
Can you give us any sense of when you started to recognize perhaps that he was the same person? I know it was through the video, but when it sort of dawned on investigators that these two cases were related?
It was in the last 24 to 48 hours that my understanding, according to my understanding, is when the link began to be established. And that was mainly, he was using a phone that was obfuscating ability to track it. And he was using financial, not credit cards that were tied to his name. And so he was sophisticated in hiding his tracks.
According to the complaint that was unsealed, it said that Meadows Puente and the MIT professor had attended the same academic program together in Portugal from 1995 to 2000. Do you know if they knew each other? Or
My understanding is that they did know each other.
Have they been in communication since that last date?
I don't have any information to provide you.
Would you call this targeted?
We're still investigating the motive in this case and trying to, because like I said, he was very careful in his communications, and we just don't have any information right now to answer that question. But when we get that information, we will share it.
Was there anything else in the storage locker?
The storage locker in which his body was found, my information is that no.
Was that satchel in the storage?
Yes.
locker? What was in it?
Can you repeat the question? They can't hear you online.
So the question was there anything else in the storage unit aside from the defendant's body? And the answer is he was found in there with his satchel There was nothing else found in there that I am aware of, but they're still in the process of searching that facility right now.
Did he kill himself right away?
We don't have any information when he killed himself, but he was dead when investigators found his body.
Can you tell us anything about his life? Like, I think you said the last known address was in Florida. Like, what he was doing? Was he working? Was he in the field of physics, which he had studied? Any sort of biographical stuff you can tell us about him?
Because his identity was only become aware to us in the last 24 hours, I can't provide you with any of that information right now, but I'm sure once we have a full understanding of what he has been doing, where he has been, aside from the time when he entered into New England in November, we will provide that information.
Besides the MIT professor, did he know any of the victims at Brown University personally?
We have no information that he knew any of the victims or anyone who was at that auditorium on the night that he went in and killed.
Have you been able to find anything about when he did attend Brown, whether there were any issues? If he was there briefly, was he kicked out? You know.
That information hasn't been provided to us yet.
Given what you see on the video of the MIT professor's home, is there any doubt that he was the intended target of the killing?
The information that I know, and again, the investigations are going to continue to be able to provide you with all the answers that you are asking, is that there was no doubt that he was the intended target.
What was inside that satchel?
That is information that is still being, the investigators are still on the scene right now conducting that investigation, and we haven't received information as to what was in the satchel.
Was there any suicide note?
No information right now.
How about in terms of the charges themselves? I mean, there was a crime in Rhode Island and also the 1 year. How does that sort of get sorted out? How does it get charged, et cetera?
So there are state crimes, including the murders, and then there are the federal crimes, which is one that we brought tonight. The jurisdictions are working together, and we have been sharing information together and encouraging everyone to share information that could result in solving the crimes that were committed in their jurisdictions. And we will continue to do that if there are any doubts that are left with closing out those investigations. We will continue to share all the information so that we can share with you whatever motivations come to light as to why these heinous crimes were committed.
Are you confident, I guess maybe that's not the right word, but do you believe that he acted alone, or is there any evidence that anyone else was traveling with him when he came here?
We have no information that he was acting in concert with anyone else right now.
Anything interesting found in the car?
That search is still underway, but we will provide you again with more information as soon as we get it.
Anything more you can tell us about, you said he hid his own tracks. Can you talk about that a little bit, what he did?
So he was using an application on his phone, and there have been a couple of things. The Google phone doesn't allow officers to ping the direct location and get real-time location information about the phone. There was also beliefs that he was using SIM cards that were possibly European SIM cards that are carried through a provider in the United States but does not provide real-time information about tower connections.
In the car?
The vehicle, we have video of him renting the car at Enterprise here in Boston.
And the fake plate from Maine was just...
We haven't figured out now where he got that plate from. It was an unregistered plate in Maine. We have information that that plate was a very old plate that had been taken out of the registration status over a decade ago.
When his body was found, can you just describe what he was surrounded by? Can you just paint the pictures to what was in that unit?
What I can say is he rented one unit. His body was found in a unit that was not occupied, and there was nothing else in there from what I have heard, but this is information that I was getting an hour or two ago from agents who were conducting the searches there. When we get further information, the information will be made public, including in the returns for the search warrant that we obtained this evening.
Was he living in it effectively since after the Brookline
incident?
I have no information right now as to the unit that he had actually rented. The tactical teams were there to search, and they were obviously concerned that there could be booby traps or other types of security issues. And so when they noticed that that storage unit was still locked from the outside, it was clear that he couldn't be inside. And so they started searching the abandoned or the non-occupied units with the approval of the management, and that is when they found the body right next door.
I know that you haven't had much time. Does he have any sort of criminal record that you know of at this point in time?
We are not aware of any criminal record in the United States.
Do you have any information about his life in Florida? What he did, what he lived?
My understanding, it was South Florida. I know that they know the address, but nothing has been made public about that yet, and I'm assuming that there will be searches.
Profession, anything, what he did down there?
I have no information.
And just to be clear, did he fly up from Florida for this, do you think? Did he travel from Florida?
Again, the motive, and we have information of his being in New England throughout 2025, but once we get the information about why he came up here, what drove him to be up here, we will share that with the public.
Any information on how long he had been a lawful permanent resident of the U.S.?
I don't have that information.
Well, I mean, the only two ties that you have or can talk about now is he went to Brown and he went to this graduate school with the professor in Portugal. I mean, those are the only two ties that you can talk about now in terms of their relationship.
That is correct right now.
Did he graduate school or undergrad?
Whatever it was, I'm sure it's in the...
They were in school.
Thank you. A question? Do you know if he was in contact with anybody either immediately before coming to New England or after he got here?
That is not information that we have to share right now.
Just one more.
Do you know, did he have any contact with anybody else, besides, the rental, the hotel, in his travels?
That is information that I don't have to share with you right now.
There's one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Is there, there's been some reports on social media by this, saying that a man who was homeless and was sort of living at Brown was the one who sort of saw him and thought he was suspicious and took his plate number and then was urged by other people on Reddit to make sure he reported. Is that true? You say there was a witness, but is that his account true, that he's the one that helped break this or gave a crucial tip? How would you describe that?
We did receive information from a witness who encountered him after the Brown shooting and gave information that was very helpful to the investigation and in identifying Neves Valente.
You gonna get the 50,000?
We'll let you know.
What did you say about him?
The accounts that are on the record right now is what we can comment on, but we will provide, again, more information so that the public will have confidence in our investigations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I actually have the affidavit. Real quick, I want to show you guys the affidavit. Real quick, though, I want to just make sure. So it was a little confusing. So did he was found dead in a storage unit, but that wasn't his storage unit? Am I correct?
To be up here, we have information of his.
Does anyone remember that?
Nothing has been made public, a criminal record or other types of.
That's what I thought, right? It was a storage unit, but it was not the one near the one he rented. Right. Okay. Okay. Now, so guys, the affidavit is out. The affidavit is out. And I want to show you, this is the document. This is the court document with a bunch of information about the whole, about the suspect and the investigation. So I want to show you guys this. Hang on. So give me one moment here. Why is this all happening all weird and everything? I appreciate you being with us, and I want to just thank our moderators for a second. Hang on a moment here. I want to thank our moderators. Ruth is moderating. Thank you so much, Ruth. I really appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X moderating over there. Our Facebook moderators, too, very much appreciate it. I know we've had Charlotte Webb over there moderating. And also on Twitch. Hang on a moment. J. Joanna DeBears, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Sarah. I want to say a quick thank you. We're going to show you the affidavit. Thanks, Quellen, Mitchell Pilot, Guava Ball, Karina Hetherington, P.A. Jeeper, Michelle, Cameron Ruiz, Something S2, Christine Gagnon, Eric the Barbaric, Moshe Mary, God Scene, AZ Intel's dad, thank you. Good Scene, 500L Forbes, Tyler Martin, Fernando Montemayor. Hey, thanks so much, Fernando Montemayor. I really appreciate it. Susan Mann, Byron B, Rosa Starbright, Abby AZMN, Satanic Panic, Paige Zombie, D. Hayworth, Tom Lewis, Brent Jennis, Bless My Vibe Cobe, Andy Taylor, Robin Ridge, and also, hang on a quick moment here. We're gonna show you now this affidavit. Amy Cluck and Susan Priest Buchner and Melody Moody for the Facebook stars. So here is the affidavit. Here it is. Okay. Now I haven't looked at this yet, really. I saw these pictures. Here's the picture of the suspect right here. There he is. What I should do is post a link so you guys can download. That is the suspect in Alamo Rent-A-Car picking up a car on November 17th. And hang on a moment here. Let me just get this for you. You can find the affidavit. I'm going to post a link, and you can find I just posted the link to the page where you can find a link to the affidavit, okay? So there he is, and then other pictures of him. That's other pictures of the person, the suspect right there. "48 years old. And he went to school in Portugal, he went to school with the MIT professor he's believed to have killed. And he is believed to have known the MIT professor who he killed in Portugal. It's crazy. That looks like, is that the same jacket he was wearing? Yeah, he was 48 and the professor was 47. That's the jacket, said Ed Weeby. Now, let me just go through this. There's a bunch to talk about. I still haven't really eaten, so we'll stay on for a little while longer. I know there's a bunch to talk about, but let's just go through, kind of move through this. Okay, this is a court document. Okay, this talks about active shooter, multiple gunshot victims at Brown. Room 166, Tanner Auditorium. There were 10 victims. 2 were dead at the scene. 1 was found dead near the upper entry door, and 1 was found dead on the floor between the aisle rows J and H. Terrible. Detectives interviewed somebody who was intubated or otherwise unavailable to speak. So that sounds like a victim. Other Brown students and staff gave statements. There was a principal of economics exam review going on in the classroom. Students reported being in the auditorium when they suddenly heard gunfire coming from the rear top of the auditorium. Okay. Some students ran to the teacher's desk where they hid themselves to conceal themselves until police arrived. Male subject, medium-build male subject, they described him as wearing face covering or a mask that covered his lower face. Students described hearing multiple gunshots. Police would discover numerous 9mm shell casings in the hallway and steps leading down to the bottom of the auditorium. Shooter entered from the back top of the auditorium and walked down as he fired across and towards the front of the room. Crazy, terrible. 44 spent 9mm shell casings. Okay. Also, 2 high-capacity magazines with capacities of around 30 were found. Evidence, DNA profiles were developed from various pieces of ballistic evidence from the crime scene. There was DNA they recovered from fired cartridge casings. Okay, that's interesting. Keep going here. Surveillance cameras. A suspect was identified that appears across video sources. This talks about the video of the suspect on the streets outside where the shooting happened. The suspect appears as a heavy-set male wearing a face mask covering his lower face and two-tone dark jacket. A lot of you have seen the video and the photos. Appears with a black satchel. This describes some of the video footage of him. Okay. The building where the shooting happened is equipped with only 2 exterior cameras, but has multiple entrances, exits, and areas of ingress and egress, and interior cameras do not cover that room and the hallways immediately surrounding it. One camera on a shuttle bus captured the suspect walking away from the area of the building immediately after the shooting. Okay, talks more about the cameras. Common gait and body movements of the suspect in the different videos. Okay, a tip line was established. Detectives interviewed shooting victims who were in the auditorium. Victims observed the shooter enter the auditorium from the top rear. A witness... One witness, they showed one of the pictures of what they thought was a picture of the suspect. Surveillance picture, I guess, still images. One victim, it looks like a victim, got a good look, said she got a good look at the suspect. She was in the hospital. When she was provided with a photo of the suspect, she quickly froze, physically pushed back, and became emotional. She was observed to be tearing up and shaking. She then confirmed that the image showed the shooter. Wow, terrible. Detectives then spoke with somebody else who indicated he was in close proximity to the shooter. They showed him a couple images. Upon observing those 2 photos, he took a deep breath, shut his eyes, changed his breathing pattern, and confirmed that the shooter he saw in the hallway appeared to be the person in the photos presented. Wow. More tips came in. A custodian who works on campus had noticed a suspicious person with a surgical mask dressed in the same clothing as the released images of the suspect. He noticed he entered the door. On one occasion, after this individual noticed blank, he entered the door on the Hope Street side, went immediately into a ground level bathroom, recalled specific dates. Now I'm confused. Okay, this sounds like it's a custodian who had noticed this suspect on previous days. Specific dates of November 28th and December 1st. So apparently the suspect had been there weeks before. On December 16th, they got a tip from an anonymous source referencing a post on Reddit from the Providence subreddit made by the username blank. The then anonymous tipster stated that the Reddit poster, so somebody said basically, hey, I saw this post on the site Reddit. And the post on the site Reddit said they saw the suspected shooter. The Reddit post reads, I'm being dead serious. The police need to look into a gray Nissan with Florida plates, possibly a rental. That was the car he was driving. It was parked in front of the little shack behind the Rhode Island Historical Society on the Cook Street side. I know because when he used his key fob to open the door, approached it, and then something prompted him to back away. When he backed away, he relocked the car. I found it so odd that when he circled the block, I approached the car. That is when I saw the Florida plates. He was parked in the section between the gate of the RIHS and the corner of Cook and George Street. I think this might have been the person they were looking for who was in proximity, who it's the same person. So that was posted on Reddit. And then somebody basically saw that on Reddit and said, hey, police, I saw this on Reddit. The information disseminated to the public at the time of the Reddit post did not include the full video of the RI Historical Society. Based on the tip, investigators reviewed the surveillance videos and located a gray-blue Nissan sedan. It appeared consistent with the make and model of a Nissan Sentra sedan. The information provided by the Reddit poster was consistent with and corroborated the earlier described video extracted from the area of Benevolent Street and George Street, and the encounter between the suspect and John. Is John the custodian? Or I'm confused. I'm getting a little confused. Let me just keep going though. Large trees. I'm just going to kind of kick. You can read this. I'll give you the link for this after. You can read the whole thing in detail, but keep going. Okay. All right, John in the Reddit poster. So John is the person, I believe John is the person that they were looking to speak to, right? Wasn't John the person they were looking to speak to originally? It says here, on the evening of December 17th, a male subject approached Providence police. The male subject identified himself as John and as the Reddit poster. John's full identity is known to the Providence police and to your affiant. John indicated he wished to speak with Providence police about his interactions with the individual and that Providence police had publicly identified as a person of interest. Okay. And again, I think John, again, I don't know where it mentions here. Oh, yeah, right down here. Yes, right here. At 14:16, the suspect is seen on George Street encountering another individual, initially unknown, but later identified as John. The suspect runs away from John. John then runs after the suspect. Yeah, so my understanding is that John is that person who was in proximity to the suspect, who police, I think, yesterday said, we want to talk to this person. That's John. John also posted the Reddit post, and then John talked to police in person. Yeah, I think he's a homeless person, if I have that right, the homeless person named John, right? So he posted on Reddit, and then he came to police and said he wanted to talk to them. John accompanied police officers to the station. He agreed to a recorded interview. Police said he could leave at any time. He said he would provide all the information he had. He said he had first encountered the suspect inside a bathroom in the building where the shooting happened on December 13th, which would have been the day before the shooting, if I remember right. Today is the 18th. Yeah, the 13th would have been the day of the shooting. The 13th would have been Saturday. December 13th at approximately 2:45 to 3 p.m., he described the suspect's clothing as inappropriate and inadequate for the weather. He described the jacket and gloves as flimsy. Okay, kind of keep going here. Talked about his clothing, described a face mask. He gave a description of the suspect. Okay. John described an encounter with the suspect near the Rhode Island Historical Society. He watched the suspect approach a gray or silver sedan bearing a Florida registration plate. John assumed the suspect had a key fob because the lights of the Nissan lit up as the suspect approached, and as if the vehicle was being unlocked by the key fob, the suspect suddenly turned around from the vehicle and walked in the opposite direction. John stated the suspect looked at him like he knew him. John approached at the sedan and observed 2 fanny pack-style bags on the rear floorboard of the passenger side. John remained on that block and observed the suspect looping back to the area and switching directions every time they saw each other. Wow. John described this pattern as a game of cat and mouse between himself and the suspect. So that guy, John, I guess ran into the suspect in the bathroom at Brown, and then when the guy went to his car before the shooting, or tried to go to his car, he saw John, so he went away and it sounds like he tried to keep going back to his car, but he kept seeing John, and so he would keep leaving. At some point, they encountered each other on George Street, at which time the suspect ran in the opposite direction. John then ran up behind the person of interest, slowed to speed walk, and walked past the suspect. John then turned to face the suspect. John estimates they were standing approximately 2 feet away from each other. John asked the suspect, "Your car is back there. Why are you circling the block?" The suspect responded, "I don't know you from nobody." And the suspect repeatedly asked, "Why are you harassing me?" During this exchange, John detected a cadence or accent to the suspect's voice he believed to be Hispanic. Wow. John saw the suspect approach his car one more time, but then John continued on to Waterman Street, did not have any more encounters with the suspect. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. John informed detectives he recognized one of the images released to the press as the person he encountered that day, which prompted him to post on Reddit. Detectives showed John 2 flock images previously obtained of the suspect's vehicle. When viewing the images, he said, "Holy shit, that might be it." When presented with the still video of surveillance footage, with video surveillance from Alamo Rent-A-Car of the male renting the suspect vehicle, John could not say for certain it was the same logo he saw on the person of interest, but it was in the same location. He said the stomach makes him think that's him. Okay. Then on the morning of December 17th, a Brown University faculty member reached out to Rhode Island State Police regarding a suspicious vehicle in the same general neighborhood. On December 11th at approximately 9:15 a.m., the faculty member said she was driving east on Waterman Street that morning. She came up behind a gray sedan with a Florida registration plate that was moving unusually slow 2 days before the shooting down Waterman in the direction of Thayer Street. Okay. A search of flock cameras in the area populated 14 different times that a Nissan Sentra bearing a certain Florida registration was on in the area. The first of which was December 1st, 2015. 2015, I guess. There have no, and then a flock camera hit at December. I don't know if that's a typo or not. It's supposed to be say 2025. I don't know. It was a hit on December 13th at 8:26 a.m. This vehicle was rented at Alamo Rent-A-Car in Boston on December 1st. Okay. They talk about the vehicle. The renter of this vehicle was Claudio Manuel Neves Valenti. So he rented it in his real name, I guess, the car. So they basically, they were able to figure out, from reports about this car and surveillance of this footage of the car, they basically traced this car. They found a registration of this car, the license plate, I guess, and then they tracked it to the renter of the car, Alamo Rental, and it turned out, and they could figure out who rented it. This person who's the suspect, Claudio Manuel Neves Valenti. Then they got video surveillance at the rent-a-car place. Okay. Valenti is a former student with no current active affiliation. He is not currently employed by the university. He was enrolled fall 2000 through spring 2001. He was in the PhD program for physics for a year. Okay. He went on leave of absence in 2001. He officially withdrew in 2003. Okay. talks about when he came into the country. He was granted legal permanent resident status in 2017. And then, let's see, Claudio Valenti. So then basically what they're saying, then they say that the person in the Alamo rent-a-car surveillance video looks similar to wearing a bright blue shirt that appears consistent with the blue undergarment visible beneath the suspect's outer jacket, captured on the videos the day of the shooting. And there's a logo. I'd have to look at the photos. And then law enforcement obtained video of Claudio Valenti at Alamo on November 17th. In that critical video, he's seen wearing the exact same outfit as the suspect. Same two-tone jacket. Anyways, so I'm going to post, you can go through this whole thing. Let me just show you here. They have videos, they have still shots of the car, of the suspect here. You can look through all this. I'll show you where to get this document. They have different still shots of videos and where the suspect was walking. Okay, and then if you keep going further, there's all this stuff, right? I haven't even gone through all this stuff yet. But then they say, where is it here? There, that's video of him at the Alamo rental car wearing that blue undergarment. And then there's a logo, I guess, on the bottom, which I guess was they saw this blue shirt in the suspect videos. I'd have to go back and look. And then that's, I guess, the jacket. That's him in Alamo Rent-A-Car on November 17th. And I believe they say that's the same jacket. And again, I'm trying to just kind of zooming through this. So I'm going to post a link to this document and you guys can go through, and I might quickly pull up the FBI photos just so you can see what they're talking about with the blue jacket. Brown University shooting. Why can't I don't see it anymore. It was up there. I went to Brown shooting and I don't see it anymore. Do they not have it posted anymore? Seeking information. Here. I was trying to find a shot of him close up where we could see the blue undergarment. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm going to post the, no, actually here? No. I'm going to post the link to the page where you can find the document. And you can download the document and you can check it out. Okay, so I'm gonna post a link to this page. Take some comments. Here's the page. Attorney General Naranja, law enforcement partners announced death of suspect in Brown University mass shooting. If you go to the bottom of this page, it says affidavit, and click on affidavit. Okay, that's it right there. What I'll do is right now I'm gonna post a link to the page. And so I just posted a link to the page in the chat, and you can click on this link, you'll go to this page, and if you want, you can download the document I was just looking at, the affidavit. All right? That way you can look at it at your leisure. Okay? Again, I'll post a link to the page again. So you go to that page, you go to where it says affidavit, and you click on that, and it'll download the PDF. All right, and I want to take some comments here, but it's really an incredible account. The account of that guy was homeless, right? The homeless person, John, who was a big help, right? I mean, the back and forth between the two of them is crazy. The guy went to his car and then he saw John and he kept trying, and he goes away and he keeps trying to go back to his car. And he keeps seeing John, he keeps going away, and then John confronts him on the street. Incredible. All right, I want to take some comments from you guys, but that's pretty incredible. Jewish Pickle says John could have been hurt. By the way, thanks Spicy Tuna Roll, Christine Gagnon, Joe9611, who says he could have been watching any of your streams at any time. Could have been watching other coverage of this too. I have no idea. Thanks, Ed Weeby. Allie B from Tennessee. And also Veronica W. 100, AZ Intel's dad in Quellen. All right, let's see here. Pretty Boy Floyd says, what a madman, he caused all this. You know, something else I'm remembering too. Wasn't it said in the press conference that... Wasn't it said in the press conference from the U.S. Attorney Massachusetts that the suspect went to his storage unit, went to the storage facility like an hour after the Massachusetts killing, after the MIT killing? The suspect could have been dead for a couple days, it sounded like. The subreddit, I think, was the Providence subreddit. Yeah, he did say that, right? Hold on, I'm going to check it here. I want to double check it myself. Yeah, I'm just playing it here for a second. Bear with me.
Possible without the dedicated.
I'm just checking it right here.
To today's search, officers to ping this and that plate was.
Can I find it? It might take me too long to find it. But that's what I thought.
And so they started surgical searches once we get the information about it right now.
I don't think I'm going to find it right now. CNN is interviewing the police chief. Thanks, Adam Reed. I can't really do a whole recap now. You know, we've been on the air for a while. I got to get off soon and I got to eat something soon. But again, you can go back and rewind and watch the press conferences. But basically, the suspect in both the Brown University shooting and the MIT professor shooting, authorities believe it's the same person, was found dead at a storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire, where he went reportedly soon after killing the MIT professor on Monday night. That's a quick summary. And yeah, as Jane Jones said, police said he had a Google phone that was nearly impossible to track. Police said he took all these actions to try to prevent him from being tracked, had some sort of app on his phone, had European SIM cards of some sort, was using, I think maybe in the way he was paying for things, that kind of thing. But he did apparently he rented the Alamo Rent-A-Car in his name. And there's footage of him at Alamo Rent-A-Car. Rental of the Nissan Sentra right here. So, yes, the MIT professor The suspect is believed to have gone to school in Portugal with the MIT professor, and he knew the MIT professor in Portugal years ago. Wayward Guess says, feel like he had a personal vendetta. He was a physics grad student at Brown for a year from 2000 to 2001. Apparently, he took classes and had activities in the building where the shooting was. Remember, that building where the shooting was a physics. It's a building where the physics department is, and also engineering. So he basically went to a building where he had taken classes and had activities, and went into a classroom and started shooting. And then the person he killed, the MIT professor, was a professor of, I think, nuclear science, but also physics. He was a professor of physics, and he had known the guy back in Portugal. I don't know if they had any recent interactions at all. I will just point out again, this was pointed out in the Providence press conference, which you can rewind and watch. The name that the internet was talking about for 3 days turned out to be false. And this is why I don't say these names that the internet speculation is coming up with. Because as I say, they regularly turn out to be false. It could turn out to be true, but this is the exact reason. Because you say this stuff, and I think that name does belong to a real person, and now that person's name has been out there for 3 days with people saying it's the shooter. JB says he went into an economics class. I don't know, though. He went into this building. I don't know if he knew what class he walked into. Thanks, Vincent Button. He says r/Providence. I assume that's the subreddit where you can find the post that John made. Yeah, if you go to r/Providence subreddit, it talks about this. Somebody has posted in the subreddit, about the affidavit. Thanks, Spicy Tuna Roll, by the way. Thanks also to CC and Oxytropis. Yeah, there's so much here. I can only go a little while longer. I wish I could go longer and discuss. I feel like you could watch both press conferences again because there's so much detail here. But I'm going to have to eat something soon. Yes, suspect is dead. He took his own life. Yes, if I remember this right. That's what the reporting said. Did they actually say he took his own life? Yes, self-inflicted gunshot wound. Self-inflicted gunshot wound. But he was, the person who did this was a legal permanent resident of the U.S., originally from Portugal. Jaime Perez Narvaez said intro to physics there was an intro to physics class in the room where the shooting was. Their final exam was scheduled for that Saturday, but it was in a different room. It's a fair question. I don't know if the room that he went into to do the shooting, did he know there was an economics class there? Did he think there was another class there? Did he think there was a physics class there? Did he intend to go into a certain class? Don't know. Thanks to Bobby Ross, by the way. Do we know how we got the guns? I want to say no, but these are the kind of questions. There were a lot of questions asked in the press. It was a long press conference. I appreciate them answering questions. So if you want, you can rewind and go watch the press conference. By the way, I apologize. When the press conference started, I was using the AP feed, and they were using the WCVB feed, and the feed just collapsed. We had been watching this feed all day from the press conference room that I bought from AP, and maybe because so many people were using the signal, there was so many press there, but literally right as it started, it stopped working. AP had to get another feed. They had to get another feed. They had to cut ties with that feed. So fortunately, we were able to get a backup feed. But I do apologize. The first couple minutes, I was just losing my mind because we'd been sitting there waiting and we had this feed, and then all of a sudden it stopped working as soon as it started. But basically, a couple minutes in, we were able to get the backup feed. But I do apologize. It drove me crazy. You can see Providence Police posted, Mayor Brett Smiley and law enforcement have confirmed the individual responsible for the Brown University mass shooting has been found dead. Claudio Manuel Neves Valente died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound in New Hampshire after warrants were issued charging him with murder and related offenses. Our hearts go out to the victims of this awful tragedy. Thank you to our law enforcement partners, as well as all of our neighbors who were instrumental throughout the investigation. Yeah, look, great job by law enforcement getting this person, finding this person, figuring out who it was and finding them. And also, great job to all the people like the tipsters, especially John, who helped law enforcement with this. But just terrible. I mean, so we have 2 students dead at Brown and this professor dead at MIT. And a bunch of other students injured who were hospitalized. And this guy was, again, he went to Brown from 2000 to 2001. Now, by the way, of course, I'm sure there'll be questions asked of like, so did this guy have a family, the suspect? What was he doing the last few years? Did he talk to anybody about wanting to act out in violence or about any grudge he had against the school? Was he planning this for a while? How did he end up? I think in the press conference today, somebody said, why now? And they don't have an answer for that. Anthony Kidd thinks we'll find out what motivation was in a few days. I'll be interested to see. Let me again emphasize, if you want, there's this whole document, the affidavit. You can read about the investigation into this, the suspect, how the suspect was tracked down, how that person, that key witness, John, was interviewed, and it has some photos in it. Whole document here, photos from the rental car agency, here of the suspect. So if you want to read this, I will again post the link to it. You can download it yourself. It's at the Rhode Island Attorney General page, right here, at the press release page. If you go down the bottom, it says affidavit, and you can just click on this and download it, where it says affidavit. Watchman says John's Reddit posts are still up. Lex Rodriguez says, I think this was a you took the life I should have had grievance. He didn't have success in his life and took it out on the school that failed him and the MIT professor who had a life. That's what Lex Rodriguez, our viewer, thinks. You know, it's just unfortunate. I don't say this to blame anybody at all. You know, I'm sure the police did the best they could. It's too bad that, you know, in another world, the guy walks out in another world, the guy walks out of the school and maybe just does something that makes it easier to track him, and they find him within a day, you know? And if that had happened, at least, he wouldn't have been able to kill the person, the MIT professor. I mean, what can you know, it's, again, I'm sure the police are trying the best they can. And, you know, so this is not to fault them, but it's just like extra tragic. It's like a tragedy on top of a tragedy. But at the same time, I'll say this, he could have killed more people. I was worried that, a lot of us were worried that he was going to go somewhere else and kill somebody else. It could have been even worse. So it's terrible as it is, but, you know, anyways. Donko Coco says, did the suspect have any social media? You know what? I haven't had time to look into it. One of our viewers, I think, posted in the chat that the suspect did. I honestly, I haven't been reading up on all the posts in this, and but so I don't know. Maybe people have found something. And I wouldn't, at some point I might go back and watch the press. There were so many questions in the press conferences. I'd like to go back and check them out at some point. I'm not going to do it right now, though. Oh, guys, look at this. Hold on. I just got something. New update. Right now. Look at this. This is the suspect. U.S. attorney releases photo and complaint affidavit for suspect in the Brown University and MIT professor shootings, Claudio Neves Valente. Now, what's this document? This is a different affidavit. This is shorter. Neves Valente is a Portuguese national. He studied at Brown on a student visa between 2000 and 2001. He's a lawful permanent resident of the U.S. He rented a hotel room twice in late November in Boston. In December 1st, he rented a gray Nissan Sentra with a Florida license plate from a car rental agency in Boston. From December 1st to December 12th, license plate readers captured the target vehicle approximately 1 mile. So for 12 days, for around 12 days, he was driving his car near the Brown campus from December 1st to December 12th. Around the last of those hits, which occurred the day before the shooting, CCTV captured an unidentified suspect in the area of Brown in the morning. That is consistent with images of Neves Valente. Okay, at around 4:03 the following day, an individual entered an auditorium at Brown and carried a pistol with a green laser sight, began shooting at students, killing 2 and injuring 9 others. Okay. And then travel from Brown University to Brookline. On or about December 14th, the next day, Google Mail, email, and voice accounts associated with the suspect logged in from IP addresses in the vicinity of Boston University in Boston, Massachusetts. This Google email account was the same one he provided to the hotel in Boston at check-in in November. The following day, Monday, victim 1, an MIT professor, was murdered at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts at approximately 8:30 p.m. His residence is approximately 1/2 mile from where the IP address associated with Nevis Valenti's Google email and voice accounts access the internet. Nevis Valenti and victim 1 attended the same academic program at a university in Portugal during the same 5-year period. Wow. Wow. That's interesting. So they say that affidavit suspected killer of MIT professor attended same academic program as the professor in Lisbon during the same 5-year period. Wow. So they were in the same program at the same time, in the same the same year. Right? That's what that says. Hang on, where's the square thing? So I just wanted to point that out. Nevis Valenti and victim 1 attended the same academic program at a university in Portugal. During the same 5-year period. Wow. Between 1995 and 2000. Okay. One of our viewers says, might have been roomies. And roommates. Hey, let me post the link to this affidavit so you have it. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't even finish it. Okay. The day after the killing, the day after the MIT professor was murdered, at approximately 8:42 p.m., so it wasn't an hour after. Because it says the MIT professor was killed. Oh, no, it was. The MIT professor was killed on December 15th at 8:30. It's not the following day. Something's wrong here because it's the following day would be December 16th. So I'm a little confused. But it says the following day, December 15th at approximately 8:42 p.m., a surveillance camera captured a blue-gray Nissan Sentra traveling westbound on Brighton Avenue, approaching Cambridge Street in Boston, Massachusetts. That's approximately 1 mile from victim 1's home. It was observed further west in Waltham. This is all not that far from me, at 9:03 p.m. While in Massachusetts, the target vehicle was observed to have a Maine license plate affixed to its rear bumper. Maine law enforcement has determined that license plate is unregistered and not valid. Based on the foregoing, I submit there's probable cause to believe that at some point in time, Nevis Valenti traveled from outside of Massachusetts to Massachusetts. He thereafter traveled to Providence and is believed to have committed a mass shooting at Brown University. And the day following the shooting, he was present in the vicinity of the residence of victim 1 in Brookline, Massachusetts. At the time, victim 1 was murdered by gunshot. Although I think the timing's a little off because I think the shooting was Monday night. Anyways, that aside, Nevis Valenti has a previous connection to the MIT professor, both of them having studied at the same time at the same university over a 5-year period in a foreign country. Okay. Wow, that's really something, though, that him and the MIT professor were in the same academic program in the same 5-year period in Portugal. Yes, Portugal is the country. Thomas Darwin says the MIT professor may have gotten the job he wanted for himself. Leon Harati thinks he was probably jealous of the MIT professor since 1995. A number of our viewers think this. I have no idea. A number of our viewers think that this might have been, maybe this person always wanted to have a successful career and saw this other person as having a career he wanted. I don't know. So again, this guy, it's so long ago. I mean, he studied at Brown from 2000 to 2001 as a physics PhD. He studied with this MIT professor in Portugal from 1995 to 2000. Okay, then 24 years later, 24 years after he studied at Brown and then left the program. 24 years. I guess he left the PhD program after a year. That's not much in terms of a PhD program. I assume it's a multi-year program. So 24 years later, he goes back to the building where he had a bunch of classes and activities, the physics building, where he was probably had classes there and activities, and he goes into a class and he shoots a bunch of Brown students, and then he drives to Boston and he kills this guy this physics professor of a number of things, including physics, who was in his academic program with him from 1995 to 2000. I mean, this is again, 25 years basically after he was at Brown and after he was in school with this MIT professor. And I don't know if this person was thinking about this all these years or was it sudden. Cheerleader says it's a long grudge to carry all these years. Who knows what this person was thinking? Did this person have a family here? We don't know. Mama Cat says a year is barely started with a physics PhD. I'm guessing we're gonna learn more about this person. Allie B says, what made him kill the Brown students? Well, I mean, I can't give you a justification for doing this, but I don't know. I don't know if, I think that, they said why, they don't know why he did this now. I think if I remember right in the press conference, they're still looking into kind of the motive. I mean, I don't know if they'll ever understand why he went to that classroom and did this. I don't know. Maybe he wrote about this, maybe he didn't. But he certainly had a close connection to that building and to the MIT professor, which we did not know if that would be the case. I thought maybe it would turn out like the Michigan State shooting, the terrible shooting a couple years ago, where somebody with no connection to the school walked into the school and started shooting. Ruth thinks mental issues. Yeah, did this person ever have any kind of mental issues recently or new, or had he had them before? Thanks, Alex. 4610. Alex asked why the homeless man was allowed into Brown University. Well, I don't know. I mean, universities sometimes have buildings that are open, or, there's buildings that are not open, but somebody could walk in behind somebody if there's a lot of students going in and out of a building and you have to swipe in. Not everybody's swiping in individually, so I don't know, but Left Shoe says it's finals, lots of people doing lots of stuff. All right, anyways, I'm going to again post affidavit number 2. I'll post the link to this again. This is affidavit number 2. This is the MIT shooting affidavit. I just posted a link to that. You can click on the link and get that affidavit. If you want the first affidavit, which is longer, this is all about the Brown investigation into the Brown shooting. I'm going to post a link to this page, and you go down to the bottom and you click on affidavit. Okay, so you can get both those documents and look through them in detail. Okay, both the press conferences are, you can rewind and watch the press conferences. I'm just seeing what some people have sent me here. Some people are sending me some law enforcement photo of the suspect. It's the same one that the U.S. Attorney of Massachusetts posted with like personal information. I don't know where that's gotten from. Looks legit. Oregon guy wonders if professional jealousy and misdirection, deception at Brown could be responsible. Look, we just don't know, I do not know what this person was thinking. Maybe we'll find out more as more research gets done. Hold on a second here. One of the viewers claimed to find the shooter's website and then sends me a link, and the link is kind of a weird link, and it's like, well, I don't want to click on that right now. Oh, Christy Nome posted. Sunday, Florida, thank you, Sunday, Florida, mentioned that Christy Nome posted. Christy Nome posted, Department of Homeland Security Secretary, she said, The Brown University shooter, Claudio Manuel Neves Valente, entered the United States through the Diversity Lottery Immigrant Visa Program in 2017? Well, he was in the United States in 2001. This heinous individual should never have been allowed in our country. I mean, did he leave? Because he was definitely here in 2001, because he was a student then. In 2017, President Trump fought to end this program following the devastating NYC truck ramming by an ISIS terrorist who entered under the DV-1 program and murdered 8 people. As President Trump's directions, I am immediately directing USCIS to pause the DV-1 program to ensure no more Americans are harmed by this disastrous program. Is that program still in effect anyway under Trump? I have no idea. Blake, who thinks Trump will make an announcement about it tomorrow? There is still, the website for the program is still up. Diversity Immigrant Visa Program awards up to 55,000 immigrant visas each year. I don't really know much about it. Anyways, I don't have the energy right now to get into this. But she says they are pausing the program. Yeah, so the Diversity Immigrant Visa, according to Wikipedia, is also known as the Green Card Lottery, is a U.S. government lottery program for receiving an immigrant visa followed by a permanent resident card. It is administered by the Department of State and is conducted under the Immigration Nationality Act. It provides up to 55,000 immigrant visas annually and aims to diversify the immigrant population in the U.S. by selecting applicants from countries with low numbers of immigrants in the previous 5 years. More than 22 million people apply for the lottery each year, which means that fewer than 1 in 400 receive visas. Applicants enter the lottery by completing a form on the Department of State website. Attempts have been made to end the program since 2005. Hold on a second here. Guys, I think it might be time. I think we might be getting to that time. I'm getting to the point where I'm not going to really be helpful. All right, yeah, I think it's time. Sorry, I have to take a break and eat something and whatever. So I'm sorry that we can't go longer, but feel free to rewind the press conferences. Rewind, watch the press conferences. You can check out the affidavits we talked about. So look, I mean, the good thing is that this person is no longer around to threaten anybody else, and that he won't be harming anybody else. But it's just tragic, this whole thing. But he is dead. And look, I mean, we talked about this a couple days ago when this MIT professor getting killed story happened. We talked about it on a stream. I covered it. It was one of the topics of our stream. And I was saying then it seems to be flying under the radar a little bit. So it turned out that it was connected. It was the same person who did both things. Unbelievable. Tomorrow, I don't know what's going to happen with Epstein files stuff. We might do coverage of it depending on what happens. President Trump is speaking at a rally tomorrow night. We may cover that too. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Thank you, ZB the Great, by the way. Thanks, ZB the Great. I appreciate that. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. President Trump is supposed to make an announcement at 1 p.m. I don't know what that announcement is. It is a regular occurrence when they put an announcement on his schedule and don't say what it's going to be. It doesn't mean he's announcing World War III. Regularly, those announcements are not of the utmost importance. I remember once when it was a World Cup related thing, so I don't know what it's going to be. I'm just telling you, I would not conclude from the fact that he has an announcement on his schedule and it doesn't say what the announcement is going to be about, that it's going to be World War III. He's also doing a Christmas reception at 5:45, and he is speaking on the economy at 9 p.m. from North Carolina. Okay, anyways, I do appreciate you guys being here. The people have been very helpful during the stream. A lot of people have been writing in and sharing stuff in the chat. A bunch of the updates I first heard about from people in the chat or people writing in, and I very much appreciate you guys helping out with the coverage and helping get the latest information out there. But so we'll see what we cover tomorrow. But condolences to the family of the MIT professor, condolences to the family of the 2 students killed at Brown, and thoughts with all those people injured at Brown, all those students injured. It's just terrible. It feels, obviously just like, why did this person bother doing this and wreck people's lives? Anyways, it happened. So I'm glad he didn't hurt anybody else. If you'd like, you can subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda, Agenda Free TV. And I will post updates about this story and other stories on my X account. You can follow me over there at Lookner on X. If I hear stuff tonight about it, I'll post it over there. I would suggest turning on the notifications for this channel. I never know when big news is going to happen, and I can't tell you in advance when we're coming on the air all the time. But if you want to make sure you don't miss our live streams and don't miss breaking news coverage, we have free notification system. You sign up once, you get sent a notification before every broadcast. And the mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. You can also find the notifications link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of the broadcast on YouTube and Facebook. I really appreciate also our moderators. Can't thank the moderators enough. They've been with us through all of our coverage this week. They've been in the chat rooms. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms. We couldn't have our chat rooms without our moderators. So I can't thank them enough for being there and all of their help. Ruth is there right now over on YouTube. Ruth and all the other YouTube moderators, thank you. And on Twitch, Matthew Kohai 3, Mick Bridges, Sarah, and all of our other Twitch moderators, huge thanks. On Facebook, Kayla Aribadi, Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes, all of our other Facebook mods, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of our moderators. Thank you to everybody who supports the channel. I might owe a couple people thank yous here. Oxytropist, thank you. CC, thank you. And I just thank ZB the Great, Ali Strand. Oh, thank you, ZB the Great. That's very kind of you, ZB the Great. Thank you. And No For Sin. Did I thank No For Sin? And Ed Weeby. Yeah, so that's what allows the channel to exist. That's what allows me to buy news footage. So thank you for your support of the channel and allowing the channel to exist. I greatly appreciate it. And thanks again, ZB the Great. That's very kind of you. And we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Our Discord chat, it's free. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link, the Discord chat. And big thanks to our Discord mods for all your help on Discord. For those of you on X, I would suggest following us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live in advance. I give updates about the channel there, so Agenda Free TV on X. And if you're on YouTube and you watch there, I would recommend turning on the notifications on YouTube, because that's another good way to find out when we're live covering breaking news. To turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is subscribe to the channel, click the bell, and choose all notifications. So again, subscribe, click the notifications bell, and choose all notifications. And I do want to thank also, sorry I didn't get to it before, all of our Twitch subscribers for supporting the channel, subscribing, people like Wall Street and Shaggy, Amelian, Matthew Kohai 3, Honey Bunch of Slugs, Dog Bees, and D. George, and Rocky Coast, My Florida, thank you, Pretty Boy Floyd, Tater Mong, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thanks very much for subscribing there. And our Facebook subscribers, big thanks. Oh, Christina Neal was moderating too. Thanks, Christina. Like Chuck Mosca, Sharon Klassen Goslin, and Christy Claft, and Diane Allworth, Kayla Aribadi, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thanks for your support on Facebook. And also, I want to thank our YouTube members. Thank you, YouTube members. People like Crypto King, Gary Baines, UV Lightning, CAC813, Vandersher, Jewish Pickles, Bella, Kathy Emarf, Gary Eckert, thanks for being members, Bob Meyer, Vincent Button, Patricia Grace, Val Cargo, Silent Hero, Jenny Ann, Soka Deb, Lolly Lollipop, Taste Vim, Thomas Darwin, Don Video Guy, Val Cargo, Kijras Ryder, Soka Deb, And all of our other members as well. Alex Soto, Cherry Cola, Jewish Pickles. Well, when we came on the air today, we were talking about how it seemed like things were happening, and I'm not surprised it ended up coming to a close, the investigation tonight. But again, you wish there wouldn't be a need for this investigation, it wouldn't happen at all. But at least this person is not going to be hurting anybody else. And thank you to law enforcement and everybody who helped law enforcement in getting this case, finding this person, and making sure they would not harm anybody else. Yeah, Taste Vim says, good to have a conclusion and closure. And again, knowing that, because once it started getting reported today that police thought there was a connection between the two crimes, then you're like, well, what's next? Is this person already somewhere else? They actually did go to a different state. But, you know, you didn't know if there were going to be more and more and more. All right. Anyways, so that is it for right now. Thank you again for watching. And again, thanks for your help, everybody who wrote in with sharing what they were hearing. A lot of help from the chat tonight and people writing in, which I appreciate. So that is it for right now. Again, thank you so much. And we will see you soon. I'm guessing we very well might have coverage tomorrow, but I will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here with Agenda Free TV.